Hey guys, welcome back. This is Snazzy, your all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see what if Goku adopted by Godzilla Part 2. So let's move on to the video. Mark groaned as he woke up in pain. Although it didn't hurt as bad as he thought as hitting metal would have been. Sitting up in the bed as the egg machine beeped, Mark could feel the rumbling of the Argo. He climbed out of the bed as memories from what happened filled his mind. He was brought out of his thoughts when a voice said, "Nice to see that you're still with us." Mark looked up to see Son Goku standing in the doorway. Mark then asked, "What happened? How did I get here?" "Well, after Monster Zero and Frieza retreated, Godzilla left as well and we were joined by friends of mine," Goku replied. Then he looked about as he said, "And though a friend of mine was able to heal you, they brought you in here just to be safe." Though he was a little confused, Mark didn't say anything as he climbed out of the bed. Goku waited out in the hall as Mark changed into his clothes and the two walked towards the bridge. When Mark entered the room, he was surprised to see a whole bunch of new faces. Some looked more human than others while there were a few oddities. Goku gestured to his friends and said, "I wanted to save all introductions until you were awake. Most of my friends are out helping Monarch, but here are a few friends and the deities of the 12 known universes." He walked over and introduced them as those with blue skin and a ring around their heads, Egyptian clothing and fancy hairstyles stepped forward. The blue-skinned man then said, "I am Angel Guide Awamo for Universe 1. Then gesturing to the short and hairy man standing next to him, he said, "This is Ein, the destroyer of Universe 1. Then pointing to the other he said, "And this is the Supreme Kai of Universe 1, Anato." "Greetings," Ein said with a nod. Anato did the same and said, "A pleasure to meet you." The next trio was from Universe 2 as they stepped up to Mark. He saw that the destroyer from the second universe was a beautiful woman. The Angel Guide then said, "I am Angel Guide Saura, and here is the destroyer of Universe 2, Lady Heals, and Universe 2's Supreme Kai, Lord Pell." Mark wondered how long this would take exactly as Universe 3 stepped up. The Angel Guide stood next to a metal-looking destroyer and a nervous-looking Supreme Kai wearing glasses. "I am Angel Guide Campari, and this here is Lord Moscow." The mechanical destroyer beeped something that Mark couldn't make out, "and Lord Air of Universe 3. Nice to meet you," Mark said as the three of them walked back to the others. The next to step up was a rat-headed destroyer as the angel said, "We are Konik," gesturing to himself, Konik, then to the rat, Quitella, and finally to the Supreme Kai and Churu. A taller and slightly bulkier angel came up with a female Supreme Kai and a destroyer with an old but wise face. "I am Kukatail, Angel Guide of the 5th Universe along with Lord Ark and Lady Ogma." The next to step up was a female angel along with a plump cat destroyer and an equally plump Supreme Kai with hair that made him look like a pineapple. With a nod of her head she said, "I am Vados, and here are Universe 6's destroyer, Kampa, and the Supreme Kai, Fuwa." Next to step up was an angel that stood a little taller than Vados, another yet skinnier feline destroyer and a smaller Supreme Kai. The angel then introduced, "I am Whis, the Angel Guide to Universe 7's destroyer, Lord Beerus." Then he gestured to the Supreme Kai, "And here is our Supreme Kai, Shin. A pleasure to meet you," Shin said with a bow. Beerus gave Mark a peace sign before moving back. As they waited for the next trio, Mark then commented to Goku, "Is it kind of weird how the destroyer and angel's names sound a lot like alcoholic drinks?" Beerus finished and glanced back. Then he countered, "You know that Mark sounds a little funny too, right? Like a bookmark." Mark knew that the feline destroyer had a point while they walked off. Next to step up was a fox destroyer. His angel guide then said, "I am Angel Guide Korin, and here are Universe 8's destroyer, Liquire and Ill." They didn't say anything as they moved back. The next to step up was a dwarf-looking destroyer accompanied by a Supreme Kai that looked really nervous. The angel guide however looked as relaxed as a beachgoer. The angel then said, "I am Mojito of Universe 9. And here are Lords Sidra and Ro." "So Sidra is the destroyer, yes?" Mark asked. Sidra nodded in confirmation. With no more to say, next to step up was another yet smaller female angel along with an elephant destroyer and a slight elderly Supreme Kai. The angel bowed and said, I am Kusu, guide angel to Universe 10's Lord Rumsey. And with him is Lord Gowasu. Mark just watched as they walked back, and next to step up was a Kai with neat combed back hair, a clown-faced destroyer and an angel guide that looked like Harley Quinn. The angel guide then said, I am Margarita, angel guide to Universe 11's destroyer, Lord Belmont. Said destroyer shuffled a pair of playing cards and smiled at Mark as she then said, and here is our Supreme Kai, Lord Kai. Mark found it a little odd, but didn't he say anything. The final group of deities were a plump angel guide, an aquatic destroyer and a small Supreme Kai. The angel bowed and said, I am Martine, angel guide to Universe 12's destroyer Lord Jean. Then she gestured to the small Kai, and this is Lord Agu. Mark just stood there and watched all three of them walk back to the other deities. Goku then stepped in front of Mark and said, now here are a few people from my Earth. Goku walked over to the tall green man and said, this here is Piccolo, a Super Namekian warrior. Mark had no idea what a Namekian was, but soon felt a presence behind him and looked back to see a giant pink thing standing behind him. He stepped back in shock as the pink thing leaned down and said, Goku's friend feeling better? Yes. Mark said as he didn't know what to say to this guy. Goku then said, oh, that's Boo. He was the one to heal you once we got back on board the Argo. Mark looked back to the Saiyan as Goku walked up to a blue-haired lady and said, this here is Bulma Briefs, a good friend of mine and one of the smartest people I know. Bulma waved to Mark until they heard a snicker come from the control section. Mark could tell that it was Rick as he said, I am sorry, but her name sounds so funny. Double underpants. He kept laughing while others looked at him with deadpan expressions. This caused Bulma to slightly glare at the man, but a man in armor took it one step further by walking behind the man and slapping him upside the head. Drive. Stanton gave a pained grunt as he clutched the back of his head. Then he looked up to the man and said, hey, I said I was sorry. Watch what you say about my wife. The man warned. Bulma slightly blushed to this. Goku then pointed and said, oh, that there's Vegeta. He is a Saiyan like I am. I think you're forgetting to mention that I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta said while crossing his arms. Goku just smiled and said, when the others get back, I'll introduce you all to them. But we have another and more important matter to attend to. Lord Beerus said as he walked down to the main console. When you're done with your paint fest, do you have anything on the satellites? Foster questioned Stanton as he stood up from his seat. Rick slightly glared at her before saying, subs have Godzilla putting overtime in his movements off of Argentina. We lost Monster Zero in a tropical storm over Brazil. And anything on Frieza? Kampa questioned. But Colonel Foster shook her head and said, no reports of sighting. We're rescanning the entire southern hemisphere. But so far, nothing. He said as drive. Serizawa looked at a file on Vivian. Goku stood next to him and said, I am sorry for your loss. Ishiro looked to the Saiyan and said, you tried your best, Son Goku. But this was something that we couldn't foresee. Then scan the northern. Foster ordered while Rick nodded and muttered under his breath. Beerus looked to Colonel Foster and questioned, you were saying that one of your own freed the destroyer of destroyers. I know what I saw. Colonel Foster said as she went over what she was with Sam and the 12 destroyers. She sounded serious as she looked Sam in the eye and said, and I am telling you, she pulled the trigger. Well, with all due respect, Colonel, you so wrong. Sam said as he didn't want to believe it. He defended Emma by saying, okay. She wouldn't have done it. I mean, she recruited pretty much everyone in this room. Maybe Jonah or Frieza forced her, right? Maybe they used Madison as leverage. Rick throwing it in on her own. Foster then said, Frieza did look like he was going to do something, but I heard her say that he didn't have anything to worry about. No. It had to be someone else. Sam said as he believed that it wasn't true. Lord Shin looked over to him and asked, and what if you should be wrong? No offense, but he kind of is wrong. Goku added in. Mark then said it was Emma. Gesturing to Goku and then Foster, he said, all three of us were there. We all heard her say the exact same thing and we watched her do it. Foster did see it right. Though she was slightly forced, I could tell that she was wanting to do it. Goku said as they both came to stand with the group. Ishiro looked to both men and asked, are you sure? Both Goku and Mark nodded in confirmation. This causes the head of Monarch to wonder. Colonel Foster then said first she releases Mothra. And now, Monster Zero. Or what you all call it. She looked to the angels, destroyers and Supreme Kai, the destroyer of destroyers. Then she looks around the room and asks, anyone else sensing a pattern? Somewhat. Beerus comments and then says, I can see how these things can be devastating towards mankind, but the real threat is Monster Zero. But still her awakening the Titans, Foster says. Drive. Chen said there is a pattern and it is not a good one. It is almost as if she is trying to start a Massachusetts awakening. Well, it is just too bad that no one tried to warn you that that was gonna happen. Mark bitterly said as he came closer. Everyone slightly noticed the tone of his voice, but all attention was turned to the technician as Sam said, hang on, guys. Why the heck would she want to release them? And he was still curious as he asked, and why on earth would she team up with Jonah of all people to do it? We'll ask her, drive. Serizawa said as he stood from his seat, when we find her. And you should know that she and those associated with the release could be charged with the serious crime of releasing an unholy terror. Belmont said coming close. Drive. Jen then asked what will you do with her? Kindest thing would be to either imprison her or make her at least do some kind of service. Whis said. But he sounded really serious and said, but should could face the ultimate penalty as well. This caused most of the room to gasp from this new information. Mark then asked, and what about Madison? I doubt anything will befall her. Kampa shrugged. Then he added, given what we've heard, she might want your Titans released, but she wasn't the one to have released the Destroyer of Destroyers, nor does she understand the situation. She will be fine. Shin assured. Drive. Serizawa then said, so, let us keep looking. Limo had left his ship in the hangar and when the coast was clear, all 5 children fell out of the ship's closet. They grunted when they hit the floor. Goten stood up with his fists held high and shouted, all right. We're the first kids to visit a forbidden universe. Keep it down, Goten. Trunks said as he stood up and dusted himself off. But with a smirk he said, but you're right. Okay, so you two have dragged us all the way out here. Mai said as she wasn't too happy, so now what? Well, first, Shu said as he looked like his bladder was about to burst, how about we find us a bathroom? Hiding in there for that long can be good for us. As the 5 thought about it, they realized the dog man was right. Trunks then said, okay, we hurry up and find a bathroom and then we see what exactly the situation is, okay? Right? Goten, Mai, Pilaf and Shu all said. All 5 of them then ran out of the ship and kept a close watch as they moved throughout the hangar. Elsewhere, Godzilla was swimming really fast through the sea. Following close behind him were a few Monarch drones and a sub. Godzilla appears to be following the same path as MS Osprey, Colonel Foster said as she traced the outline of Godzilla's course. The group looked to see that the trail passed over one land Massachusetts and landed on an island, heading north over South America to here. The image zoomed in on a mountain where the lid of a giant container as she said, Outpost 56 in Isla de Mara, Mexico. She looks around the room and said, we touched down there in 10 minutes. What about the people? Mark asks. Foster looks to him and questions, I am sorry. The people down in that village that Dante realized they were gonna be the special of the day. Mark said as he pointed to the giant cluster of buildings near the mountain. Vegeta then said, don't worry, the combined forces between the known universes and Monarch were already dispatched when we figured out their heading. They are already in the middle of the evacuation. Drive. Serizawa informed. A beeping sound came from a console and an officer alerted, "Drive. Serizawa, we have a call on the emergency channel from Ila Di Mara." "Answer it," Ishiro said. The officer then responded and Emma appeared on a huge screen. Everyone in the room looked to her in surprise and moved closer as she said, "I suppose I should go first. Cue the first Gods track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters." "Where's Madison?" Mark questions out of the gate. Emma then said, "She is right here with me." "Dad, are you okay?" Madison asks as she moves to the camera. Not thinking of himself, he asks, "Madison, you alright, hon?" "Dad," Madison said as she looks guilty, "I am so sorry." "You don't need to be," Mark said with a shake of his head. Emma hugged her daughter and said, "It is okay. It is okay. I am sorry, Dad," Madison said for a final time. Emma then said, "She is fine, Mark, trust me." Trust is a little hard to come by, Drive. Russell. Colonel Foster said with a glare, "Especially after what you just pulled." "I know. And I can only imagine what you're all thinking," Emma said as she knew that they were all furious. She was startled when Lord Beerus and the angels, other destroyers and the Kai stepped before the camera and he said, before anything else is said, "Where's Frieza?" At the moment, Emma started as she thought about it, "I honestly couldn't tell you. Last we had seen him, he jumped out of the plane and went after Monster Zero. We haven't had any contact since then and I don't know what his plans for Monster Zero are." Not exactly the answer that any of the deities wanted, but it was the only thing they could go by. Shin then asked, "We know of the Destroyer of Destroyers release. Have you any idea what danger this brings?" "A certain amount," Emma admitted. "I know that with another apex predator loose on the world it could be a problem, but being what he is not the problem, Drive." Russell. Gowasu said from the side. He sounded angry, yet kept it under control as he said, "You have unleashed a darkness that we had fought to instill the peace for our universes. It is an eater of worlds." "That may have been the case for wherever you all from," Emma countered, "but I don't think that Monster Zero is the same god killer from your universe." She then turned her attention to those of Monarch and her ex-husband, "And if there were any other way to do this, I would." "Do what, Emma?" Mark questions. Though it took her a moment, Emma didn't sound afraid as she said, "I am saving the world." "But by releasing those things?" Mark questioned as none of them understood that doesn't make sense. "As impossible as it seems, it is." Emma cut him off. Then she explained, "Hear me out, Mark." She took a deep breath before saying, "After we lost Andrew, I swore that his death would not be in vain. That I would find an answer. A solution to why the Titans were rising. But as I dug deeper, I realized that they were here for a reason. And that despite all the years that we spent trying to stop them, we never dared to confront the truth." "Which truth, Emma?" Mark questioned as none of them understood. Emma then said, "Humankind has been the dominant species for thousands of years, and look what has happened." One of the screens showed images of what mankind has wrought upon the world: overpopulation, pollution, war. Everyone in the Argo Bridge looked at those images with their minds racing. But they kept their attention on Emma as she said, "The Massachusetts extinction we feared has already begun. And yet you're still able to thrive." Shin countered. Emma looked to the Supreme Kai as he said, "Your world may be broken, but what you are proposing may not have the results that you want. And yet we are the cause. We are the infection. And it is only a matter of time," Emma argued. Mark sat down as he listened to her explanation, but like all living organisms, the Earth unleashed a fever to fight this infection. Its original and rightful rulers, the Titans. She showed images of some Titans running amok or rising in the past. They are part of the Earth's natural defense system. A way to protect the planet, to maintain its balance. But not just in the way that you see it, Goku said. All eyes turned to him as he walked up to the screen and said, "The way I am able to see it, the Titans are able to restore balance, but it is mostly to take on threats that truly harm it. And I don't think that man is the problem. Some in the room were surprised at what Goku just said. But Emma sounded detached and said, "You may be right in some ways, mister. But there is still the fact that our world is dying. And if governments are allowed to contain them, destroy them, or control them for the purpose of war, the human infection will only continue to spread." She then showed them an image of what could happen, and within our lifetime, our planet will perish, and so will we. From around the corner, and with no one noticing them, 5 heads peeked around the corner to watch and listen. Then she brought in what could restore the world unless we restore balance. This is madness. Lord Fu was stated, "You are walking down a dangerous path if you go down this road." At the base, Madison looked up to a screen as her parents argued. "Yes, right, Emma." Rick agreed. "What is gonna be left if you do this? A dead, charred world, overrun by monsters." Madison watched as the citizens of the town ran in fear. She looked back as her mother said, "No, drive." Stanton, the exact opposite. Just like how a forest fire replenishes the soil, or how a volcano creates new land, we have seen things that the creatures will do the same. She showed them images of places that were destroyed in the Titans battles: San Francisco, Las Vegas. Wherever the Titans go, life follows, triggered by their radiation. Mark and the others didn't like how she thought that she knew better. They are the only thing that can reverse the destruction that we started. They are the only guarantee that life will carry on. But for that to happen, we must set the Titans free. Mississippi. Russell. Kao Shin said with a neutral expression, "We understand that you want to bring balance. After all, it is both the Supreme Kai and Destroyer's jobs to ensure that life is given a chance," but his frown deepened as he said, "But to go this far isn't the way to do it. You are murdering the world." Shen accused. But Emma shook her head and said no. "Because as difficult as this will be, I promise that humanity will not go extinct." She showed more images of the history with Titans. Using the Orca, we will return to a natural order. A forgotten order, where we coexisted in balance with the Titans. The first gods. But with the Destroyer of Destroyers, was argued, this balance you hope to endure won't happen. Gesturing to his siblings and the deities, he said, "We have seen firsthand what he can do to a world given the time." And like the Supreme Kai of the Sixth Universe said, "Drive." Serizawa angrily said as he stood from his seat, "This is a dangerous path. You are meddling with forces beyond our comprehension and gambling with the lives of billions." "And what are you gambling with, Serizawa?" Emma questioned and argued, "Monarch is broken. It is on the verge of being shut down by a government whose only objective is to eradicate the creatures. But this is not the way to restore the balance of anything." Piccolo said, deciding to come and give his piece. He looked to Emma and said, "You're trying to use the Titans as if you were trying to play God yourself. This won't end well. And if we sit back and don't do this, what will our chances be?" Emma challenges. Piccolo growls as Mark yells, "You're out of your mind, Emma. First, you put our daughter's life in danger, and now you get to decide the fate of the world. That's rich, Emma?" Mark sarcastically says as he throws his hands in the air. Emma, clearly not wanting to fully listen, looked to Mark and said, "I couldn't be more sane, and Madison couldn't be stronger." Mark shook his head at Emma's words. "After we lost Andrew, I trained her to survive. And at least now, she'll have a fighting chance." "A fighting chance?" Mark questions as he can't believe what he was hearing. "Why don't you listen to yourself?" Madison listens as she hears her parents argue over the matter. "It is not all math, Emma. Some things you can't control. And there are some things that you can't run from." Emma counters as her voice breaks. She could tell that Mark understood what she meant, and he said, "This won't bring him back to us." Madison could feel the tensions were high as they talked about her brother. Emma just looked away as she knew that she couldn't make them understand, and vice versa. Neither side spoke for a moment as all of Monarch and those from the other universes just watch. She took a deep breath before saying, "I can only urge that you all take refuge. Over the last 60 years, Monarch has prepared bunkers around the world to save and restart civilization. She looked very serious and said, I suggest you find them. The monitor then turned to the Monarch logo as the transmission cut out. Emma looks to Madison as they wished that could have gone different. Well, that went well. Quitella commented with his arms crossed. This earned a slap to the back of the head from the destroyers of the two middle universes. Both cats glared down at the rat with a look that told them to shut up. Mark then asks, how long until this thing lands? 3 minutes. Colonel Barnes says after looking at the ETA, Rick then said you might want to rethink that. Why? Foster questions. Bulma looks up from Rick's console and said, while you two were chatting, Drive. Stanton and I were trying to locate the signal and they aren't at Ila Dimara, are they? Vegeta questions. Both Bulma and Rick nods to confirm this. Then Drive. Stanton puts what he found on the big monitor and explains, you might want to check this out. The signal was too weak to be local. She is bouncing it off our satellites. Then he guessed they must be holed up in one of our old bunkers. She could be anywhere. Rick said with a shake of his head. This caused Mark to groan in irritation. Suddenly an alarm started to beep. This confused most as Mark questions, what is that? Foster, Chen, Sam, Shin and Beerus looked to the middle console. Sam was worried as he said, oh, no. She shut down the containment system. Maybe I can help get it back online. Bulma offered as Rick let her have one of the consoles. Vegeta smirked to his wife, though she didn't see it as she was working really hard. Becoming worried about not making it, Drive. Serizawa then asks, how much time do we have? In whichever bunker they were occupying, a soldier finished his work and reported, containment system bypassed. We repatched in. Alan said as he was pleased. He looked to Emma as the man said, ready to broadcast the Orca. Though she was distressed about how it went, Jonah then said, Doctor. It seemed to have brought her out of her trance as she looked to the eco-terrorist. Emma took a quick glance at Madison as the girl was thinking about what just happened. She then looked to the Orca before standing up and moving towards it. Madison, fearing for the people's safety, rushed forward and said, Mom, Don T. I am sorry, did a child just tell you what to do? Jonah questions as both he and Madison come up to both sides of Emma. Madison then tried to reason with her mother, maybe Dad and those other guys were right. Maybe this isn't the way. By all means, Drive. Russell, let us reconsider our entire plan. Alan sarcastically said. He looks between both girls as he says, especially after telling your friends and the weirdos from other dimensions about it. Madison, we talked about this. Emma reminded. Maddie then brought up a point of her own. No, you said you were gonna help people, that you'd let them find shelter. Alan slammed his hand down on the table as he shouted, we don't have time for this. Madison glares at him as he asks Emma, did you really think this was gonna be easy? Painless? He looks to the girl and asks her mother, is that what you told her? Leave her out of this. Emma tells him. Jonah then asks, why? You really one who pulled her into it. Then he looks to Madison and asks, Madison, tell me, what exactly did mommy here sell you on? Then he guessed, some grand utopia. Man and monster living together in blissful harmony. An alarm bleeps and the soldier says, sir, they re-attempting to lock us out. It is now or never. Emma, remember, you came to me. This is your plan. Alan reminds her while calming down. He sounded like he was on her side as he said, we both want to save the planet, but everything is going to die if don't see it through. Please, Madison pleaded, at least let them get to safety. She then looked up to the screen of people as they ran for their lives. The soldier then said, Asacusat Sam, our window is closing. Mom, Madison said as she really hoped that Emma would listen to her. Though she wanted to heed Madison's words, she still believed that what she was doing was right. She looks her daughter in the eye and said as she swiped through the various frequencies, I am sorry, Madison. This is bigger than just you and me. Then applying the frequency to the main matrix, the Orca beeped as it was soon ready. The device began to pulsate with the Titan's frequency. A tear fell from Madison's eye as she looked to her mother. Emma took in a deep breath before pressing the button. Alarms blared through the town on Isla de Mar even as the people ran from the approaching danger. The soldiers of Monarch and the warring parties from the alternative universes had been presently helping within the evacuation. The humans have been running all through the streets, overcrowding and pushing against every different. Barnes and Yamcha had been currently guiding humans as they went to the safe zones. The former shouted, "Inform them to sluggish it down. Tell them to stand lower back." A person translated through a megaphone to the crowds. Barnes then signaled for them to preserve going. As increasingly humans ran through the streets, a lady ran together with her son as they made their manner through. A rude man pushed past them even as shouting, "Flo! Get out of the manor!" The female grunts and falls to the floor at the same time as losing her grip on her bow. Tien notices this and punctiliously made his way among the fleeing human beings. The female speaks in Spanish even as making manner closer to her bow. As Tien made it to them and helped them both up, all people stops and looks to the mountain because the Titan interior screeches. Griffin removes her head equipment as they appearance on in fear. Cue rodent track from Godzilla, king of the monsters. A deep rumbling got here from the mountain as they could hear the Orca's sign broadcast. The sound of the device pulsates at the audio system as the Titan keeps to loose itself. Something changed into within the container hit the lid of the container earlier than hitting it a few more instances. Then in fluid second the field burst open in a fiery inferno. All and sundry down within the metropolis screams as volcanic smoke billows from the mountain top. The squaddies at the top of the mountain began to clean out as one shouted, "Get clear, guys." The lava inside the container started to graceful round as the Titan started out to emerge. The Titan roared as its hand rose out of the lava. While it slammed the hand down, it triggered the floor to crack and a few squaddies to head flying. A giant avian-like head emerged not too lengthy after, and a giant pteranodon eye opened after being asleep for "see you later." Every person down the floor watched the emergence of the Titan. The warring parties of the other universe's eyes widened on the sight at the Titan. But what they could feel became the huge power of the creature. Tien looked to Barnes and said, "Let us pick up this evacuation earlier than matters improve." "You heard the man," Barnes shouted to his fellow soldiers. Then waving his hand back and forth he shouted, "Permit us flow it. Move it." The civilians started out to run again for protection, however their screams appeared to draw the hen. The giant avian Titan appeared to the town and those with questioning eyes. Because the rest of the military motors and the Argo got here flying toward Isla de Mara, they may see that the Titan turned into already awake. Mark looked to Chen and requested, "You bought a catchy call for this one?" "Neighborhood legends name it," Chen said as she remembered what she examined, Rodin the fireplace demon. "This is comforting," Mark satirically stated as Rodin roared from his perch. Lord Beerus appeared to the return of the Argo as though he could sense something. The other angels, destroyers and ideally suited Kai all appears as nicely. A fast beeping came from a reveal and Sam said as he checked out a map, "Guys, you take into account the tropical typhoon war and we lost Monster Zero. It is converting course." He appeared to the others with a involved face, and wager wherein it is headed right now. This is now not possible. No storm moves that rapid. Drive. Stanton said as he and everybody knew that storms didn't do this. Bulma then said, "Until it is not a storm." Chan finished as all of them knew that Monster Zero turned into on his way. A brand new photograph blipped onto the screen that Monster Zero become approaching their function. Sam changed into actually concerned as he said, "Oh, guy. The destroyer of destroyers is coming." Girl Heels stated as they too looked to the map. Goku then said, "And no question that Frieza is right at the back of him. Looks as if we are heading in the direction of a combat." Piccolo said as he stood next to Vegeta. Then the Namekian asks, "So what is our method? How can we fight something whose electricity can rival a god from our universes?" "The 35 of us will take care of the destroyer of destroyers. Beerus stated as he grew to become to 7th as Earth's combatants. He pointed among Goku and Vegeta as he said, "The two of you L cross blue, and with Boo's help, and beat that punk Frieza into the ground." Vegeta stated with a smirk, "I'm honestly searching forward to placing that monster in his region once more. And this time you want to work collectively." Beerus ordered. This careworn both Saiyans and Goku requested, "What do you mean, Lord Beerus?" "What I mean is," Beerus said as a vein appeared on his brow, "that you will want to rely on every other for this fight. Is that clear?" Each Goku and Vegeta appeared to each other earlier than nodding. Beerus had a half smirk as he said, "Right. However, first we want time to complete the evacuation." "Drive," Serizawa instructed them. Bulma sighed earlier than saying, "Stuck among two monsters. Why did not I simply live at home?" "Nicely, you then de-hire hurry," Rick told Serizawa. Mark seemed out the window as Stanton said, "Purpose he is last and speedy." "Serizawa," Mark said as he regarded to the older guy, "it is now not a accident that Monster Zero element is heading here." He pointed to Rodan and stated, "It is reacting to Big Bird's cries. Meaning it is coming for food, a combat," or he changed into a little embarrassed to say it as Rodan roared again, something a touch greater intimate. "I might scratch that remaining one," Bulma said from her spot. Some eyes seemed to her and she said with a shrug, "From what notes approximately each Titans I used to be capable of gather, they may be both dudes, so okay. So maybe the third isn't in play." Stanton commented. "But targeted greater on what became happening now, drive." Serizawa asked, "What do you advise?" Smaller planes flew near the mountain top as Foster ordered, all opponents, guns unfastened. One fighter jet launched missiles at the large bird. The projectiles sailed via the air and disappeared into the smoke before impacting in opposition to Rodan's hide. Rodan screeches in moderate pain from the explosives at the same time as commencing his wings to their full length. More and more fighter jets set free extra missiles from themselves. As the Argo drew closer towards the mountain pinnacle, greater explosions racked across Rodan. Again Rodan roars in ache from being shot at, however then he sets his eyes upon the Argo. The ones within the aircraft see that Rodan is looking at them. Mark then said, "Oh, I assume we got his interest." "Gee, ya think?" Huitala rhetorically asked. Nobody slapped him this time because the pilot organized to show the Argo round. Foster then indicates, "Each person strap in or maintain on to something." Then urgent her headset she orders, "All ships, follow our lead." Bulma changed into getting the grasp of flying the Argo as she helped shift the deliver to transport to the left. Soon the airship was tilting to the left and became. Rodan growls as he tilts his head in interest at the airship. Quickly all ships and the Argo grew to become away from Iladimar and Rodan. The Titan screeched as he then stepped out of his container and raised his wings. Then with a robust jump, Rodan took off into the air with a roar and flew after the giant airship. The massive Pteranodon glided down the mountain and shortly got here over the city. A deep rumble shook the town as Rodan flew overhead. A couple of explosions occur at some point of the metropolis because the buildings are reduced to rubble. People endured to run even as Rodan roars and flies overhead. As the mom and son run from the gaining debris from the powerful winds, Barnes and Martinez involves their rescue and includes them into a place for canopy. The boy screams in terror at the same time as they get into a constructing for protection. Every other man holds onto a column because the soldiers do, however the winds start to blow the civilian and the boy out. Martinez hangs onto him as the boy screams and he shouts, "Grasp on, kid." As the man that was flailing approximately lost his grip, Krillin got here in and grabbed the man via his hand and shouts, "IV we're giving you." Rodan flies across the town and a man simply stupidly stands inside the middle of the street before being flung by way of the wind. He screams as he flies through the air, but his hand turned into grabbed. The man seems up to see a girl with spiky black hair, a purple piece that included her chest and pink pants. He gratefully shouts, "Thank you, mysterious lady. Simply get to safety." She yells before setting him down on a roof. She then flew off to peer if there have been any others. The Argo and the smaller jet opponents broke Viaduct, the cloud financial institution, as it flew away from Isla de Mara with Rodan hot on their tails. The Titan burst Viaduct, the clouds, as he flapped after them with a roar. Argo to Gold Squadron. Rick contacted to the fighter jets, allow us lure this turkey away from the mainland instantly to Monster Zero. Eat it 2 minutes. Gold Squadron have interaction on hour 6. Colonel Foster ordered through her comm. A pilot from a fighter jet said, copy. Start the clock. What precisely did he imply? Goku stated as they held on. Vegeta, Piccolo and Bulma all sighed and Vegeta said, do not worry, approximately it proper now, Kakarot. The fighter jets flew beforehand of the Argo before doubling back toward Rodan. They flew in formation as they approached the Titan. The lead jet released missiles from its wings and the projectiles soared through the air before hitting their goal. Rodan shrieks in ache, however nevertheless manages to fly. Because the fighter jets came nearer, the Titan brings his wings near his body as he jumps higher into the air. Several jets became blazing wrecks as they collided along with his wings. All and sundry on the Argo looked up to peer wherein Rodan might strike. Thankfully for those from this earth, that they had a few human beings that would experience energies. Goku looked up and to his left before pointing there. The Titan screeched as he flew over them and banked proper. A pilot seemed to his left and shouted within the comm, bogey. 9 o'clock excessive. However, Rodan flew below him and any other jet as he got here proper in the back of the Argo. His toes landed on 2 fighter jets and the one in his left talons exploded from impact and pressure. Even as maintaining himself inside the air, Rodan reduced his head to the alternative plan earlier than biting down with a chomp. The plane instantly blew before the Titan threw each destroyed aircraft away. He continued to observe the Argo as they made their way to the approaching storm. Duster 2-3. Foster linked as she regarded on the radar. She then ordered, get out of there. Yes, to your tail. Get out of there now. Rodan came up in the back of some other fighter jet as the pilot looked at the back of them. Rodan roared as he looked down at the man below the glass. Any other fighter jet attempted taking pictures at Rodan to distract him, but the bullets weren't making a dent. Rodan screeched as he opened his maw to weigh down the aircraft. Panicking, the pilot inside the plane the Titan turned into chasing grabbed his ejector strap and pulled. The hatch popped open and the person's seat was ejected. Though at a timing errors as he disappeared into the Titan's mouth. The avian Titan belched because it persisted to chase the group. Cobra's Raptor is off the group. Rick shouted as a beep went off. Simplest a handful of fighter jets remained as he shouted, eat it to Monster Zero, 60 seconds. Absolutely everyone regarded to him as the Argo become getting closer to the hurricane. Any other pilot attempted to warn his comrade, Raptor 37. Bogey developing for your 6. The pilot of the plane attempted to get away from the Titan, but it looked as if a smirk shaped on Rodan's face. The avian growls before doing a barrel roll and letting his massive wings swat the fighter pilots out of the sky. Goku and those who ought to sense power felt all of the pilot's energies disappear. Though they didn't have to say anything as Rick informed as all pilot photographs went dark, we misplaced the squadron. Eat it to Monster Zero, 30 seconds. You do not should hold saying all that. Just say how a lot longer. Bulma yelled as she stored the rate up. Rick just looked over to her with a wondering appearance. Goku seemed to the deities and said, we want the others here to assist in case Rodan gets too near. Proper. Shin nodded before turning to the other Ultimate Kai. They all nodded before pronouncing in unison, Kai, Kai. All of them vanished in a flash before their eyes. Goku appeared up to see Rodan over their heads again earlier than the Argo speeded up once more. The avian Titan glided down while still giving chase. Again on Isla de Mara, what changed into left of the evacuations have been nevertheless going underway as the Z-warring parties and their allies grouped collectively. Kaba asked, I wonder how the ones at the Argo are doing. I am pretty sure they re-excellent. Yamcha stated as he positioned his hands behind his head. It turned into then all the Ultimate Kai showed up. Shin held out his hand and stated, "Speedy. We need to get returned to the airship. All the jet fighters are down and Rodan is gaining. Manner to move, Yamcha." Tien commented before all of them grabbed onto a ultimate Kai. Chile appeared to Barnes and requested, "You guys all proper with carrying out here?" "Yeah." Barnes nodded, "We almost executed. We'll join up with you men back at the Argo." Splendid. Kaioshin nodded to the man before he and absolutely everyone conserving arms with a very best Kai vanished. This amazed most of the civilians and Barnes became back and shouted, "No time for speaking. Let us circulate." They didn't want to be told twice and Speedy ran on what emergency car become available. The perfect Kai and all the combatants reappeared at the bridge of the Argo and they all stumbled while the airship shook. Gowasu regarded to Colonel Foster and asked, "How are we doing?" "Just pleasant at the moment," the colonel stated as they flew into the typhoon. Lightning flashed all around the Argo as it went deeper into the typhoon. A bolt of lightning struck the roof and it resulted in the plane jolting ahead. All and sundry held onto something as they lurched forward. Alarms blared whilst Rodan got toward the airship. Rick then shouted, 10 seconds. Rodan darkly grinned as he maneuvered his feet to grab hold of the Argo. But just whilst he became some toes from grabbing it, Monster Zero came into range. This caused Rodan to stop his pursuit and flap far from the Argo with a roar. The avian flew higher into the hurricane whilst the Argo saved flying. "End of track, I suppose we lost him," Rick shouted. Bulma looked again before shouting, "Nicely, Noda." As they flew viaduct the storm, a lightning bolt found out Monster Zero to be flying right in the front of them. All eyes went extensive from the side as the three-headed dragon maneuvered himself to wherein he hovered before them. All three heads of the Titan glared down at the Argo as it is able to experience the deities, angels and Goku from the other 12 universes interior. Colonel Foster then shouted, "Dive! Dive!" Bulma and the other pilot then made the Argo do a nostril dive. The airship went underneath Monster Zero, but he didn't give chase as he turned into currently occupied by way of a person else. The three-headed dragon screeched as he made a beeline instantly for Rodan. The avian titan screeched in addition to both he and Monster Zero maneuvered to in which their legs should grasp at every different. Each titans clashed collectively at full force and fell out of the sky as they battled. Rodan was pushed lower back viaduct Monster Zero's extra weight. As Bulma and the pilot labored on straightening out the airship, Beerus appeared down on the display to wherein the two titans have been fighting and turned to the other deities and the angels. "We need to get out there now." "Are you crazy, Beerus?" Kampa requested his twin earlier than mentioning, "In spite of the large hen's help, I do not know if it is going to be clean to conflict the destroyer of destroyers. Properly, we cannot simply take a seat right here." Beerus argued and reminded, "We have got a activity to do." Cue Broly evolves song from DD's Broly, "You know, we've seen Monster Zero," Goku said aloud. The Argo straightened out, its engines tilted a touch to elevate it and that they flew horizontal with the sea again. Then he requested, "I wonder wherein Frieza will be." The sound of something hitting the glass and Bulma screaming spoke back his question. All eyes regarded out the window to see Frieza's status towards the glass and seemed in with a smirk on his face. Goku squinted his eyes as he felt Frieza's energy. He gasped approximately how sturdy he felt. Seeking to Vegeta and Majin Buu, he asked, "You prepared?" Each Vegeta or Buu said something as they placed a hand on Goku's shoulders. A brilliant red glow might be visible out the window. Goku speedy positioned his palms to his forehead and all three disappeared with on-the-spot transmission. The three regarded on the top of the Argo and Goku sprang into movement by bounding and tackling Frieza off of the airship. Each alien warriors fell off the deliver before they have been capable of prevent their fall and hovered excessive above the ocean. They have been quickly joined viaduct Vegeta and Buu even as Goku stated, "I don't know how you did it, Frieza. However I can tell which you've somehow gotten more potent. In a moment I will display you." Frieza said with a smirk, "If I don't kill you ahead." "Pff." Vegeta scoffed. He held his head excessive before pronouncing, "You outnumbered, Frieza. Simply give up." A smirk shaped on his face and he said, "Or do not. I just may enjoy beating you to a pulp once more." "Oh, such arrogance." Frieza commented and assumed his stance. The three warriors of 7th S Earth took up their stances as well. Then with a yell from them, all four warriors leaped into struggle. "Come on, you fraidy cats, let us get available and do our jobs. If Goku is capable of go out there and combat Frieza, then I do not see how we cannot do the same with an overgrown snake." Beerus yelled, nonetheless trying to get his fellow deities to combat. Kampa crossed his arms to the remark before Belmont said, "All proper." "All right. You are right, Beerus. This isn't the time for sitting on our butts." This amazed maximum of the deities. Looking to Margarita and Kai, he stated, "Permit us get going." Kai then positioned a hand at the destroyer and Angel's shoulders earlier than pronouncing, "Kai, Kai." Then Universe 11 disappeared in the blink of an eye. The opposite deities and angels did the identical. However, before the two brothers left, Kampa stated, "You realize I take offense to the entire Fraidy Cat remark. Just shut up and move." Beerus snapped before Shin said, "Kai, Kai." Then all six of them disappeared as properly. Drive. Serizawa seemed to the Z combatants and requested, "What do you assume their probabilities are?" In the event that they paint things together, Piccolo said, "They might have a high threat of thrashing Monster Zero." "And what approximately Goku and the other two?" Mark asked. All of them regarded to each other before Krillin chuckled and stated, "No longer that first rate." This precipitated the Monarch crew to appearance uncertain to one another. Each Titans roared as they battled towards each different. Rodan might P. C. and Monster Zero, while Monster Zero both bit at the foul or smacked Rodan with his tails. The 35 appeared now not too a long way from the combat as they looked as much as the two Titans. Rain pelted them as Beerus shouted, "Now let us move, do our jobs right this time." Not one of the others said something as they sprang into action. Belmont clenches his fists and holds them up in an X fashion. What regarded to look like energized gambling playing cards regarded among his palms, and he launched them at Monster Zero's back whilst the Dragoness again became turned to them. The power playing cards sliced through the Dragoness scales. Monster Zero screeched in ache and turned one of its heads to hearth a gravity beam at the destroyer. Belmont changed into quick to get out of way as the lightning blast streaked beyond. Liquire flares his tails to war in there were extra earlier than shouting, "Fox Blaster." His tails shoot countless orbs of electricity at Monster Zero. Both the dragon and the Pteranodon wrapped their wings around their bodies as they had been bombarded by using the spheres. The two Titans growled in ache as they fell out of the sky. However, just earlier than they hit the ocean's surface, their wings opened back up and they returned into the air. Rumsky appears above Monster Zero's heads and all the different deities cowl their ears, in particular the splendid case. The destroyer of Universe 10 unleashed his war roar on the Titan. Monster Zero regarded shocked before everything, however then the middle head looks like it changed into smirking earlier than twisting his body and smacking the elephant-headed destroyer away together with his tails. Monster Zero became then tackled into from the facet by means of Rodan. The angels and deities watched as the two Titans battled it out. Boo grunted in pain as he changed into kicked inside the face through a white foot. The Red Warrior looked to Frieza with a glare earlier than firing an orb of ki at him. Frieza fast ascended out of the manor and the attack sailed before falling to the ocean. The resulting explosion created a big blast region. Goku and Vegeta each went at the offensive viaduct throwing punches on the tyrant. Frieza changed into capable of counter each one of the blows as they persevered to come his manner. Vegeta hated to confess it, however Frieza changed into by some means able to tow with them because the war persevered. The two Saiyans moved back from the tyrant earlier than gathering their power and remodeling. Wasting no time, each Goku and Vegeta have become superb Saiyan Blue. Frieza simply smirked at this before amassing his very own electricity before a flash of light grew to become him into golden Frieza once more. Boo rose his strength to earlier than each facets rushed at every other with a clash. Frieza became able to counter a barrage of punches from Vegeta earlier than grabbing his ankle together with his tail. The prince yelped as he turned into pull down, after which hurled at Goku. Goku changed into able to seize Vegeta before both rushed on the tyrant once more. Frieza became another time capable of counter all in their moves as both Saiyans poured at the offensive. While he had sufficient, Frieza created a barrier to push the Saiyans back before being tackled into from the side through Buu. Majin Buu held Frieza in a bear hug and started out to squeeze tight. Frieza winced from the ache and cried in affliction while it became insufferable. The usage of a small fraction of his newfound energy, he allowed a small quantity of energy to burst among the two. Buu grunted in pain earlier than liberating his captive. Frieza took the opportunity to smack Buu away earlier than having to show his interest returned to the two extraordinary Saiyan Blues. Goku and Vegeta had been coming in hot as they each reared again their fists. Frieza most effective smirked as he said, "It is time that allows you to witness my new energy." Quickly amassing all of the energy he wished, Frieza became once again enveloped by means of a golden light. Goku, Vegeta and Buu all blanketed their eyes from the glare. When the light faded, they looked in awe on the sight. It nonetheless appeared mainly like Frieza, most effective now. His nails on each his fingers and foot had grown considerably large. His tail seemed as though it had been cleaved down the middle and all over again after a long term. Spikes adorned the again of his head. Powerful volts of power crackled across the tyrant as he opened his eyes. Goku and the other ought to feel the power radiating off of him. Assuming his stance, Frieza's smirk by no means modified before he proudly declared, "Behold! My most recent transformation, high-quality golden Frieza." Stop of tune, then maintaining his palm earlier than him, Frieza powered up an orb earlier than shouting, "Electronova." From those that were waiting for the right opportunity to strike at Monster Zero, to those on the Argo, they could feel the massive increase in Frieza's energy. Drive. Serizawa looked to them and asked, "What is it?" "Q Broly's rage and sorrow track from DD's Broly. It has Frieza's energy." A shaky Krillin said as sweat began to pour down his head. Tien felt terrified when he said, "It feels like as if his energy has become that of a titan." This caused Monarch to look worried as well. As they looked to one another, Rick looked to the monitor at Monster Zero and Rodin's fight. As he watched them fall, he commented, "Geez, they re-killing each other. Mayday, mayday. This is Raptor 1 to Argo." Barnes said over the radio. Colonel Foster looked down at the console as he said, "Argo, do you read?" "Copy, Raptor 1. Foster answered, "What is your status?" The Raptor 1 Osprey was smoking as it flew. Barnes then told the Argo their situation, "We re in trouble, that as what? And we go kids on board. We re gonna need immediate mid-air retrieval." Barnes requested. "Lock on to their position and prepare the hangar for an emergency landing." Foster ordered Rick. Just then, Argo diagnostics for the hangar doors appeared. It read that the hangar doors were non-responsive. Rick then informed, "Hangar doors are unresponsive. Manual override." Foster asks. Stanton then yells, "They restuck?" Mark unbuckled himself and stood up. Then he asked, "All right, which way to the hangar?" "I can show you." Sam offered as he stood up. Mark then asked, "Anybody else?" "Just take him." 18 shouted. Mark looked at her with a slight glare but still followed Sam. Bulma then said, "Krillin, you go with them." "Me?" Krillin questions as he didn't understand. 18 came up next to him and said, "Hey, you'll know what to do when you know it." Then she gave him a small kiss on the cheek. For a moment Krillin looked at her with a dreamy stare, but quickly shook his head and shouted, "Mark. Sam. Wait for me. Hope you got a big wrench." Rick commented as they left. The group then watched on two different screens of the two battles waged outside. Goku yelled as he was punched away by Super Golden Frieza's fist. He came to a stop before wiping the blood off his cheek with his wrist. He huffed as he fought to breath. He could tell they were really in trouble with Frieza's new form. Buu was floating on the ocean's surface while Vegeta tried to keep himself in the air. Goku was the only one currently standing. Frieza, on the other hand, didn't he seem to have a scratch on him? But then again, how could he when he could move as fast as lightning and had the strength of a titan? With no other choice, Goku prepared his body and shouted, Kaioken. A red aura came over his Super Saiyan blue aura, greatly increasing his power greatly from what it once was. Then with a yell, Goku shot towards Frieza. Even with his Super Saiyan blue and Kaioken mixed together, he was only able to dodge and have his attacks only blocked by his enemy. When he threw another punch, Frieza was able to wrap one of his tails around it. Goku started to panic as Frieza then shouted, Titan Barrier. An electrical barrier formed around the tyrant and Goku was caught in the middle of the field. The Saiyan gave an agonized grunt as powerful electricity was coursed throughout his body. Frieza then used his other tail to strike Goku in the gut. Spit flew from his mouth as the barrier went down. Clutching his stomach, Goku didn't see a spin kick from Frieza coming. The strike sent Goku hurtling towards the ocean, but he was caught by Vegeta. Goku's Kaioken aura disappeared as Vegeta kept him in the air. The Prince of the Saiyans looked to him and said, I wouldn't admit this if there were any other way, but it looks like we may need fusion, Kakarot. Are you sure, Vegeta? Goku asked, knowing just how much Vegeta didn't like having to use the method. Vegeta nodded and said, we're no match for Frieza when he's at this level. It's like we're fighting a titan itself. They looked up to Frieza as the tyrant was waiting for their next move. Goku then asked, do we still have any Senzu beans? Yes. Vegeta said as he allowed Goku to float on his own. An idea then came to Goku. He turned to Vegeta and asked, what if we bring Broly into this fight? Could that tip the scales in our favor? It could, plus if he manages to get to that state, Vegeta said as he thought about, we just might have a chance. Alright, be right back. Hold him off until then. Goku said as he placed his fingers to his forehead. Frieza knew what he was about to do and moved to stop him. Quickly pointing a finger at the Saiyan, Frieza shot a golden death beam. Goku pushed Vegeta out of the way before vanishing through instant transmission. Meanwhile, back with Rodan, the angels and the deities, both titans chittered while two of Monster Zero's heads held Rodan's wings. The 35 of them watch as Monster Zero screeches before he fires a single but powerful gravity beam at the Pteranodon Titan. Rodan screeches in pain until the bigger Titan releases him. Beerus and the others then spring into action as Rodan falls into the ocean. All 12 destroyers and angels fire large orbs of energy at Monster Zero. The three-headed dragon was able to dodge all of the attacks and flew right at them, but Beerus smirked as the Supreme Kai formed a ring above Monster Zero when he came into position. Then holding their arms out towards their fellow Kai, they shouted, Supreme Halo. A golden glow appeared over the Kai's bodies before a ring formed around them. Then golden energy formed a giant ring above their heads. As Monster Zero came underneath the ring, the 12 Supreme Kai unleashed holy energy at the Titan. The attack caught Monster Zero off guard and the dragon screeched in pain as he was pushed towards the water. The Titan flapped to keep himself in the air, but the onslaught of energy made it difficult for him to stay airborne. Goku reappeared on the bridge of the Argo and stumbled to his knees. Tien and Piccolo were the first to reach him and helped him to his feet. While she helped to pilot, Bulma called back, what is going on out there? Frieza has got a new form and a lot of new power. Goku said as he regained his breath. This caused eyes to grow wide as drive. Serizawa then asked, but can you defeat him? Maybe. Goku said. He looked to Broly as he said, if we had some extra help. You mean, me? Broly asks. Goku nodded and said, maybe if you could aim your power at Frieza, maybe we'll stand a chance. Are you crazy? Chile questions as she moves between the two Saiyans. She points a finger at Goku and says, you can ask that of Broly, he might not be able to control it for long and that'll put everyone in even more danger. But if we don't try, lots of people are gonna get hurt. Goku countered. Broly then placed a hand on Chile's shoulder and said, I should at least try. But Broly Chile was about to say, but Broly just said, I understand, Chile. But I've got to at least try it. Before the two Saiyans left, Goku asked, do you have the senzu beans? Here. Piccolo said and tossed him the bag of beans. Goku caught it before placing it in his shirt. Then putting a hand on Broly's arm, he placed his two fingers against his head and did instant transmission again. The two Saiyans disappeared in a flash. Vegeta was socked twice in the face by Frieza before being kicked in the gut and sent flying down. He was able to stop himself before hitting the water and panted while looking up to his most hated enemy. The sound of instant transmission came from behind him and the prince looked back to see Goku and Broly floating behind him. Vegeta then scolded, took you long enough, Kakarot. Here. Goku said as he flung a bean to him. Vegeta caught it before popping it into his mouth. A high-pitched wheezing caused all three Saiyans to look as Majin Buu slowly joined them. When he was close enough, the Pink Warrior then asked, could Buu have magic bean just in case? Sure, Buu. Goku said before tossing him a bean. Buu caught it before quickly putting it in his mouth. A moment later he felt like his old self again while breathing a sigh of relief. He looked to Goku and said, thanks Goku. Buu feel much better now. Why couldn't he heal himself? Broly asks as Frieza continues to wait. Vegeta shrugged and said, must have been something that Frieza did. Probably messing with Buu's body somehow. Then let us quit wasting time and finish this. Goku said as he powered up to blue again. Both he and Vegeta took their blue transformations to their max with either the Kaioken technique or by his own doing. Broly closed his eyes and concentrated before his hair flared and took on the blonde color. Both he and Buu let out a yell as their powers skyrocketed along with Goku and Vegeta's. All four of them charged at Frieza while the tyrant smirked before launching to meet them head-on. End of track. Alarms blared throughout the Argo as it continued to fly through the storm. As Mark, Krillin and Sam made their way to the hangar, a jolt of the ship sent them stumbling. All three men caught themselves before running again. They turned a few hallways before coming up on the hangar. Sam looked about before shouting, what is the problem? Hydraulic systems are jammed. I am trying to jump-start power. A soldier shouts to him. With a shake of his head he shouts, it is not looking too good. Bulma, did you get any of that? Krillin asked through his piece. Bulma then responded, yeah, and I can't do anything from my end, so you guys are gonna have to think of something. The Raptor 1 Osprey shakily flew through the air due to a smoking propeller. Griffin then contacted Argo, you gotta get those bay doors open now. And have the crash and fire crews ready. Inside Limo's ship after successfully sneaking back in, the five kids slightly opened the door to see what was going on. The alarms blared as the bay doors struggled to open. Mark looked up to the dangling ospreys and an idea formed in his head. Looking down at the controls he saw the switch to release the ospreys. Flipping the third osprey cover off he pressed the button. The soldier for the controls wrestled to him to get Mark away while shouting, what the heck you think you're redoing? Mark pulled the lever to release the osprey. The third osprey was about to drop when one of the cables didn't release. They all gasped and the soldier looked to Mark and commented, way to go. Don't worry, I got this. Krillin said as he held his hand over his head. Channeling his energy he formed his signature move. He held the energy disc and aimed before shouting, Destruto disc. He threw his attack towards the cable and disc was able to slice through the remaining cables. The osprey fell and forced the bay doors open. As the osprey fell into the ocean, Barnes saw it coming and shouted, look out. Everyone on board Raptor 1 grunted as Griffin maneuvered out of the way. The damaged osprey shook when the falling osprey fell into the water. Everyone cried in fear as the osprey continued to make its way to the Argo. Even with Broly's help, their battle with Frieza and his new power still proved really difficult. Goku burst out of the ocean with a gasp just as Frieza fired electrified death beams at Broly and Majin Buu. Both the Saiyan and Pink Warrior were able to maneuver around Frieza's attacks and kept him occupied long enough for Vegeta to appear behind Frieza. The tyrant looked back to see Vegeta with his arms stretched wide out and energy gathered around his hands. He brought his hands close to him and turned his hands before shouting, "Gamma Burst Flash!" He unleashed the attack, but Frieza was able to counter it with his gravitational destruction wave. The two attacks collided and created an electrified field that exploded and filled the surrounding air with smoke. Vegeta rushed through the smoke and gasped when he found that Frieza wasn't there. He yelled in pain when he felt his hated enemy kick him in the side. Frieza didn't have time to gloat though, as Broly and Majin Buu came in with a series of rapid punches. Tyrant was able to avoid them all, but it became even more difficult when both Goku and Vegeta joined in. While they poured it on, Frieza was able to gather his energy before unleashing a barrier. All four of his foes cried out in pain as the energy coursed through their bodies. Goku, Vegeta, Broly and Buu fell towards the ocean while Frieza watched them fall. They crashed beneath the waves and Frieza started to rain electrified orbs down at them. Monster Zero was still under the attack of the Supreme Halo of the Supreme K's while the 12 destroyers and angels fired their own blasts. The three-headed dragon finally had enough before making a big flap before curling up into a ball before spreading all points of his body out and releasing a huge charge of energy. It seemed to do the trick as the lightning caused all the angels and deities to move out of the way. When the K's attack stopped, Monster Zero flapped after Kampa with his middle head's jaws opened wide. Kampa threw his hands forward to not only use a barrier to attack, but to also launch himself away from the Titan. Monster Zero growled before receiving a kick from Mosco's metal foot. As the middle head recoiled in pain, the right head grabbed Moscow by the arm. The Destroyer of Universe 3 beeped something to the others and Belmont threw an energy card at the dragon. Monster Zero shrieked in pain and released the metallic destroyer. Lady Heels fired arrow after arrow which detonated against the dragon's back. The arrows were soon accompanied by Liquire's Fox Blaster. The Fox's attack peppered across Monster Zero's body and caused the three-headed dragon to fall out of the sky. But Monster Zero was able to stop himself and flapped his great wings to stay in the air. Then all 12 of each group formed 3 rings around the Titan. Monster Zero used each of his heads to look at them all as they raised their hands before shouting, "Creation and Destruction Blast." A multicolored barrier formed around the three-headed dragon and started to bombard the Titan with energy. Monster Zero screeched in pain and made it loud enough for all to hear. Frieza was about to fire a really big blast when he could hear Monster Zero. He looked in the Titan's direction and saw the bright colors. The tyrant groaned and commented, "He must have been able to do so much better when he was so much younger." Igniting an electric golden aura, Frieza shot towards his ally. He soon saw what was going on and sped himself up. Lifting up his hand, Frieza prepared a golden death saucer and threw it. Sidra heard the sound of the attack and looked behind him to see the saucer coming at them. He shouted to his fellow peacekeepers, "Look out." They all moved out of the way as Frieza moved the disc to where he wanted. He dodged a fist from Quitella and followed with a kick to Rumsky's gut. He used his hands to make an electro web to cause them to disperse. But with the angels and deities distracted, it allowed Monster Zero to escape from the barrier with a Titan barrier. His electrical barrier was able to cancel out the barrier surrounding him. As the offending barrier as well as his own disappeared, Monster Zero flapped higher into the sky. He heard a sputtering and all 3 heads looked to see the Osprey flying to the giant airship. An alarm beeped and when Rick looked at it he knew who it was. It's Admiral Stenz. The big monitor brought up the Admiral's transmission. "Admiral." Serizawa greeted. All eyes looked to him and he said, "Drive." Serizawa, Colonel Foster and the group from the alternate universes, "I need you and your forces to immediately disengage and withdraw to a safe distance." "Admiral, I don't understand," Foster said as she came up next to Serizawa. Piccolo then commented, "I don't like how the situation feels." "Be as it may, Mr. Piccolo." Admiral Stenz remained firm, then he revealed, "We have been developing a prototype for a new weapon. An oxygen destroyer." The schematics for the weapon pulled up on one of the consoles and Bulma came around to look at it. She quickly looked over it as Stan said, designed to exterminate all life forms within a 2-mile radius. This surprised the group. With any luck, it will kill these things and this nightmare will finally be over. But if you use this weapon, it could have unforeseen consequences. Bulma warned. Stans and everyone looked to her and she said, I just looked over everything within the schematics and when I looked over the math it seemed flawed. And we must keep our faith in Gojira. Drive. Serizawa said. But Foster shook his head and said, I am sorry, Doctor. You had your chance. The missile is already on its way. Everyone's face fell as Admiral Stans ended the transmission by saying, May God have mercy on us all. The transmission cut out and the screen turned into the map. A rumble shook the ship and a small beep came from the main console. Foster looked at it and said, He is not lying. It is coming in hot. We need to get a message out to those outside that they need to clear the area. Piccolo shouted. Cabba looked out the window as he began to feel something and said, I think we're about to have another problem. What? Drive. Serizawa asks. The damaged Osprey was coming in hot on the hangar. Barnes, knowing she could do it, said, Come on, Griff. Come on. Everyone held on to something as they entered the Osprey while Barnes shouted, Hit it! Hit it! They all yelled as the Osprey yelled and those standing next to the entrance. The Raptor 1 Osprey entered the Argo and crashed against the floor. Everyone on the floor ran as the Osprey spun in the room. Inside and out people yelled as they were on the ride of their lives. Even the 5 kids were screaming at the incoming Osprey. One of the propellers came towards those on the observation deck and both Krillin and Mark tackled Sam to the ground before he could be decapitated. The Osprey's wing crashed into the wall and an explosion resulted accompanied by a fire. Inside the Osprey, Barnes commended her, That's what I am talking about, Griff. He patted her shoulder and helped all the civilians out. Everybody okay? Mark, Sam and Krillin quickly made their way down the stairs. Barnes helped to lead the civilians to safety. As he followed the crowd, Barnes looked to the 3 and said, Thanks for the lift. As they were about to turn around, they heard Monster Zero screech. They looked out the back window to see the 3-headed dragon flying towards them. Barnes shouted to the civilians, Go! Go! Everyone became afraid as Monster Zero came closer, though Krillin looked to the. Feeling a sense of dread, Mark said, Oh, God. Cue a Massachusetts Awakening track from Godzilla, King of the Monster. But just when the dragon got close, a roaring Godzilla tackled Monster Zero out of the air. Krillin jumped up with his arms raised and shouted, Zilla. Everyone looked to him and he looked back. The short man shrugged and said, What? I thought the moment called for it. The 3 then started running back to the bridge of the Argo. As the Argo started to fly away from the battle zone, Godzilla was currently shoving Monster Zero under the water's surface. Monster Zero screeched as he was pulled under by a roaring Godzilla. The 2 titans wrestled as the Argo flew overhead. While the 2 battled, the ocean would flash between yellow and blue from the 2 creatures. Inside the bridge, everyone watched the battle while they made their way away from the battle. Sam, Mark and Krillin rejoined them a moment later on the bridge. Everyone jumped when one of Monster Zero's heads burst out of the water with a screech. All of the dragon was dragged under by Godzilla as Bulma and the pilot put the pedal to the metal to get out of there. Another rumble had everyone hanging onto something. Rick then said, We're getting out of here. The military launched a weapon. It is gonna kill them both. Well, that is not the worst idea. Mark commented. Caligula lightly slapped him in the shoulder and said, Hey, we've still got people out there, remember? Don't worry, Piccolo is on it. Tien said as he tried to calm the female Saiyan. Piccolo currently had his eyes closed as he contacted Goku. Speaking of said Saiyan, Goku was currently helping Broly and Vegeta pull Buu out of the water. When the Pink Warrior of Earth was able to keep himself in the air, Goku felt Piccolo speak to him, Goku. We have a problem. What kind problem, Piccolo? Goku asked. The other three looked to him as Piccolo said, "You need to get you and the others out of there. This Earth's military launched a weapon that could more than likely kill you all. Hurry up and go." "All right. I got it," Goku said. He looked to the other three and said, "We need to go." "What about dealing with Frieza?" Broly asked as he was confused. Goku placed his fingers to his head and held out his other hand while he said, "There's no time. Let us go." The three grabbed a hold of him and Goku vanished through instant transmission. The four warriors reappeared on the ship and fell to their knees from exhaustion. Krillin, Piccolo, Bulma, Limo and Chile all ran up to help them onto their feet. Vegeta looked to his wife and asked, "What is going on?" "The military launched some kind of weapon called an oxygen destroyer," Bulma explained. She looked out to the ocean and said, "It is gonna be a bad day to be a fish around here." "What about the divine?" 18 asked. Piccolo then said, "Don't worry, I've already told Kaioshin. He and the other Kai are getting them out of there." "But what about Godzilla?" Broly asked. All eyes looked to him and he said, "Won't he get caught in the blast too? It won't be the end of the world, so you don't have to worry." Mark commented. Caligula placed her hands on her hips and glared at him while Chile said, "Do you have to be hating all things that are bigger than you?" Mark just huffed while they all looked back to the battles. Monster Zero's heads all rose out of the water with a roar. But they were soon pulled back under as Godzilla did a death roll. Meanwhile up above, the Divine were having a tough time dealing with Frieza. Him being much smaller than Monster Zero made it more difficult to hit him with energy blasts. And they were knocked away when he came up super quick. The ones who were holding their ground against him were Beerus, Shin, Belmont and the Angels. The feline and clown-headed destroyers were throwing punches left and right at Frieza while the transformed Golden Tyrant was able to counter or dodge them. Shin was about to join in when he heard Piccolo's voice shout, "Kaioshin! You and the Divine need to get out of there." "Why?" the Supreme Kai questioned. Piccolo told him, "In less than a minute that place is gonna be a death zone. Hurry up and get the others." Kaioshin groaned before yelling out, "We need to get clear. Everyone grab onto a Supreme Kai." As the others looked to Kaioshin and themselves, both Destroyer and Angel latched onto a Supreme Kai before vanishing. Shin and Kai both launched forward and grabbed a hold of Beerus and Belmont who had separated from Frieza. Both Destroyers were confused while Whis and Margarita also grabbed on. This confused Frieza as well as the six of them vanished. The trios from 7th and 11th were the last to join on the bridge as the Argo was nearing the edge of the storm. Beerus, Shin and Whis moved to the console as Serizawa, Mark, Foster and Goku looked down at it too. Rick counted down as the missile approached 10-9. "We can't just let Godzilla die too," Goku argued. Vegeta growled before saying, "There isn't enough time to go back, even with your instant transmission, Kakarot." "I am sorry, Goku," Shin said as he looked to the Saiyan. Goku looked to him and asked, "Couldn't you teleport him out of there or something?" "Yes, our world needs Gojira," Serizawa agreed. Shin hung his head as Rick said 6-5. Down in the fight, Godzilla had Monster Zero's left head strongly in his grip and the water turned red with blood as he began to tear it off. With a few good tugs, Godzilla was able to rip Monster Zero's head off and roared as he threw it away. Unbeknown to either titans, something came falling down upon them. Frieza looked up and saw the missile coming straight at the two. Both knowing and not knowing what it was, Frieza shrugged it off while saying, "Anything human-made can't be that threatening." The missile descended upon them like a meteor. 3-2 Rick said as the missile had reached its target. Under the water, the explosion was muffled a bit but it created a dust cloud. The explosion caused Massachusetts rainfall while a massive shockwave followed. Frieza was flung onto the shores of Isla de Mora from the shockwave while those on the Argo grabbed hold of something as they were caught in it. All of their attention was drawn to the outside of the airship. Beerus looked at the sky and noticed that the storm still raged. His eyes narrowed when Goku said, "I can still sense a presence." The water, though choppy, seemed much calmer as rain poured over the ocean. What they in the Argo saw next was a grueling sight. Many lifeless fish appeared on the ocean's surface. And as a bell on the water dinged as it was rocked. Frieza groaned as he raised his head and looked to the ocean. He wearily stood up and commented, "I must remember that such looks can be deceiving. Even if they come from a primitive source." He looked to where the ocean bell dinged just as the water burst. The now two-headed monster Zero flapped out of the water with a screech of pain. All eyes in the Argo went wide at the sight that the destroyer of destroyers still lived. Mark then commented, "You got to be kidding. Drive. Stanton, can you locate Gojira?" Drive. Serizawa asks, hoping that if Monster Zero survived that Godzilla could too. Rick had an earpiece on his head, heard some static on it at first before hearing the Titan's heartbeat and said, "Yeah. I got something." His vitals are fading. Radiation levels plummeting. His energy is dropping fast. Goku said as he could feel the Titan slipping away. Rick and Bulma watched as the former said, "Come on, big guy. Fight it." Everyone waited to see what would happen, but soon the energy levels plummeted and the egg flatlined. Rick sighed before informing he has gone. Most of Monarch's heads dropped along with Goku's at the loss of the Titan. Drive. Serizawa looked back to one and said, "Looks like you got your wish, Mark." Mark Russell could feel several eyes burning at him as he looked around. All of Monarch seemed to fall in despair with Godzilla gone. Back on Isla de Mara, Monster Zero landed on top of the volcano where Rodan was once kept. Frieza flew to a spot on the mountain that lava didn't flow down. When he touched down on the rocky surface, he looked up to the destroyer of destroyers as the three-headed dragon screeched in pain. Then he noticed something forming on the stump where Monster Zero's left head used to be. Figuring that was what the dragon was screeching about, he watched as a new tongue burst from the goo. The middle head grabbed hold of the goo beneath the tongue and ripped the stuff off. Though slightly grossed out, Frieza continued to watch as new bones, muscle and the swords began to grow into a new head. It wasn't long until more flesh covered the head. Then all three heads reared up and flares his wings wide before releasing high-pitched roars out onto the wind. Around the world at where they were hidden, each of the slumbering titans began to awaken. At the outpost in Sedona, Arizona, a truck was making its way away from oil rigs. The ground started to shake as oil and giant spider-like legs erupted from the ground as the titan buried answered the echoing call. At Outpost 67 in Munich, Germany, Monster Zero's call continues to echo over the land. A mountain started to rise out of the ground and revealed not a mountain but a giant titan. The titan gave a muffled roar as it fully awakened. On the Argo, Goku and the others from the 12 universes clutched their heads as they could feel the awakening powers. Drive. Serizawa came up next to the Saiyan and asked, "What is it, Son Goku?" "All the titans are starting to wake up," Goku said as he could continue to feel them rise from their slumber. Back on Isla de Mara, Frieza too could feel the rise of the other titans. Then he looked up to Monster Zero and felt that he was taking charge of the forces on this earth. He clutched his head as he began to understand what Monster Zero was saying. The Tyrant of Universe 7 gasped in surprise and said, "I understand now." He smirked as he said, "All hail, King Ghidorah." Then out of respect, Frieza dropped down to one knee. At the Monarch bunker at where they were staying, they watched as the creatures would screech and people would scream as the Titans started to wreak havoc. Alan looked to Emma and said, "I thought we were going to release them gradually. One at a time. I am not the one doing this," Emma said as she couldn't understand what was happening. She looked over to the monitor that showed Rodan flying in front of Monster Zero and bowed to the new Alpha. Jonah turns to Emma and says, "Long live the king." He and his men started to clear out of the room as Emma could only look on in confusion. She felt a gaze upon her and looked back to see Madison looking at her with a sorrowful expression. Her daughter then said 3 words, "You're a monster." Then she too turned and walked out of the room. Emma could only feel bad as she was left alone. In another part of the world, an osprey flew to the Mothra containment site.
Meanwhile, one of the Monarch technicians was trying to get in touch with the rest of Monarch, Castle Bravo. This is Containment Team Masura.
Do you read? Over. Castle Bravo, this is Containment Team. The man tried again. Another person walked in and asked anything? Drive. Brooks. The officer said.
He shook his head and said, "We've lost contact with the Argo, Castle Bravo and the other containment sites.
Anchor Wat, Skull Island, Stone Mountain. All the Titans, they re-escaping. As most of the others scrambled to get things back in order, drive." Brooks looked at the monitor for Ela Demora and noticed that they were reacting to Monster Zero's call. Wait. ITSM. He is the one doing this. They re-responding to his call. Thunder crashes overhead and startles everyone. Drive. Brooks looks to his left and asks, "Oh dear. Where's Drive?" "Ling. She's outside." The man said and gestured with his head. Drive. Brooks threw his hood back on and walked out of the tent and called out, "Drive. Ling. We've lost contact with Monarch." When she didn't respond, he said, "Drive. Ling." Then he noticed that she was staring at Mothra's cocoon. He walked towards her as a soft chittering sound came from the cocoon. The sack started to glow as Mothra was soon to come back out into the world. The rainstorm started to die down as Drive. Brooks removed his hood. The wind whistled as unknown particles descended from the moon. Mothra continues to chitter as the particles flow into her cocoon. The other scientists emerged from the tent to watch the emergence of the giant moth. A crack ran down the cocoon before a long light came out. The light slowly emerged from the waterfall and straightened out. Electricity crackled and lights blew out, making some people jump back in fright. The chittering continues to come from the Titan as the particles continue to flow downwards. Mothra then brought the rest of her body out of the cocoon and slowly made her way out of the water. She lowered herself on the ground while the men and women of Monarch watched in awe at the sight. Drive. Ling slowly removed her hood as Mothra began to unfurl her wings. When she had completely expanded her beautiful wings, she gave a mighty screech. End of track. Drive. Brooks slightly laughed as he and his colleagues watched Mothra flap her wings once before taking off. They followed her movements before she headed away from the site. On the Argo, because it flew, the team of workers of Monarch and many of the warriors from the Change universes had left the bridge, all except Drive, Serizawa, Mark and the pilot. The warring parties from the other universes were status approximately the room, both hunched over tables or leaning against the walls. Califula then commented, I wasn't going to mention it, however I can. All eyes appeared to the sixth universe Saiyan, and here she said, we just were given our butts kicked absolutely hard. Q Broly's sorrowful state of affairs, Califula. Kaba was about to start. But Vegeta, even though it might hurt his satisfaction, stated, do not, boy. She is definitely right. He stood up immediately and said, we misplaced badly. There may be no manner around it. However, we want to give you something. Shin stated as he sat in a chair and had his arms folded in the front of him, the greater that Frieza and the Destroyer of Destroyers are allowed to roam free, the more this international could die. And so ought to the multiverse. Sure, this is proper. Was said in agreement. Goku sighed and stated, this all my fault, you guys. All eyes regarded to the Saiyan, and Krillin requested his excellent buddy, what do you imply, Goku? How may want to this be any of your fault? If I hadn't recommended bringing Frieza lower back for the match of electricity, making that address him to get him to compete, the deities might have been able to beat Monster Zero. Goku stated as he crossed his fingers. Krillin then said, come on, Goku. You have been simply doing what you concept become right to save the universes. What is taking place? What are you talking about? Mark asked as him and the other failed to realize what turned into happening. Goku gasped at the revelation, however Beerus stated, go on and inform them, Goku. The match is over and hopefully the Omni Kings may not plan something like that again for some time. Oh, okay. Goku stated.
He looked to Mark and Serizawa and said, well, you spot a bit even as earlier than we got here and met Broly. I by accident placed the 12 universes in jeopardy by way of asking the Omni King, the ruler of the 12, by means of retaining a huge tournament.
We wanted 10 opponents on our side, seeing that teamwork become crucial. Goku recollected, and when we needed however one extra fighter, I concept of bringing Frieza again to existence for simply 24 hours to compete. We received, and Frieza turned into rewarded by being delivered back to lifestyles. You rechargeable for that monster that almost killed Matty Lower back in Antarctica. Mark puzzled. 18 stepped in the front of him and stated, what's up? At the least Goku right here became taking into consideration seeking to preserve our universe alive. Without Frieza on our side for it, we'd have been wiped out. Is this proper? Drive. Serizawa asks Bulma. She nodded and said, yeah, it is far. And despite the fact that he became broad returned to lifestyles, Frieza nevertheless wanted revenge and to conquer places. And know that he has a new shape, he is just as dangerous because the destroyer of destroyers. Lord Sidra found out. Lady Heels then said, we ought to discover a way to defeat them each. If simplest, I may want to unlock Ultra Instinct willingly. Goku wanted that would likely provide us an area. Yes, but who knows how long you'd be capable of maintain it up. It might be effective while being unreliable. Lord Belmont commented. He located his hand on his chin and stated, we need to think of another plan. A game changer that would give us enough strength to conquer them each. Do you have got anything out of your universes that could help? Mark asks from his spot. Koran then recommended, possibly we should spherical up all the combatants that participated within the match of energy. Electricity in numbers may be useful to us. Except that we don't know where each person is in the meantime. Vados stated with a sigh. Bulma sighed and stated, next time I invite greater people. Vegeta lightly amphed with a smirk earlier than turning into severe once more. He felt a relax walking down his backbone and he seems out the window. Goku notices this and asks, what is it, Vegeta? I am no longer certain. Vegeta said earlier than turning and walking out of the room. Bulma receives up from her seat and shouts after the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, where are you going? Quit of tune, where I want to, girl. He shouts lower back. Bulma growled and said, the nerve of that man. She angrily stomped again to her seat and grumbled to herself. Each Serizawa and Mark moved out her manner as she walked past them. Leaning toward the pinnacle of Monarch, Mark then stated, take me back to the fact no longer to get on her terrible side. Serizawa simplest nodded in settlement. As Vegeta walked down the hall and into the hangar, he did not show up to notice 5 units of eyes peeking from in the ship. Mai and the boys watched as Vegeta jumped out of the Argo. Mai looked to Trunks and asks, is he going to be great? Yeah, he is quite tough. Besides, I doubt that it is the first time he has jumped out of a transferring vehicle. Trunks shrugged. Goten then stated, I ponder what precisely goes on. I observed that some of the men round here appear down approximately something. And we will find out sooner or later. Trunks shrugged. Shu then stated, you mind if we discover something to consume? Yeah, Pilaf agreed, we have not had any food for the reason the birthday party returned in our world. Great, let us go see if we are able to locate something on this large airship. Trunks said and spread out the door. Returned inside the occupied bunker, Madison walked at a brisk pace from her mom. Emma then referred to as out, Madison, wait. You the one who has many track from Godzilla, king of the monsters, escaped from me? Madison angrily said as she stood taking walks.
Emma then attempted to explain, appearance, I recognize matters actually haven't long gone precisely in accordance to devise, but I am able to restoration this.
In accordance to devise? Madison questioned. Then she reminded, you stated which you had been gonna be careful. You said which you de-release them one at a time, which you would restore balance. Not to mention that you essentially helped a mad lunatic advantage extra energy. They had been gonna take over Monarch and kill the Titans. I did not have a desire. Emma argued as they saved strolling, plus that Frieza guy become gonna gain this strength with her without our help. It is a critical load. Maddie stated as she looked back to her mom. Emma stopped in her tracks as tears got here to Madison's eyes as she said, "You said we were doing this for Andrew." Emma started out to experience remorse and sadness as her daughter then asked, "Do you simply assume he could be wanted this?" Emma changed into confused as she became at the verge of tears as properly. With a sniffle and a nod, Madison said as she wiped her eyes, "Exactly." Madison then grew to become and walked to a door. She opened it and regarded to her mother as she slammed the door close. Emma walked up to the door and referred to as out, "Madison." Madison sat down on the bed as she heard her mother knocking at the door. She commenced to cry again as Emma shouted, "Madison." Lower back on the Argo, Mark was presently listening to the audio feed of the Orca. He had a headset pressed up towards his ear as he listened to the rhythmic sound of the device. However, when he could not apprehend it, he pulled the headset off and sighed. He rubbed his face in frustration when a voice from behind him stated, "Any luck?" Mark appeared lower back to drive. Chen Hu changed into sitting in the back of him. Goku changed into presently meditating in the chair next to her. Typically every person else had cleared the room for a breath of sparkling air. Mark shook his head and stated, "No. None up to now." "Keep attempting, Mark. I understand you may do it," Goku recommended without commencing his eyes. But Mark shook his head and found out, "Anything Emma used to create the Orca signal, I have in no way heard it earlier than." He looked over to the Saiyan and said, "And I want to apologize to you, Son Goku." "For what?" Goku said at the same time as establishing an eye. Mark felt guilty and brought up, "Getting indignant about you bringing that Frieza guy back to life. And for looking you too, you recognize you were ordinarily scared and irritated at some stage in the one's times." Goku said as he sat in a different way inside the chair. He waved it off and stated, "After I first went exquisite Saiyan, I almost grew to become my anger onto Gohan for no longer listening to me. I know how anger can make someone feel." Mark stated with a small smile. He looked back to drive. Shannon requested, "How are you doing? Did you find something?" Goku asked as he looked at her console. Drive. Chen then stated in Mandarin, "Fantasy is our compass." This stressed each boys and Mark asked, "How is that?" "Yeah, I did not actually follow on that," Goku said in same confusion. Drive. Chen then translated, "Fantasy is our compass." She appeared backpedal to her display screen and said, "It is something my mom used to say." Each Goku and Mark regarded onto the screen and saw an image with two women that regarded identical, not to say that almost resembled Drive. Chen. Then she said, she believed our memories about monsters and dragons may want to assist us find the titans and repair our connection to nature. "Wait, your mother?" Mark requested, "Your second-year monarch?" "Third, really," she said with a bit pride. She tapped the display screen as she stated, "It runs within the circle of relatives." "Wow," Goku stated as he looked at the next images. Every photo had a hard and fast of twins in them. Then he said, "There's sure a number of twins on your circle of relatives. And this goes viaduct to your complete own family." Drive. Chen nodded as Mark says, "It really is fantastic." Then he asked, "I do not suppose your circle of relatives has any recommendations on slaying dragons, do they? It would be helpful in this example." Goku agreed. Drive. Chen smirked as she swiped the display even as saying, "Slaying dragons is a Western concept." Goku and Mark checked out all of the lore approximately Japanese dragons as she stated, in the East, they re sacred. Divine creatures who introduced information, electricity she seemed to them as she completed, even redemption. "How?" Goku said as he straightened up. He placed a hand to his chin and said, "I were given to take into account to thank Shenron the next time I see him." "Who?" Mark asked as each he and Chen appeared stressed. Goku then stated, "Permit us just say that he is a magic dragon and I'll tell you the relaxation later." The two scientists appeared to each other earlier than shrugging. They regarded to the doorway as Docs Serizawa, Rick and Sam, Colonel Foster, the 12 Angels, Destroyers and Splendid Kai, Bulma and the Warriors stroll in. Foster became questioning something aloud and asked, "This oxygen destroyer, why wasn't T-Monster Zero affected?" I imply I am no scientist, but I think it has something to do together with his head developing returned. Barnes commented. Lord Beerus then said, "We advised you that he is an odd force, not to mention that he got here from your world." Yeah, but what Monster Zero did, I've in no way seen something adore it. Rick stated as they accumulate across the center of the room. He then feedback, it violates the whole thing we know approximately the herbal order. Unless he is no longer part of the herbal order. Or a part of our Earth to be actual. Drive. Shen installed. All eyes turned to her as she stated, what Lord Gowasu said approximately Monster Zero being a international eater, had me wondering. What do you imply, exactly? Drive. Serizawa asks when she grew to become to them. Drive. Chen then said, I used to be able to piece this together. She then pulled up a picture of a cave portrait that confirmed Godzilla combating Monster Zero long in the past. Sam then stated, nicely, he appears vaguely acquainted. What tale does it inform? Broly asks. A number of them got here nearer whilst she stated, it tells of a splendid dragon who fell from the celebs. A hydra whose storm swallowed each man and gods alike. What, you imply an alien? Mark asks. Bulma then asks as properly, even though if he is able to develop his head's lower back, how come he doesn't have a fourth head? All eyes looked to her as though that could be absolutely horrific. She looked to them and shrugged, I am simply saying. Yes. Drive. Chen says to answer Mark's query, he is not a part of our natural order. And he is no longer to intended to be right here or any of the alternative universes Earths. A false king. Serizawa says with a glare. Rick then brought an invasive species. That would provide an explanation for how he is growing these big storms and the impact he is having on the alternative titans. The divine turned to every different and which then suggests, possibly this false king turned into looking to mission the Omni King while his powers were strong, although now not effective yet. It is nearly as if he is reshaping the planet to his own liking. And with our assist, plus the Grand Priest Vados completed, he sought to begin with every other Earth, one that would not have a destroyer or a ideal Kai to intrude. That can be the motive he in no way took the long manner, due to the fact he become frozen in the course of his conquest. That does sound about right. Especially with the introduction of the gate round 7th Earth. Sidra adds. Drive. Serizawa then asked Chan, these legends, what did they call them? Ghidorah. Drive. Jen said. Then she translated the name, the only who has many. Die what? Mark asks as he failed to apprehend. Sam then stated, she is saying it as like gonorrhea. Huh? Mark and Goku asks. Drive. Jen then snapped, Ghidorah? Sam looks at her like he didn't know better. A beeping came from one of the consoles and Griffin was standing at the window while she stated, Drive. Serizawa, we're drawing close Fort Bravo. She looked returned as she said, however there may be something you must see. He, Goku, Mark and Foster all moved to peer what become happening and their eyes widened at the sight of many ships surrounding the base. Mark then requested, I'm guessing you weren't awaiting those guys. Down in the depths of the Fort Bravo outpost, all of Monarch and the forces of the 12 universes have been delivered to the briefing room in which Admiral Stens become ready. He had photos of regions being attacked by means of Titans as he stated, Moscow, London, Washington, D.C. All below attack. On each continent, the Titans are triggering earthquakes, wildfires, tsunamis and other herbal screw-ups that we do not actually have names for. Then he advised of some other trouble. Now as before, we were seeking to trap the creatures with nuclear substances, but they were not taking the bait this time. Their behavior has emerged as random. Erratic. Chan and Mark then began to whisper something amongst themselves as he said, and with our forces spread desperately skinny and these items roaming the globe unimpeded, we are strolling out of options, after which he sighed as he stated, and time. Stens observed that the two scientists had been speakmen asks, excuse me, do you got something to feature? Yeah. You are wrong. Drive. Chen stated along with her hands in her wallet. Then she stated, their conduct isn't always random or erratic. If I may, sir. As awesome as this sounds, Mark said as he stepped as much as the screen. He pointed to the map and stated, they may be transferring like 8%. They re-hunting. All packs, from wolves to killer whales, all of them reply at once to an alpha. And this Ghidorah is the new alpha. And all the other creatures are just doing his bidding. Even Frieza appears to be inclined to go along with this destruction. Was brought. He and Beerus stepped up to the map and the latter said, Whis is right. Usually, Frieza could be in more of an alpha-S position due to his strength, however given the truth that Frieza sought Ghidorah out in the first location, become given his new energy by way of the Destroyer of Destroyers and is at the Dragon S turf, he is assisting Ghidorah to overcome this international. Tien guessed. Piccolo nodded and stated, before they circulate on to endless others. He and Frieza are in rate. Belmont stated. Krillin then introduced, and the alternative titans, they are an extension of their will. Mark finished. Goku then realized, if we forestall them, we can forestall all of them. Is there any other creature that could stand a danger as a minimum against Ghidorah? Colonel Foster asked. Serizawa shook his head and stated, no. Ghidorah and Gojira's competition become ancient and specific. Plus, with Frieza with the aid of his facet. Broly introduced, it truly is going to be any other trouble. Right, so we killed our best shot at beating the Destroyer of Destroyers. Martinez requested, and we don't see something or all people which can go toe-to-toe with Frieza. Alas. Liquire stated as he crossed his arms. All and sundry seemed to every other as they failed to recognize what to do. Jonah, you don't get it. This modification's the whole lot. Emma stated as they stood within the convention room. She then argued, with Godzilla gone, Monster Zero and Frieza are not using the Titans to restore the planet. They reusing them to ruin it. As I do not forget, Frieza did say that Monster Zero would not be doing what we had been hoping that he could do. Alan reminded. Emma then argued this is not coexistence. That is extinction.
Nicely, concentrate. Even as you had been sitting with ease in a few laboratory, Jonas started.
He pointed to his squaddies and said, we've been preventing for many years in one dirty war after some other.
He moved across the desk as he stated, I have seen human nature firsthand. He shook his head whilst he stated, and I am right here to tell you that it does not get any better.
It just receives worse.
Emma walked across the desk as he said so. I am sorry that Monster Zero nor Frieza weren't exactly what we had been expecting.
As a minimum, Frieza is preserving to his promise and looking at once for us. She looked to the video display units and watched as chaos opened up around the sector. He sighed as he admitted, however, we opened Pandora's box and there is no lasted now. An concept fashioned in her head and she turned to the Orca, maybe there may be. Oh, do not be stupid. Jonah warned, you broadcast again, and you will reveal us all. Not simply to the Titans, however, to Monarch as well. Madison turned into listening over the radio and heard her mother say at the speaker, these creatures speak like whales, okay. They are able to listen sonar for thousands of miles, so permit us send a group. Permit us broadcast the Orca from Fenway. The lady paced in her room as she listened in on them. She stopped and appeared up on the map when Emma stated, it is just a few miles from here. I could use the stadium to make bigger a sign that would stop these assaults. The town is already being evacuated, so it will likely be secure. Her mother finished. Then Madison heard Jonah ask, after which what? After which I'll discern out what the heck Monster Zero simply is and try to prevent it. Emma stated. Jonah then brought, I think you've forgotten approximately Monster Zero's new companion. I'll try to think of something for that too. Emma cautioned. Madison looked up to the map in which the bunker turned into and noticed that it become right at Boston. Then she heard Jonah question, before Monarch and the fighters from trade universes finds us. I am positive all of your pals can be very happy to peer you once more.
Madison changed into getting an idea in her head as she moved closer to a tablet and checked out a photo of whilst her family become complete while her mother said, "We cannot simply take a seat right here.
All proper. This isn't the world that we desired. I seem to remember you telling me that the arena continually belonged to them. Well, maybe it is time we deliver it back." Jonah argued. Madison then knew what she needed to do.
Stop of track, lower back inside the assembly room of Citadel Bravo, the Divine, the combatants and most of Monarch were standing around the desk looking to parent out their next flow.
Goku then suggested perhaps me, Vegeta and Caulifla and Kale may want to strive fusion. He appeared to the Divine as he said, with fusion warriors taking up Frieza, you guys can focus on taking down Ghidorah. Will Vegeta even remember doing fusion once more? Was puzzled from his spot at the desk. Goku slumped against the wall and said no, probably no longer. Goku looks to the organization of the Divine and asks, you guys have fought this man earlier than proper? How precisely did that war pass? I guess it might be sensible to tell them. Koran cautioned them. Beerus then sighed before saying, when you consider that we don't have any right plan to act on yet, we might as well do something than simply take a seat round here on our butts doing not anything. So I guess that it would not hurt to inform it definitely quick.
All eyes and ears of Monarch and the warriors were listening as Beerus stated, our warfare with Ghidorah, Monster Zero, the destroyer of destroyers goes returned many eons.
Vegeta continued flying over the Forbidden Earth as he followed wherever this feeling was leading him. He wasn't usually one to go with feelings like this, but it was leaving a nagging feeling in him. He made sure to fly fast though undetectable by Frieza or Monster Zero. He had just crossed over the largest ocean of this world and was now flying over another landmass. Cue Mothra's song from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Suddenly the feeling told him to head north, so he did. Turning his trajectory he soon came upon a mountainous area and saw something hovering between the peaks. From what he could see it looked like a giant moth. She looked up to see him coming and gave a high-pitched shriek. Taking this as the source of his nagging feeling, the Prince of Saiyans landed on a rock on the mountain. Vegeta looked to the moth and said, are you the one who has been calling me? The moth shrieked before turning in the air and flying off. Vegeta growled and leaped into the air again and followed after the Titan. Before the moth could make it past the mountains, Vegeta moved in front of her and yelled, why did you call me all the way out here? Don't you know that the world is in crisis? The moth shrieked again and that's when Vegeta noticed that she wasn't behaving like the other Titans. Vegeta arched an eyebrow and asked, just who are you? She is Titanus Mosura. A voice called from one of the mountains. Vegeta turned to the voice and saw a woman that looked like Drive. Jen from the Argo. He descended on the mountain and stood before the woman and asked, maybe you can tell me why I was called all the way out here. I honestly can't tell you. The woman said with a shrug. She looked to the Titan and said, only Mothra would know why you are here. Mothra? Vegeta questioned and looked up to the moth as well. Mothra shrieked again and landed on the mountainside. Vegeta looked to the woman and asked, do you know what exactly is happening in the world? An enemy of yours has helped a dark force of nature lay claim to this world, and our only hope is missing. She said. What she said caught him off guard and he said, unfortunately if you didn't know, Godzilla is gone. I think Mothra begs to differ. The woman said. Vegeta was even more confused and he asked, what do you mean, Mississippi? I am Drive. Link twin sister to Drive. Chen. She introduced herself.
Then she turned back to Mothra and said, we have been tracking her for a few hours now and she seems to be looking for something.
But since we can't seem to get in touch with the rest of Monarch, we aren't able to get them in on the search. Or she could be looking for a place like that. Vegeta said as he pointed to the Titan as she entered a giant cavern. Drive. Ling looked to what he was pointing at and said, "Oh, my. She must be using the high cave as a place for protection." End of track. Back in the Castle Bravo outpost, Beerus sitting in a chair and was about to tell the tale of their first encounter with the Destroyer of Destroyers. He said it all started many eons ago. Just when the 18 universes were still young. Long ago. "My dear Chosen and Angel Guides," the Grand Priest said as he stood before the Chosen Destroyers and Supreme Kai for 12 of the universes, "we have successfully chosen the Destroyers and Supreme Kai for the 13th universe." He turned to the pair at the end of the two lines of the Divine and was about to introduce the two win. Q Broly as potential track from DD's Broly. A shudder rang throughout Grand Zeno's palace. All 38 looked out into the universe for the source of the disturbance. The Grand Priest, all along with his 12 already born children, quickly came forth and brought their staves together to project an image of where and what the disturbance was. The image showed of a large, golden three-headed dragon making its way through the universe. They took a look at the planet it was flying from and noticed a giant rift had been opened high above the planet. "What is it? What is this power I sense from it?" Grand Zeno asks in confusion. They could all feel the ill feelings from the creature as it flew through the stars and thus were convinced that it was a threat. The Grand Priest looked to the young king and said, "I am not sure, my lord. I didn't know about this beast." He looked to his children and the Chosen and asked, "Did any of you know about this? Or what it is?" All of their heads shook as they didn't. Standing at attention, the Grand Priest then said, "We must deal with this threat at once." "Yes, but where did it come from?" Vados asked as they pulled their staves away. Whis looked at the rift in his staff and said, "From what I can tell about the rift, it comes from a dark place from within Universe 13, but that's as much as I can tell." "Then we must go at once," Lord Liquire said with a clenched fist. Belmont then spoke up, "Yes, but where exactly can we battle this beast?" "We should try to lure it back towards the rift that it came from," the younger Old Kai suggested. "Once it's back in its own universe, we can find a way to seal it or destroy it." "Sounds like as good a plan as any," a younger Gowasu agreed. The Grand Priest then said, "Then you must go at once. The creature looks as if it is heading in this direction. Could it be coming for the Omni King?" Lady Heels asked as they looked to their leader. Beerus shook his head and said, "We can dawdle on it right now. We need to get a move on. Then let the Supreme Case take you to it. I will stay here and protect His Majesty," the Grand Priest said. All the Supreme Kai placed their hands on both the shoulders of an angel and destroyer before saying, "Kai, Kai." Then in a flash they vanished from the Omni King's palace. End of track. The 38 of them appeared just on the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy. Old Kai then said, "So, how are we going to do this? Let us destroyers and angels get its attention," Lord Sidra suggested as he started to calculate the odds. Then he said to the Kai, "The rest of you go to the planet where the rift is and begin preparing to reverse the rift to suck the monster back into its own universe. Then we can all go to Universe 13 together to combat it." "Sounds as good of a plan to me," Lord Kampa shrugged. All the destroyers and angels shot forward to meet the dragon head-on while the Supreme Kai teleported to the planet. The destroyers and angels soon saw the three-headed dragon up ahead. But they became confused when they saw a storm around the monster. It looked as if a rainstorm was moving with the creature. Beerus looked to us as they flew and asked, "Have you ever seen anything like that?" "Never in our short existence," the angel admitted. All 13 destroyers stopped and formed a circle as the angels stopped behind them. The destroyers channeled their energy between them before a giant sphere of energy appeared. Then throwing their arms forward they shouted, "Destruction arrow!" The sphere shot towards the dragon and obliterated any space debris that was too close. The dragon was able to swerve out of the way of the attack before shooting lightning from its throats. They all gasped before jumping out of the way. The lightning bolts flew before colliding with a meteor and scorching the space rocket's surface. Ein shouted, spread out and converge on the other side of the storm. The others nodded and spread out. The dragon stopped to hover and used all three of his heads to watch the divine and see what they would do. Both Beerus and Kampa looked to each other before nodding. They were the first to reach the other side of the storm and both hovered side by side. The brothers then held an arm next to the other as before shouting, twin shot. A red and blue beam shot from their palms and struck the dragon in the side when he turned. All three heads let loose screeches of pain as the blasts knocked him back. The dragon was able to keep himself upright by flapping his wings hard, and glared at the two feline deities as it snorted air from all six nostrils. The hydra shot towards them both with a roar. Neither brother moved as the tri-headed dragon came closer. The dragon was a few hundred feet when all the other destroyers came up next to the two with their arms and legs stretched out. Beerus and Kampa did the same and they all performed unlucky 13. A blinding light came from all 13 of the destroyers. The dragon stopped its advance and shielded itself with its wings. The angels came up behind them and Margarita said, "Let us hurry up and meet up with the Supreme Case." All 25 turned and made their way towards the planet. The dragon's middle head peeked from its wings and looked surprised before glaring at the retreating divine. With a screech the dragon flapped after them. Beerus and Whis looked back to see if the dragon was following. The feline destroyer looked to the angel and said, "Looks like we got his attention." "So it seems," he said with a smirk. But it faded when he looked towards the planet and said, "Perhaps this planet's unfortunate beginning could get better over time. Maybe if it gets some quality food or something." Beerus muttered. Goku's voice then said, "Oh, so that's why you like Earth food so much." This made Beerus and Whis look around for the source of the voice. Everyone looked to Goku and Beerus placed his hands on his hips as he said with a glare, "No. My love for food had nothing to do with anything that happens in this story. Now shut up." "Okay, geez," Goku said as he slumped against the main console. Beerus looked up with a hand to his chin and said, "Now where was I?" The 25 of them had arrived at the planet and was met by the 13 Supreme Kai. The younger old Kai then said, "We've just prepared the reversal spell." "Good. Now all we need is the 13th destroyer," was interrupted when they all heard a screech from above. They looked up to see the three-headed dragon dive bombing them. They moved out of the way and were blown back by a flap from the dragon's wings. The dragon then curled up into a ball before stretching every part of its body to release many volts of electricity. The volts struck all angels, destroyers and Supreme Kai. The divine screamed in agony as the electricity coursed through their bodies. Q Bardock Falls track from DD's Broly. When the volts of electricity stopped, they all fell from the sky. But they were able to stop their descent and hovered over the planet. They looked up to the three-headed dragon and noticed that it looked like it was smirking. The divine's faces, though not amused, didn't lash out in anger before they shot towards their foe. The dragon's throats glowed yellow before it once again unleashed its gravity beams at them. Rumsey, Lady Heels, Kukatail, Campari and Fuwa were blown back by the bolts of electricity. The others continued flying towards the dragon as Beerus, Kampa, Belmont and Liquire all shot their hands forward while younger old Kai, Gowasu, Kai and Ro did the same. They fired creation and destruction waves respectively. The dragon screeched in pain from their attacks while the other angels shot forward and lashing a fist out. Their combined efforts pushed the dragon back, but the creature used his twin tails to swat them aside. As the angels tumbled through the air, the dragon turned its right head and shot more lightning at the deities. Sidra appeared before them and quickly raised a barrier to protect them. The lightning crashed against the protection and Beerus and Kampa once again performed twin-shot attack. Sidra let down the barrier enough to allow the twin's attack. Both red and blue beams out of energy collided with the dragon's gravity beams. The two attacks created a massive explosion and a massive dust cloud covered much of the hemisphere of the planet. All the divine coughed from all the dust, but time seemed to slow down as Beerus turned around. He and the other deities and angels gasped when they saw the dragon's central head coming at the seventh destroyer with his jaws wide open. The Supreme Kai of the 13th universe acted quickly and shoved Lord Beerus out of the way. Beerus watched in horror as the Supreme Kai vanished as the dragon closed his mouth. Beerus and the others turned to the 13th destroyer right as he fell towards the planet lifeless. They all shouted in mixed horror and sadness as they watched him burn upon entry. Though the angels didn't show it much, they and the deities looked to the dragon with anger. Kampa shouted to the Supreme Kai, "Hurry up and reverse the flow." The Supreme Kai nodded and moved around the dragon as the destroyers and angels distracted it with multiple blasts. Through a language that only they knew, the Supreme Kai, they raised their arms as they chanted. The black rift above all of them changed from one color to another as they continued chanting. The middle head of the dragon looked up to see that they were messing with the rift. Ignoring the blasts bombarding him and roared as he charged at the Supreme Kai. The younger old Kai looked nervous as he continued to chant while noticing the approaching creature. But his fears were pushed aside when the rift became a red color. The dragon screeched as he suddenly bombarded once again by the destroyers and angels with a collection of beams and pushed towards the changed rift. The Supreme Kai continued chanting while moving their arms to their fellow Kai, then preparing a supreme halo. When the dragon was before all of them, they used their attack to ensnare him. The three-headed dragon roared and tried to shoot his gravity beams at the Supreme Kai, but the angels moved in front of the targets and created a shield of their own. As the lightning danced around the barriers, the destroyers moved under the beast and held an arm upwards. A sphere of red, fiery energy appeared before them and they shouted, "Nova of destruction." They all fired a really powerful supernova attack from their palms. The 12th supernova collided with the captive dragon and pushed him towards the rift. The three-headed dragon screeched as he was starting to be pulled back through. The dragon struggled to free himself, but it was futile as he was sent back into the rift. When their foe had completely disappeared into the void, all 36 of them formed a circle and channeled their energy into the void. The cracks of the rift started to shrink as the breach itself closed. Sweat protruded down the Supreme Kai's and Destroyers' faces as they focused their energy. It took a few moments at least, but the rift fully closed on both sides and trapped the dragon on the other side in Universe 13. The angels then placed a seal over the planet that would one day be known as Earth. End of track. Back at the Omni King's palace, the 12 had just reported all that happened at the battle. The 36 of them were kneeling before the Omni King as he sat in his throne with the Grand Priest standing next to him. The Grand Priest hung his head and said, "So both the Supreme Kai and the Destroyer for Universe 13 are dead." "That is correct, my lord." A bowing was said as all the deities and angels hung their heads. Grand Zeno looked to the Grand Priest and asked, "What should we do now?" "What do you think, Your Majesty?" the Grand Priest asked as he looked back to the Omni King. Zeno then said, "Perhaps we should close off universes 13 to 18. In case there are forces in them that we cannot deal with." Cue Broly on the frontier track from DD's Broly. All the angels and deities looked up to the king's declaration. Grand Zeno then said, "That is what we shall do. We will make the other 5 universes off limits, and should someone ask, we shall say that they were destroyed for complicated reasons. Do you understand?" The Grand Priest asked his children and the Supreme Kai and Destroyers. They all nodded as they understood. The Grand Priest then said, "Good. And furthermore, I think it would be best if we had any record of the Destroyer of Destroyers erased. No one must find out about it or the seal above the planet in Universe 7. And there is to be no contact with the mentioned universes. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir." All angels, destroyers and Supreme Kai acknowledged. End of track. Back at the mountain location, Vegeta and Drive Ling were waiting to see if Mothra would come out of the cavern. The Saiyan Prince was currently leaning against a tree while the Monarch scientist watched the cave with a pair of binoculars. Vegeta had nearly dozed off when a shriek came from the cave. They both looked to the cave entrance to see Mothra crawling out and jumping from the rock. She spread her wings and took flight before heading east. Vegeta stepped to the edge of the cliff and looked back. "Where do you suppose she is going?" "I am not sure." Drive Ling admitted. Vegeta then said, I am going to head back to Kakarot and the others. They were en route with Castle Bravo. Your Moth Titan might be heading that way. Good luck, she said as he blasted off into the sky. She watched him go as she whispered, may you all prove victorious. Vegeta felt really hard for Goku's energy and was able to home in on it. With his destination in mind, he put in an extra burst of speed. The group looked to the deities and angels with mixed expressions from their story. Goku then asked, so, besides this one, the other 5 universes still exist? Yes, but that's not the point of the story. Beerus growled. He took in a deep breath and calmed himself before saying, fighting Ghidorah cost us a destroyer and a Supreme Kai. After that, we decided not to appoint deities for the remaining universes and closed off all contact with them. Our only regret about the situation, was added, is that we didn't finish what we started. We left an entire universe defenseless against a threat. Then he thought about the one that could keep Ghidorah in check, or so we thought. But it still doesn't change the fact that we didn't stop the destroyer of destroyers then. But we can still do it now, Goku said as he moved closer. All eyes turned to him as he said, we may not have the means, but we can maybe still win this. How? Mark questions as he and Serizawa listen up. Goku took a moment to think before saying, I am not sure at the moment, but this group, he gestured to those from the alternate universes, and you guys have faced threats just like this. Everyone looked to each other as he continued, and we all made it through, with the hardships and the sacrifices from friends. The odds are against us, but they can also swing into our favor too. Goku is right. Shin agreed. He turned to his fellow deities and said, we've been able to handle our disasters back in our own universes so far, there's no reason that we can't do it here. But what can we do? Drive. Serizawa asks as they didn't have many options. The Supreme Kai of the 7th universe looked down as he said, I am not sure yet. But we must keep ourselves open to any suggestions. With that, the room started to clear out and talk strategy amongst themselves. But as Goku started to follow, he suddenly sensed something and looked off into space. It was faint, but it still felt familiar. The Saiyan focused on the power and noticed that though it was weak and difficult to track. But Goku became surprised as he whispered, Godzilla. Rain poured difficult over the Fortress Bravo outpost as Mark walked out of a shed with 2 bags in his fingers. As he walked into the pouring rain, Goku and Sam chased after him because the latter shouted, Mark. Mark, wait. Mark seemed back as Sam requested, what are you doing? I can't just sit down there. I gotta do something. Mark stated as he grew to become round. Sam then asked, like what? Like move locate my daughter. Mark replied as he became away. This bewildered both men and Sam asks how. You don't even realize wherein she is in the intervening time. Goku added. Then Sam seemed approximately and requested, and where are you gonna go? Mark became at a loss, but then he said, she is the only factor I got left, you guys. That may be, however you want to be patient. Vegeta's voice got here from above. All 3 appeared up to peer the Saiyan prince descending down on the platform. A number of the Monarch infantrymen reacted by aiming their weapons at them. Goku ran as much as Vegeta before turning and shouting, don't shoot. He is with us. The soldiers stood down and endured on with their obligations. Mark appeared to Vegeta and said, I wasn't there for her. I am not gonna let that take place once more. Vegeta stated with a smirk. This confused each Mark and Sam because the former asks, what is so humorous? Due to the fact you ring a bell in me of myself. Vegeta stated as he smirked whilst closing his eyes. He looked at Mark and said, from one father to any other, I know what it is like to not be there in your youngster. Vegeta's smile fell as he said, whether willing or not, your children gonna go through. But it is in no way too late to begin being there for them after they want it. However, Mark changed into about to argue. Vegeta waved him off and stated, but in case you want to waste it while searching for your daughter on my own, cross in advance. The relaxation folks have a larger crisis to address. Mark, although new Vegeta changed into right, nevertheless grew to become closer to the osprey that was geared up for him. Sam then said, good fortune. Mark nodded to them as he started going. He picked up the tempo because the osprey's engines commenced to strength up. As the man boarded the osprey, Goku appeared to his fellow Saiyan and requested, in which precisely have you been? Somewhere else. Vegeta said as he started out to head inside to get out of the rain. But before he went in he jabbed a thumb returned and stated, and you might have incoming. Q Queen of the Monsters track from Godzilla, each Sam and Goku had been pressured to what he intended and followed after him. As Mark boarded the osprey and sat down on his seat he took a deep breath. Though the pilot turned into speaking to someone on the radio, Mark failed to listen as he leaned towards his seat. He heard what sounded like the wind whipping by before listening to an extraordinary sound. He appeared at the windshield because the sky started to decorate. Goku and Sam additionally heard and the previous felt something coming. He diagnosed the strength and stated, Mafra. Sam looked to the Saiyan as they each seemed up to appear a brighter patch in the clouds. Vegeta stopped looked again earlier than leaning against the wall as a soft chittering might be heard. All of Monarch stopped transferring to appearance as nicely. Mark squinted as he tried to look at what become going on from within the osprey. A soft moaning came from the clouds as he stood up and got out of the car. Mark, Goku and Sam all moved to the brink of the platform and gazed up at the bright hollow within the sky as the mild grew brighter. They shielded their eyes as it intensified. The ones in the outpost quickly heard the commotion and looked to the video display. The chittering maintains as the hollow within the cloud grows larger and the light glows brighter. Then a legitimate of thunder, though it sounded like a heartbeat, changed into observed by means of a barrier that driven all of the hurricane clouds away. The tree and the monarch infantryman Speedy included their eyes from the mild. Mafra screeches as she flaps her wings. Although they knew she become there, Mafra became hidden by using her mild. They then realized that she continued to chitter, shriek and flap that she become doing it for a motive. Down beneath, Serizawa, Chan, Rick and the others listened and watched the screen as the pinnacle of Monarch stated, lovely. Mafra. Queen of the Monsters. Drive. Chan stated in admiration. Goku, Vegeta, Sam and Mark had simply rejoined the others down below as Mark asks Rick, are you recording this, Stanton? Admiral Stans looks again as Rick says, I record the whole thing now. He sounded a bit too happy as he said everything. This makes many eyes appearance to him without appears. As they persisted to concentrate, Chen said it is like a song. I wager there is simplest one issue that could recognize this. Rick says as he movements to his console. Each person knew what he supposed as Serizawa uttered, Gojira. I concept I felt his strength. Goku said as he regarded to the screen. His pals regarded to him and Krillin requested, wait, you felt his power, Goku. Why didn't you say whatever, Dad? Gohan asks in confusion. Goku shrugged and stated, to be sincere, I didn't recognize why I used to be feeling it or how. But I absolutely happy that he made it out. Even though he won't be all of the manner okay. Was stated as he stepped up and reminded, he did after all get hit with something that possibly tired much of his strength. Rick placed his headset subsequent to his ear and listened for a response as he typed in some keys. It wasn't too lengthy before something came up, yeah I were given it. Picking up a respond. Bringing it up. A second later they all heard a heartbeat over the audio system. Godzilla's roar will be heard as properly. A smile fashioned on Chen's face and she stated, he is still alive. Serizawa, very glad that he become nonetheless alive, became to Rick and walked to him. Barnes then asks, so her and Godzilla like they were given a element taking place. I surprisingly doubt it is inside the manner you are thinking of. Was stated with a grin. Barnes shrugged and stated, however it really is nonetheless possible, and that is sort of tousled, proper. Symbiotic relationships among two one-of-a-kind species isn't always all that uncommon. Sam argued as they persevered to watch the monitor. Serizawa listened in and asked, "Are you able to song him?" "No." Rick shook his head, "Sign is too susceptible." "Son Goku. Drive." Serizawa requested the Saiyan.
Goku felt for it, but quickly shook his head too earlier than announcing, "Sorry, however the energy is not clean to discover either."
"But maybe she will," Rick suggested to their new buddy out of doors. An concept shaped into Rick's head earlier than he looked returned and asks, "How many nukes do you got?" "Why?" Ishiro asks as he units the headset down. Goku smiled and said, "I think Mark sooner or later provide you with a plan." Mark nodded and delivered, "We ought to assist him." The army ships surrounded the location that Mothra became soaring even as the others remained under deck of Citadel Bravo.
Colonel Foster then defined the plan. She pointed to a place at the map as she stated, "This Category 6 storm over D.C.
is in which King Ghidorah is nesting. And Intel has reported that Frieza is also with him. Operating with all four branches of the Navy and some opponents from the exchange universes, this could be a joint operation to entice them from the mainland, so that we continue evacuations lengthy sufficient for our submersible crew to finish its undertaking. The destroyers and angels could be supporting with luring Ghidorah and Frieza." Beerus introduced.
He pointed to the ideally suited Kai and stated, "Some can be supporting with the evacuations and others will go together with the sub." He regarded misplaced at the word sub, then he waved it off and stated, "We'll go with Goku and the others down into the ocean.
The warriors and I will also assist in combating the soldiers with Frieza and Ghidorah," Vegeta said from the facet. Then seeking to Bulma he said, "I want you to go together with Kakarot." "What, why?" Bulma wondered.
Vegeta then stated, "Because you will be a first-rate asset to their group, plus I will recognize that you re with a person who can preserve you safe."
"Oh, Vegeta," Bulma said earlier than shifting in to hug him. However, he positioned his hand in opposition to her face and stated, "Now could be now, not the time, woman. We're given paintings to do." Bulma huffed earlier than walking off. Some of the others quietly chuckled from it. Vegeta then grew to become to the non-warriors and stated, "And that I need the rest of you furthermore made with the evacuation." "All right." Chile shrugged.
Quickly, Goku, Mark, Sam, Bulma, Serizawa, Chen, Shin, Gowasu and Rick stood at the section of the base wherein the subs were saved.
Rick then commented, "So this plan is what you would call a lengthy shot, right?" "It is nonetheless a plan, none the much less," Shin lightly argued. Gowasu agreed and stated, "We best have one chance at this. Failure isn't always an alternative. What do the ones nerds and preventing nuts suppose they're gonna do down there with a bunch of nukes?" Griffin requested as she turned into burdened. Barnes then cracked a smirk and said, "You ain't listen, Griffin. They wanna deliver Godzilla returned from the useless. A wager it'd be a form of resurrection," was said with a smile. Barnes pointed to the angel and stated, "Yeah, that is what I am talking approximately." Fighter jets and Limo's ship took off from one of the vendors and headed off. The destroyers, the angels, Vegeta and the opposite warriors took off after them while a sub headed to in which Mothra became soaring.
In the sub, Goku and the others had been communicating with Foster as she said, "We will be out of range whilst you are down there, but a squadron will live at the back of to preserve an eye out for you.
Recognize it?" Mark stated. Goku nodded and said, "Precise good fortune to you guys." "All right, Bowman, allow us take her down," the captain ordered. Alarms blared as the submarine started to dive into the depths. The bowman then said, "Dive the deliver. Make depth 150. Properly luck." Sam stated returned. Mark then said as Chen gave a thumbs up, "Thank you, Sam. We're going to want it." The video feed cut out as the groups took off on their missions. Their submarine endured to dive down because the planes and ships of each kind took off inside the different direction. Mothra chittered as the ongoing to flap inside the air at the same time as displaying the way. Cease of music, the submarine kept going lower and lower into the depths of the ocean. Individuals who were not working a manage had been doing their personal factor. Bulma worked with Chen because the mythologist persevered scrolling viaduct myths. Drive. Serizawa became once more fiddling along with his pocket watch. Mark looked to the pinnacle of Monarch and asked with a whisper, "What time is it?" Cue for Andrew's song from Godzilla, King of the Monsters, time to get a new watch. Serizawa finished the comic story and clicked the pocket watch. Goku then asked, "I do not get it. What does it imply?" "I think it turned into a few funny story approximately time." Shin shrugged. Mark recalled the Beyond, Andrew's favorite Shaggy Dog story. You may by no means take that. Be careful of your pocket without him asking that query.
Serizawa did not say whatever as Mark then shook his head before saying, "You instructed me 5 years ago, I might be trying to store the aspect that took my son, that might be the most effective way to store the family IV left. ID once in a while." Serizawa stated as he became to Mark, "The most effective manner to heal our wounds is to make peace with the demons that created them."
You simply consider that? Mark asks. Shin piped up, "I know I do." Both men seemed to the excellent Kai as Shin stated, "You both recognize of Majin Buu, sure?" They nodded before he said, "Before he have become the warrior of today, he become once a being of pure evil. He had taken my buddies in different worlds in his rampage. I had grown to be sour in the direction of him." A grin formed on his face and he said, "But know that I've been capable of get to recognize him and assume him, I've forgiven him of his past deeds. And isn't that why you are here?" Drive. Serizawa asks Mark. He turns before leaning in opposition to the desk and removed his glasses and stated, "There are some matters beyond our knowledge, Mark. We have to take delivery of them and analyze from them because those moments of disaster are also potential moments of fate." He seemed to Mark and said, "A time whilst we both come collectively or crumble." He turns round and faces the desk as he stated, "Nature constantly has a way of balancing itself." The simplest question is he regarded to Mark and stated as he positioned his glasses returned on, "What element can we play?" "Cease of tune, did you simply make that up?" Mark asks with a smirk. Drive. Serizawa shook his head and said, "No. I read it in a fortune cookie once. A virtually lengthy fortune cookie. It sounded definitely sensible and the kind of element that you'd provide you with." Goku stated and located his hands in the back of his head. Serizawa smiled to his words when suddenly the sub began to rumble and alarms started to go off. The commander then puzzled, "Reputation of the deliver?" "A few type of vortex, Captain." The bowman reported. Goku looked to Rick and requested, "Didn't you assert something about this? It's dragging us 1000 and 600 fort until effect." The bowman warned. All people took maintain of something because the sub continued to be pulled down. Everyone grunted as they thudded and bumped alongside the manor. 800 feet. The bowman said as he kept music. Every other crash and the bowman shouted, "Emergency blow. 100 toes." Q stealing the orca from Godzilla, King of the Monsters, 100. He shouted as they came towards the ocean ground, 25. All people, keep on. Goku shouted as they closed their eyes. The captain then shouted, "Brace for impact." All of a sudden, the whole thing went darkish. Madison quick made her way through the bunker to spherical up the things that she wished. She turned the flashlight to look amongst the gadgets inside the dark before coming to a prevent at a particular cage. The usage of a pair of bolt cutters, she was able to break the lock. Quick beginning it, she took out water packets, a pair of binoculars and something else she needed. Madison fast made it to the convention room and waited at the out of doors while watching Alan and his men leaving the room. As she watched them leave, her gaze turned to the orca. Carefully taking walks in, she quietly made her manner to the machine before looking to the go out. She unhooked it from the wires, inflicting it to deactivate. Then folding the machine, she placed it into her bag. Madison then climbed up into the air ducts and crawled through to a way out. She took a left and while she came to a forestall she observed something outside the grate. She appeared into the room and saw her mother as Emma sat at a table looking conflicted. Wishing things will be distinct, Madison then kept crawling viaduct the air ducts. Quickly, she came to a gate and driven it open. Once the gate became fully opened, Madison walked out into the sector and walked away from the bunker. The gate swung at the back of her as she walked down the road and up onto a grassy hill. Jets streaked overhead as Madison could see Boston just down the hill. She should listen alarms blaring inside the distance as Navy vehicles got here and went in the metropolis. As a Army deliver sailed into the flood of Washington, D.C. It crashed into a sunken semi-truck. A soldier on the ship contacted Argo, that is U.S. A. Brody and direction to evacuation perimeter. Weapons hot. Ready to interact Titans in your command. The Argo flew above the warships towards the massive cloud as King Ghidorah unleashed some other bolt of lightning. The warring parties flew in advance as Frieza came out of the large cloud. Because the Argo flew in the direction of King Ghidorah, Sam commented, "Guy. It is just like the complete sky is alive. It is because it has smiles." Colonel Foster stated as thunder rumbled. King Ghidorah screeched as the warfare started. Taking a deep breath, Foster said, "Right, here we go." Quit of song, deep below the floor of the sea, the sub changed into slightly hanging off a cliff. Alarms blared as all of us stood up. The passengers had been up and strolling about because the captain asked, "Repute document. Can now restore our roll. GPS is down." The bowman suggested. But then he seemed bewildered as he said, "However, inertial says we reach 600 miles from departure. That can't be proper." Bulma stated as she checked out the readings too. Rick clapped his arms collectively and excitedly exclaimed, "I knew it, man." The vortex turned into a tunnel into the whole Earth. It is a subterranean tunnel machine. Did not you already give an explanation for this? Goku asks with an arched forehead. Rick huffed and grew to become to Chen and stated, "I informed you, Chen." "Shut up, Rick. Drive." Chen snapped at him. Bulma then asked, "Is he constantly like this when he is right? You don't have any concept." Chen said as she shook her head. The captain then ordered, 1-2D emergency blow forward. Cue the Hollow Earth music from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. The sub-S lighting fixtures activated earlier than it started to transport. The lowest of the ocean craft grinded in opposition to the rocks because it pushed off. The sub started to transport along the murky depths of the sea again. The captain then asked, "Medical doctor? Release probes." "Drive." Serizawa ordered. The lowest of the sub spread out and 3 probes were launched. Their propellers allowed the probes to zoom beforehand of the sub with both Rick and Bulma piloting the 3. All 4 vehicles endured to move alongside the rocky bottom as they persisted the hunt. They exceeded by way of some underwater vents as Rick said, "Range 8,000 meters. Digicom proper. Holding range. Steady." Suddenly the video picture then confirmed a sculpted female's face. Chan, Rick, Bulma, Shin and Gowasu all jumped in surprise. "Drive." Stanton then commented, "Wow. Fan right." Mark said. Rick then did and the probes moved along aspect and vintage ship. They quickly determined themselves earlier than a large gate with statues on each facets. The institution regarded approximately as they noticed that they had been in an historic metropolis. They could see distinct homes and huge statues as they went in addition. Goku then requested, "Do any of you guys understand what this place is?" The ones from Monarch shook their heads as they truly didn't know. Mark regarded about before announcing, "Looks Egyptian." "A Roman." "No, that is something specific." Rick stated as he shook his head, "This is way older." The sub and probes exceeded with the aid of greater buildings as they looked approximately. One of the probes got here upon a mural with a acquainted face. All who have been searching gasped at the sight. Rick leaned back as he said, "Oh, my." Even Serizawa regarded impressed as he looked at the mural. The mural had Godzilla standing on the top of a pyramid made from worshippers. Chen appeared approximately the mural as she stated, "All the legends, the stories they read true." They without a doubt were the first gods. Bulma seemed at the display of some other probe and stated, "Good day, test this." They appeared to see every other mural in which Godzilla become battling King Ghidorah lengthy ago. Then she pointed down and stated, "Now appearance to the only after it." What they noticed turned into virtually surprising. Godzilla and King Ghidorah have been once more battling, but there had been two greater drawings beside both titans. One seemed like Frieza in his modern form, and the other looked like a person with spiky hair. Drive. Serizawa requested, "What ought to this suggest?" "I am not positive," Shin stated as he appeared over the mural. Gowasu then cautioned, "Possibly someone of this historical civilization had a imaginative and prescient of the future and foresaw this battle." "Perhaps," Mark said as they saved going. Rick then stated, "If simplest the earth and stones ought to talk, the memories they might inform us. Perhaps sooner or later you can find out." Bulma confident. "Drive." Serizawa then asked, "Drive. Stanton, is there any sign of Gojira?" Rick typed a few keys earlier than a new display came up and he stated, "Yeah, the probe is picking up a radioactive blob just beyond the bridge. Looks as if we ourselves a heading." Shin said. "Drive." Serizawa became to the captain and said, "Set a direction." End of song. Alarms blared in Boston as the evacuations persisted. An Osprey was now leaving Fenway Park while the alternative changed into being boarded. Limo's ship became additionally there as he and Chile have been supporting manual people to the Osprey. They and the soldiers waved their palms as an announcer stated, "Interest, please." Martial law has now been instated by way of order of the President. The more Boston location is now underneath manipulate of the USA Navy.
Cue prelude to a comeback song from DD's Broly. Though she saw them, Madison turned into able to flow through the group as she made her way to the announcer box.
Interior Limo's deliver, 5 heads poked up to look out the windshield. They looked approximately as they remained hidden. Trunks then complained, "Oh man. I concept we might be seeing more movement by using now. I assume we are getting sufficient action by using just being right here." She commented. Pilaf agreed and said, "I concur." He appeared to Trunks and asked, "Do you got any concept what to do? Must your dad and mom find out we got here once they stated no? And we going to parent it out when we get there?" Trunks shrugged. "My side from the and a half sayiness recklessness." Goten then asked, "Hey, what is that lady doing?" The opposite force seemed to where he became pointing and saw the female taking walks far from the crowd. Trunks narrowed his eyes and said, "I do not know, but come on. We leaving the deliver?" Shu began panic. "Are you positive it is this kind of top concept?" "In all likelihood no longer." Trunks shrugged, but he and Goten nonetheless cautiously stepped out. The 3 buddies looked to each different before following Goten and Trunks. The 5 kids cautiously made their through the crowd. They observed the female as she grew to become at a tent and walked toward a slightly open door. They waited till she walked in before walking for it. Earlier than they made it in, Chile appeared over just in time to look the children jogging in. Her eyes went huge before turning to Limo and said, "What's up, Limo? I am gonna take a bathroom spoil." "What?" Limo stated as he looked to his friend and said, "No." Critically, "Do not worry," she stated with a wave of her hand. Then she said, "And if you gotta leave without me, don't worry." She had a sly smirk as she stated, "I will figure something out." Without any other word, Chile ran in the path of the children. Limo became approximately to name out to her, however sighed earlier than getting back to work. Within the declaration sales space, Madison walked in as a information reporter said, "Huge storms and other screw-ups prompted with the aid of the Titans have forced tens of millions to escape essential towns." Madison set her bag down and took the orca out of it. She commenced to installation the sound device as the female on television stated, and with D.C. hit difficult through a Category 6 storm that has left the capital absolutely flooded. Everything becomes set up whilst the news reporter endured. This is the single finest catastrophe in human records. She then hooked the orca up to the audio system as the lady completed. The bleak scene continues, as humans around the arena sift through the particles of leveled homes within the wish of finding missing loved ones. She started out to activate the device, and although this sight is heartbreaking, it has smiles, alas, not anything specific.
Madison swiped through the many frequencies as she organized to spark off the orca, and soon the orca discovered the alpha frequency. As the reporter finished, cities around the world have fallen beneath the wake of what many are calling the upward push of the Titans.
What are you doing? A young boyish voice requested, startling her. Madison seemed back to look a crimson-haired youngster standing inside the doorway with some different kids. She then stated, "What are you doing here? You're alleged to be going with the evacuees. So should you." Any other voice said as another little boy regarded behind the pink-haired child.
Madison looked at his spiky black hair and it reminded her of, "Good day, you appearance similar to the man I noticed in Antarctica."
"You noticed my dad?" the boy requested. Madison nodded earlier than the red-haired boy requested, "So what is that factor?" She knew he changed into talking about the orca and said, "Permit us just say that it could stop the attacks." "Truly?" the little female requested. Madison nodded and stated, "I'm Madison, Viaduct the way." "Well, Trunks started to mention. However, some other voice said, are possibly going to be in real big hassle." All of the youngsters gasped when a female with inexperienced pores and skin entered the room. She appeared to the smaller kids and asked, "How did you get to this universe?" "We stowed away to your ship," Goten stated. Trunks and the others looked to him and shouted, "Goten! What? My mom possibly already is aware of that we're missing and is more than probable furious," Goten said. Chile huffed earlier than looking to Maddie and asking, "And what about you? Why aren't you with the evacuation?" She took a closer look earlier than saying, "Wait. Are not you Madison Russell?" "Yes. But I can't go away simply yet." She looked to the orca and stated, "I should prevent the Titan attacks." Didn't you neglect that you may appeal to King Ghidorah with that component?" Chile asked as a reminder. Madison nodded and said, "I realize that he and any close Titans are greater than liable to come, however those assaults want to stop." Chile then took a deep breath earlier than saying, "Oh. Hey, we'll stay long sufficient to forestall the assaults, but when the instant comes, we leave. Deal?" "Deal." Madison nodded. The little lady seemed to Chile and requested, "Are you gonna tell the others approximately us? They possibly already recognize approximately you." Chile admitted. The 5 children regarded to each different with worry. Chile looked to Madison and requested, "How are we able to help? If you could just maintain watch of the door until the evacuation is accomplished." Madison requested. Chile nodded and said, "You obtain it." Looking to the 5 she said, "Trunks, Goten and Blue Kid watch this door. Me and the opposite will stand guard on the other facet." Stop of music. Although 3 of the 5 seemed a bit ticked off approximately what she known as them, they still observed and moved in position. Madison moved to the window to keep watch of the evacuation. Meanwhile, returned in the historic city, the sub become following a river of lava. The probes have been just up in advance as they seemed approximately. There was a huge stone corridor up in advance where the lava flowed. As they came nearer, Rick then stated, "I suppose we ought to prevent." "Why?" "Drive," Serizawa asks. Gowasu then said, "I see no barriers. There are not boundaries, however, because I still wanna have children someday." Rick said as he pointed to a excessive radiation icon on the display. Then he added, "Preferably without flippers. However, that might lead them to first-rate swimmers," Goku stated. The others appeared to him with extraordinary looks. Bulma then said, "Goku, this stage of radiation could be toxic." "Oh. My bad," Goku stated, barely know how the situation. The captain then ordered, "All forestall. Hover to deliver." The submarine stopped at the same time as the probes saved going. The probes moved through the hall when the primary 2 probes shorted out. The third probe, although probable to join the alternative, stored going further in. From inside the ship, Rick noticed it and stated, "Whoa." Then he checked out the readings on his screen and stated, "We got O, CO, and methane. It looks like there is some sort of air pocket in there." The probe came as much as the floor and converted into aerial mode. The blades whirred as the probe climbed higher into the air. The feed from the probe turned into rather staticky but soon turned to a pyramid-like structure where lava poured down. And on top of the pyramid lay Godzilla. Mark then stated, "My God. Zilla." Rick finished. Because the probe persevered to show, the feed ultimately reduced out because the probe have become useless in there. Rick sighed and stated, "And good night, Gracie. Pull up the remaining body." Serizawa said. Going through the feed, Rick was capable of deliver up the picture and said, "Yup. There." Serizawa said as he pointed to the monitor their supply of the radiation. "Brilliant." Bulma definitely said. "Drive." Chen then said, "It really is why he back right here. He is feeding restoration." Goku added. Shin then said, "I bet that it might make experience." "Yes." Gowasu agreed, "He need to come here to heal after battles, and while he become dormant," he pointed to the photo, "he became right here after fighting Ghidorah and after. In the end that is his domestic drive." Serizawa finished. The head of Monarch turned away to glance through his journal as Mark stated, "This is how he has survived for goodbye. Usually adapting, evolving." He turned into inspired as he said, "It is superb." So Rick stated, "Dude has got this protected. Right? He just needs a touch nap." "No." Chen argued, "This process may want to take years. And that's time that we don't have." Shin reminded. "Drive." Serizawa then said, "We have to proceed as deliberate. Grasp on." Rick stated as he turns in his seat. Then he points out, "We're gonna launch a nuclear torpedo to be able to revive a large monster." "Yeah," Goku said with a shrug, "sounds pretty easy to me." "Okay, however," Rick endured, "this is not like we just bounce starting a car. We have every other trouble." The captain stated. They became to him and he stated, "Our gun systems have been damaged at some stage in the crash. We cannot release." "Can or not it as repaired?" Mark asks. The captain shook his head as he said, "I am afraid not." "Okay. What if we move inside, set a timer and blow up the warhead manually?" Jan suggests. Rick then disagrees, "No manner. If the warmth would not fry you, the radiation will. And it is too bad I cannot make a match certainly brief to protect us from the radiation." Bulma sullenly says. "Maybe I am able to take it in with immediate transmission," Goku advised. Gowasu shook his head this time and stated, "I have to recommend in opposition to that. The radiation could greater than in all likelihood destroy your body, even if you had been with the transmission discipline." "What if I went exquisite Saiyan?" Goku requested. Shin became the only this time to shoot it down, "I am afraid not. Your transformation S power may want to cause the vicinity to crumble round us." Goku huffed and leaned in opposition to the table. Then he seemed to the two very best Kai and asked, "I do not assume that both of you may teleport it in? The identical consequences are more than in all likelihood." Gowasu stated. "Drive." Serizawa, after having time to think about it, said, "I will pass." The group appeared to him as Mark asks, "What the heck does that suggest?" "He meant to keep Godzilla himself," Gowasu stated as he regarded to Serizawa, "by means of sacrificing himself." This bowled over the group as Chen asks, "There should be any other way. There may be no time for debate." Serizawa argues. He stands company as he stated, "I will cross." Cue the Wild Baby, Broly tune from DD's Broly inside the warfare at DC. Guns fired and creatures roared as they fought back. The humans weren't doing so true because the battleships were sinking or on fire. Some of the planes were shot down from both the Titans or by using Frieza. While Vegeta, Buu and Broly were maintaining Frieza occupied, the opposite warring parties and the destroyers and angels helped the army with the aid of preventing towards Rodan and King Ghidorah. Frieza turned into presently firing electric death beams at Vegeta. Vegeta became presently in his completed top-notch Saiyan blue shape as he swatted Frieza's attack away. Then holding his hand in the back of him, Vegeta shouted, "Final shine." He fired the beam at Frieza, however the converted golden tyrant changed into able to steer clear of it. Broly followed up Viaduct firing 2 orbs of ki at him, but Frieza swatted both orbs with each tails at Majin Buu. Buu cried out as each orb struck him in the face. However he became very well as he shook his head to clear away the shoot. He growled and steam got here out of his head holes earlier than he yelled. As Vegeta prepared to make every other attack, a voice abruptly yelled in his head, "Howdy, Vegeta." He dodged out of the manner of one in all Frieza's attacks whilst recognizing King Kai's voice. Vegeta then shouted, "What do you want? I am type of within the middle of something. Supreme Kai's ancestor just contacted me about a situation returned on 7th Earth." King Kai said. Vegeta growled and he stated, "Something it as far, can't it wait?" Well, he says that Trunks and Goten along with those 3 youngsters are lacking. King Kai instructed him. Vegeta's eyes grew huge and he stated, he cannot find them anywhere. They must be on 13th Earth with you. King Kai guessed. Then he stated, however they gotta be somewhere it is now not near you. Otherwise, you'd possibly be seeing Gotenks proper approximately now. Yeah, you re proper. Vegeta agreed. He gasped as he dived out of the manner of some other one among Frieza's attacks. He then stated to the Kai, got across. Suitable luck. King Kai said before ending the telepathic transmission. End of music. One of the planes continued to heart at Rodan as he came close. The Pteranodon Titan roars as he attempted to snap on the aircraft. Barnes yells as he pours on the bullets. When Rodan came to shot, Caligula yelled as she came in with a kick to the top of Rodan's head. The blow dispatched Rodan spiraling to the ground, but the Titan changed into able to catch himself within the air and flapped to climb returned within the sky. Griffin then made touch with Foster Argo, we're pink on ammo and coffee on gasoline. We can take lots greater of this. At the Argo, Foster was currently taking note of Griffin and stated, copy, replica. Just keep them off so long as you may. She got here over to the principal console whilst Sam said, Colonel, check this. All of the Titans have stopped. A rumble prompted the video to go to static for a second earlier than coming lower back. She saw that he was proper and saw that the Titans had stopped shifting. Then she puzzled, what the heck has gotten into them now? King Ghidorah, Frieza and Rodan should all sense something in the air as the 3-headed dragon screeched. The Orca's broadcast sign pulsated through the Fenway speakers. It were at the least an hour since the Ospreys had left and the Orca had just been activated. Madison, Chile and the kids regarded to the TV because the reporter said, it does appear as if the assaults have ceased in the interim with the creatures going from detrimental to docile within mins. Now, no person is positive how or why, but this appears to be occurring concurrently around the sector. Chile gently nudged her elbow against Madison's arm and stated, I guess you made the proper call, youngster. Madison regarded to Chile with a smile as they persisted to observe. Cue recollections of bomb music from DD's Broly, alarms blared at the Monarch bunker as Emma walked into the room. She appeared to Jonah and asked, what is occurring? The Orca. Alan said and that they regarded to where the tool once sat. Emma became pressured as she questioned, what? I wonder who may want to have completed this? Alan satirically asks as they then became to a screen that showed Fenway Park. Emma fast ran out of the room and ran to the only where she last noticed Madison. Starting the door she known as out, Maddie. She seemed round for signs but could not see any symptoms of her daughter and seemed all the way down to see the tablet lying on the floor. Emma bent down and picked it up earlier than turning it over. The display screen turned into cracked and Emma said, Maddie. She sighed as she appears at the cracked display saver. Q. Key to coexistence track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters, down inside the historical metropolis. A team became cautiously fixing up the warhead and putting it in a case while Serizawa became fitted in a suit. They were down in a hangar bay for smaller subs as the institution became to look him off. Rick then warned, first touch, you're gonna begin dropping your lengthy variety vision. Whilst you surface, your motor capabilities are gonna begin to fade. However, I positioned a heliox combination inside the tank which must assist you live strong a little longer. He then said out of respect, it was an honor, man. Serizawa peered down to see that Rick held his hand before taking it. Serizawa smirked before looking to Chen. Chen felt very sad as she hugged him tight. He hugged her lower back before they launched every different. He appeared to each of them and stated, thank you. And we thanks as well. Shin said as he felt horrific for what Serizawa needed to do. He and Gowasu each bowed as the latter stated, you are doing the multiverse a tremendous service. We commend you on your courageous sacrifice. Thanks again. Serizawa stated. He seemed to Bulma and stated, ensure to stay proper to yourself in what you do. I can. She said with an unhappy smile. Goku then requested, are you sure which you do not need me to strive instantaneous transmission? The multiverse wishes you, Son Goku. Serizawa informed him, I can't explain how, but trust that you are the only that became foreseen at the mural. You must by some means assist Gojira. Goku failed to recognize what to say as Ishiro Serizawa turned to Mark. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out his journal. Handing it to Mark he said, my notes. Mark turned into hesitant to take them, however didn't ask, are you sure? He fought for us, Serizawa said with a nod, died for us. He is not handiest evidence that coexistence is viable. He appeared Mark in the attention as he said, yes, the important thing to it. Then he appeared to Goku and stated, and you've got shown us that there are a couple of way. Mark and Goku's faces failed to change as they were losing an awesome friend. Serizawa regarded between them and said, contend with them, Mark. Son Goku. Serizawa walked past them and into the sub as it changed into loaded with the warhead. The top of Monarch climbed in and sat down while the others watched. Serizawa seemed to the institution one final time before closing the hatch. He, Mark and Goku all nodded and admired to each other as Serizawa started the diving sequence. The mini-sub started out to sink in the water because the organization watched with saddened faces. Rick placed a comforting hand on Chen's shoulder as she began to gently sob. Stop of song, the mini-sub moved far away from the main sub as it turned to get out of the blast quarter. Serizawa stored his eyes on the entrance as he took a deep breath. He saved a stoic face as he entered the big stone hall. As the institution made it again into the bridge, the captain then ordered, Bowman, take us out, fast. Aye, Captain. The bowman mentioned earlier than putting the whole lot into the engines so they might get away. They looked down to the radar because the captain stated, yes, clear. Cue goodbye vintage friend song from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Ishiro's mini-sub persevered to make its way through the large hall. Because it stored going closer to the source of the radiation, the electrical systems began to fail because the headlights started out to flicker out. The radiation alarms blared because the sub started to ascend to the surface. The mini-sub broke the floor of the sizzling ocean water as small fires dropped down from the ceiling. Serizawa's respiration accelerated as he seemed approximately the massive cavern. He grew to become his head to the large pyramid in which Godzilla lay. He opened the hatch and took the case out of the sub. Then as he started out to feel the effects of the heat and the radiation, Ichiro Serizawa began the merciless climb up the stairs of the pyramid. Ichiro struggled to keep maintain of the case whilst hiking up as burning heat poured from the ceiling and burning ash rained down. While he made it to the top, he located a hand as he came earlier than a large steam cloud. He got here upon Godzilla's aspect and moved closer to the head of the Titan. While he changed into a terrific yards from the Titan's face, he set the case down. Ichiro may want to experience himself starting to feel the consequences of the radiation as he struggled to open the case. Whilst it became opened, he took the silver warhead out and located it on the floor. Kneeling earlier than the small yet strong object, he hastily removed his proper glove and shakily moved his finger to the one button at the detonator. The machine beeps because the countdown for 1 minute is ready. Then he moved his hand to the bigger button and pressed it. The mechanical ticking began as a timer belt moved. Ishiro peered down at his father's watch one ultimate time before seeking to the Titan. A gust of breath from a growl cleared the steam cloud from Godzilla's face. Ever nevertheless awestruck with the Titan, Ishiro Serizawa stood up and slowly made his way to Godzilla. Godzilla groggily opened his eyes before putting his sight on the imminent man. The ticking of the warhead keeps as Ishiro came towards the Titan. As he came nearer, Ishiro took off the helmet as he wouldn't be wanting it a lot longer earlier than status near the Titan. The countdown made it beyond the 30 mark and kept going. Ichiro peered up into Godzilla's eye as he slowly reached out to do what he had always wanted to do and be capable of contact the Titan. Godzilla gave a soft growl as Ichiro's hand pressed up against the Titan's scales. Ichiro and Godzilla peers into every different eyes as Ichiro says in Japanese, "Sarabatamwa/goodbye old buddy." The countdown reached the 0 mark and the warhead detonated. A bright flash expands throughout the cave because the warhead created a large explosion that destroyed the giant cavern. The blast persevered to stretch out viaduct the town and engulfs the whole thing. The blast wasn't too far behind the sub as it destroyed in front. The sub changed into heading to the surface whilst the shockwave rocked them. Anyone hung onto something because the shockwave driven them further. Chen held Mark's hand while Bulma grabbed hold of Goku's. The sub broke from the sea and dropped onto the floor. All and sundry in the sub grunted as they have been rocked. Cease. Of music, the effect from the rising sub brought on water to fall around them because the sub floats. Drive. Chan, Bulma and Gowasu groans from the revel in while Shin asks, is each person okay? Anyone nods as Bulma asks, just a little rocked but I assume I'll be okay. Same right here. Shen agreed. The captain then ordered Bowman ship a misery message to the Argo. Aye, Captain. The Bowman stated and started to work. The captain, Goku, Mark, the girls, Rick and the 2 perfect Kai all make their way up the hatch. Mark opens the hatch and all of them quickly climb out. Once they may be all on pinnacle of the sub, they look around for any signs and symptoms of Godzilla. Thus far, all they saw turned into rain and the sea. Drive. Chen looked to Mark as he appeared viaduct the binoculars and asked, see whatever?
Cue rebirth track from Godzilla, king of the monsters. He saw something now not too a ways from the sub as a patch of ocean started out to churn.
Goku abruptly felt Godzilla's electricity getting closer as the churning increased. Anybody watched as a blue glow got here up to the floor. A faint chittering could be heard from the spot. The organization's eyes grew huge as Godzilla's large dorsal fin broke the surface of the ocean. Godzilla's head then came up as absolutely everyone watched as his dorsal plates began to pulse. The blue glow climbed through the plates till Godzilla took a deep breath before liberating an atomic breath with a roar up into the sky. The beam driven away the rain clouds as all of us shielded their eyes. Godzilla reduced off his beam and lowered his head. All of a sudden, his gaze grew to become toward them and he slightly glared. In general, every person subsidized up as they might feel he turned into indignant. Godzilla delivered his head closer to the human beings while Goku and the 2 perfect Kai stored calm. Whilst Godzilla stopped, he snorted as he appeared over them. Mark then shouted, no person pass. Godzilla should feel the divine electricity from the 2 supreme Kai. When his gaze fell on Goku, he remembered the Saiyan from their in-advance encounter and barely glared. But Goku simply remained along with his face company. Godzilla then set his gaze on Mark and the 2 appeared into each other's eyes because the Titan softly tousled. The organization should hear the Titan's coronary heartbeat as Godzilla's gaze softened. Deeming them not a danger, Godzilla retracted his head and grew to become far away from the human beings and the sub. He became and unexpectedly felt something in the wind. He dived down into the ocean and took off. As he dove down, Godzilla's tail swung into the air earlier than slamming in opposition to the water. Goku and the others yelled out and protected themselves as the water splashed down on them. As Mark looked to the departing Godzilla as the Titan's dorsal plates submerged, something in his thoughts clicked. Chen appeared to him and requested, "Are you okay?" When Mark didn't answer, Goku asked, "Mark, I recognize a way to locate him." Mark shouted. All of them looked up into the sky simply as the Argo seemed. He looked again out into the ocean before shouting with confidence, "I realized the way to discover him." Back up in the ship above the Forbidden Earth, Berry Blue's scanners had just detected something and small alarms blared. She switched the feed to look at an Earth map to see what the commotion was about. Her eyes slightly widened when an old energy signature had popped back up on screen. Berry Blue smiled with interest as she saw that this Earth's defender had come back to finish the job. Another ping indicated that something was happening elsewhere. Typing a few key commands into the console, one of the screens became a visual of one of the Earth's cities as another displayed multiple incoming targets. Berry Blue then pressed her hands together and said, "Now, the battle will soon begin." Her smirk never left her face as she waited to complete her master's orders. Once the sub-team had been collected onto the Argo, they quickly made their way to the bridge. They were met by Sam as Mark handed him Serizawa's notebook and said, "Let us make him proud and not screw this up." Sam took the journal and looked down at it as Mark walked off before he asked Chen, "How did he, By saving us." Chen replied, still grieving for their loss. Sam nodded as she walked to the main console. Vegeta came up to Goku and Bulma and said, "We need to have a talk." Goku and Bulma looked to each other before following after Vegeta. As the three conversed, Mark then asked Sam, "What we go going on?" "We think Emma activated the Orca somewhere near Boston," Sam said as he and Chen came up to the main console. They looked at the map to see that the Titans had stopped their global rampage. Then he said that SY Ghidorah and Godzilla are both headed that way now. "They what?" Bulma screamed, making everyone in the room wince and look to them. Mark, Chen and Sam all looked back to see most of the alternate universe fighters covering their ears as Bulma questions her husband, "What do you mean they snuck into Universe 13 with us?" "That's what King Kai told me," Vegeta said as he put his hands out defensively. Then he said they probably snuck onto Limo's ship and hitched a ride that way. "What's this about my ship?" Limo asks as he walked into the room. Broly looked to him and asks, "Where is Chile?"
She might still be back in, Limo had to scratch his head as he tried to remember the name, Boss something, I think.
"Boston," Sam said. Limo then nodded as he then remembered. Broly rushed over to him and asks, "Why did you leave her there?" "She said that she had some business to take care of there," Limo said, now feeling that there was something wrong. Then he said, "She told me that she defined a way out of the city." Then he looked to Goku and Vegeta before asking, "Why? What's going on?" "Well, her and some of our kids might be in trouble," Bulma said as she put the map on the big screen. Limo looked to see that the blips that represented Godzilla and Ghidorah were heading to the city. Limo looked to them and asked, "We're going back, right?" Everyone nodded their heads and Limo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness." Then he snapped his fingers and said, "Now that I think about it, she might have seen the kids while we were helping the evacuation. She must have stayed behind to get them out." "But where did they go?" Goku asks. Limo shrugged and said, "Beats me. Maybe we can track them somehow. But we haven't been able to pinpoint the exact location without the missing piece of the Orca signal," Sam reminded. Goku patted him on the back and said, "Don't worry. Mark says that he figured it out." He looked to the scientist and said, "Didn't you, Mark?" Mark nodded as he scrolled through the lists of frequencies and said, "I do have the missing piece." He clicked a button and the Orca's frequency played over the speakers. Goku looked down and saw the frequency was combined with Godzilla and something called a Homo sapien. Sam then asked, "It is Godzilla, right?" "I know we already tried. It's not Godzilla," Mark said as he revealed, "It's us." "What do you mean, us?" Colonel Foster asks as she didn't understand. Mark then explained, Emma combined the bioacoustics of Godzilla with a human. That's how she made the signal for the orca. The creatures just think that it's another apex predator. Well, that makes sense. Rick says, I mean, we're a bunch of jerkwads that'll take what we want when we want it. Saiyans have you beat from a mile. Vegeta said with a smirk. Foster rolled her eyes and said, yeah, that's real poetic. She looked to Mark and asked, now what? Mark looked to her and said, we track it, we find it, and we get my daughter, the other kids, and she lay back. Well, look who's come out of his bad mood. Caligula said as she slapped Mark on the shoulder. Mark slightly hissed from the pain while Rick then asks about Ghidorah. What about Mo, Larry and Curly over here? Boo think that we should call one of the heads Kevin. Boo said, standing next to the screen. Rick looked to the pink fighter and asks, why, Kevin? Because left head feel like Kevin. Boo said with a nod. Rick didn't know what to say as he looked to the others. They just shrugged as they didn't understand it either. Godzilla will bring balance. Chen stated, bringing them back on track. Rick then said, oh, I get it. A little Serizawa let them fight action. He smiled as he remembered, I used to love it when he said that. No. Mark said as he thought of it differently this time, we join the fight. Foster then asked, and what about Frieza? We'll help Godzilla take care of them both. Goku said as he stood with his fellow fighters. Beerus then said, while we divine take on Ghidorah with Godzilla, Vegeta and the others. Since he has his target, Goku will keep Frieza occupied long enough for us to finish the job. He looked to the other divine and said, I promise that none of us will fall to the destroyer of destroyers this time. We'll all make sure. Shin said with a nod. The destroyers, angels and Supreme Kai all nodded in agreement. Gowasu then said, if we do make it out of this battle, I really am considering to retire. The others just looked at him with deadpan expressions. The Supreme Kai of the 10th universe then shrugged and said, what? I am waiting till this thing is completely over before I step down. Back at the Monarch bunker, the eco-terrorists were getting ready to evacuate while Emma prepped a vehicle to go and get Madison back. Jonah walked up and questioned, what do you think you're redoing? I don't have time to argue about this, Jonah. Emma said as she continued to pack, I am getting Maddie back. Not with my men, you not. Alan said as he looked to them. Then he reminded Emma, you said that this was about the greater good. That the planet deserved a clean slate. But now you're prepared to put all our lives in danger because your little girl is missing. The orca is with Emma tried to say, but Jonah cut her off. The orca no longer matters. Man does not control the laws of nature. Then he bluntly said, and neither do you. Emma didn't say anything at first but slightly turned to look around. And then in one quick motion she pulled out her pistol and pointed it at Jonah. His men quickly responded and pointed their weapons at her. Jonah just stood there and wondered if she would do it, but then she said, I already lost one child. She took in a heavy breath as she said, I am not losing another. She looked him in the eye and said, I have to fix this. Let her go. Alan ordered. His soldiers lowered their weapons as he said, we have everything we need. Emma then put away her weapon and climbed into the military vehicle. She put the pedal to the metal as she drove through the tunnel. Her car rammed through the gate before making her way into the city as clouds began to roll overhead. On the roof of the Fenway Park Stadium, Madison, Chile and the kids stood on the roof as they looked for signs of anything coming. The orca continued to broadcast its signal over the stadium as speakers. Chile used a scout device to see if anything was coming before turning to Maddie and said, I don't see anything yet, but maybe we should get out of here now. The wind whistled as Madison continued to look around. They all looked to the flags on the pole just as the wind died down. Then the wind blew in the opposite direction. They all started to breath heavy as they knew what this meant. Goten then said, think that maybe we should. Thunder cracked on the other side of the city as a giant fog cloud rolled in. Madison looked about as the fog started to surround the city and come inward. A giant cloud came from in front of them and they could hear something from within as electricity crackled. Chile, now feeling a little scared, said, "Alright. Everyone inside. Now." Cue fog over Fenway track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. None of the kids questioned it as they all ran for the door. Madison was the first to reach the door and pulled it open to let the others through first. Once they were inside, she slammed the door shut behind her. The 7 of them quickly rushed into the room where the orca was and stayed absolutely still. They took a deep breath as they waited to see what would happen. The orca continued to pulse as they all kept an eye on the sky. Rain soon began to fall over the city as electricity crackled in the clouds. And just when it seemed that nothing was going to happen, Ghidorah dropped down from the sky. All 7 of them fell to the floor with yelps or grunts as they tried to keep out of sight by hiding under the table. Ghidorah stepped around the stadium as he searched for the source of what was stopping his influence of this planet as creatures. All 3 heads looked about as he flared and then rattled his tails to intimidate whatever creature was here. As the sound kept going, the right head let out a challenging roar. All 7 covered their ears from the ear-splitting shriek. The orca's signal continued to play through the speakers and Ghidorah's right head turned to one of the speakers of the stadium with a growl. Having had enough of the noise, the right head crushed the speakers with his jaws, destroying the equipment and silencing the noise a little. Chile and the kids could feel it from the booth as they stayed against the ground. Madison looked up to see the right head with the speakers in its jaws. She panted while glaring at the Titan. Then reaching up without looking, she began to unplug the orca from the equipment. She fumbled with it and turned to Chile for help. "I can get the orca unhooked." Chile moved over and did the same while not taking her eyes off of the Titan. They were able to unhook the orca from the equipment. The feedback whined as the signal stopped playing through the speakers, but the orca still broadcasted the signal. Hugging the device close to herself, Madison and the others got out from underneath the table and stood up while thunder cracked again. When they were at their full heights, they suddenly felt eyes on them while they heard the sound of chittering. All 7 of them slowly looked back to see that one of the heads was gazing through the window. The Titan's eye glared as it could still hear the orca. All 7 of them said, "Oh, crud." They ran out of the booth when they knew what this meant. All 3 heads of Ghidorah powered up a gravity beam and fired them into the booth. The lightning attacks destroyed the inside and outside of the building as Ghidorah poured it on to destroy what was making the signal. All 7 screamed as they ran through the halls while lightning blasted into the building behind them. Putting her hand up to her head, Chile activated her comm and quickly said, "Argo, this Chile. We are in big trouble and we need help." Outside, Ghidorah continued to fire gravity beams at the building and the others around the stadium. Madison screamed as they ran down the stairs as lightning continued to pour in. A piece of rubble came down and Madison screamed when she lightly hits it. Chile covered herself even though the rubble broke her calm. She groaned before taking it off and throwing the piece away. The group ran out the way they came in and continued running while covering themselves as Ghidorah kept attacking. A beam came down next to them and it sent the 7 flying with a scream. They tumbled on the ground and were slow to get back up as Ghidorah chittered. When they did, they looked up to see that all 3 heads of Ghidorah were looking down on them. Madison held the orca close to her before throwing it away. It clattered close to the Titan while Trunks then questioned, "Are you sure that is going to work?" "As a matter of fact, it won't." Another voice said from above. Chile, Madison, Trunks, Goten, Shu, Mai and Pilaf all looked up to see Frieza in his super golden form ascending down to them. When his gaze fell on Madison, he said, Mississippi. Russell. How nice to see you again." But then his gaze hardened and he said, "But you've become quite the nuisance for us, haven't you? I think that you need to be taught a lesson." "Bring it on, Freezer," Chile defiantly said as she, Goten and Trunks took defensive stances. Frieza looked her over and then said, "I remember you and that other subordinate of mine cost me a wish from the Dragon Balls to save that brute. And if I had to do it again, I would. Because Broly wasn't a slave for you to use," Chile said with a smirk. They all look back as Ghidorah looks down at the orca with one of his heads with a hiss. Frieza remains still while the group jumps back as Ghidorah crushes the orca underfoot. Ghidorah then screeches as all the heads look down on the group. Frieza levitated into the air to get out of range as the three-headed dragon prepared another gravity beam attack with a screech. Frieza too prepared an attack by holding his palm towards the group and said, "Goodbye, little ones. You won't be missed." But instead of feeling afraid, Madison took Chile's hand. She looked to the girl before doing the same with Shu, who in turn grabbed Pilaf's hand. Madison then held out her other hand to Goten, who took it, followed by Trunks and Mai. They kept their eyes on the two tyrants as their attacks continued to charge. Standing tall, all six of them screamed in defiance to the two. And just when Ghidorah was about to unleash his attack, a blue beam struck him in the chest. Frieza's head snapped back to see Ghidorah fall onto his back and destroy more of the stadium with groans from all three heads. Frieza then questioned as he looked for the source, "What?" End of track. Cue battle in Boston track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Madison, Chile, Goten, Mai, Trunks, Pilaf and Shu stumbled when they felt footsteps coming from behind. They all looked back to see an unforgettable sight. Godzilla gave a loud roar as he stomped into Boston. The Titan's dorsal plates and eyes glowed blue as he entered the battlefield. Madison and the others gave smirks as Godzilla roared again. They then noticed a huge squadron of fighter jets flew behind him. Not only was it aircraft, but also a few naval vessels sailed through the waters right beside Godzilla as they all headed into battle. Godzilla growled as he stomped onto the land and glared at Ghidorah. He could also sense another strong presence, but looking down on his left, he saw Super Saiyan Blue Goku flying right beside him and figured that the small yet powerful creature could handle it. The Argo flew in from overhead while the warriors and Divine flew on the outside of the ship.
Inside the ship, a team consisting of Mark, Bulma, Barnes, Limo, Ford, Griff and Martinez and a few other soldiers got ready to go look for Madison.
They were in contact with the bridge as Sam said, "Okay, we've zeroed in on the last ping from the Orca, plus with a distress call from Chile we got it." He looked at a map of where Fenway Park once stood. Fenway Park, dead ahead.
The Osprey and Limo's ship flew through the air as the technician said, "Us and the fighters will lay cover fire to keep Ghidorah and Frieza distracted."
"Copy that." Barnes acknowledged. Mark kept his eyes opened as he prayed that Madison, Chile and the other kids would be there. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked to see Bulma giving him an encouraging smile. "We're going to find them, Mark." "I know," he said before turning his attention back to the window. They watched as Godzilla stomped into the streets of Boston while Ghidorah also got ready for a fight.
On the Argo, a soldier told Foster, "Colonel, all squadrons are locked on targets."
Foster then turned her gaze to the rest of the console while Chen declared, "For Serizawa. For the multiverse." Goku added as he spoke into her mind. Chen smirked to this as they dove into the battle. The aircraft continued to fly over the streets as the fighters shot forward to the two tyrants. The Argo launched multiple missiles at Ghidorah while smaller guns had a lock on Frieza and began to fire. The Golden Tyrant moved out of the way of the shots while Ghidorah screeched when he was hit by the missiles before shielding himself with his right wing. Frieza looked to his ally and shouted, "Don't just stand there. We must fight." Ghidorah growled at the smaller alien while continuing to protect himself. Frieza curses to himself while holding up a finger and attempts to shot the fighter jets down. They were able to avoid the beams, and those that couldn't, the attacks were deflected by a fighter. Madison and the others watched. Everyone poured everything that they had to attack the two. But as the explosions around Ghidorah intensified with each hit, they noticed that they were in more and more danger. Trunks and Goten looked to each other before turning to the others. The older half-Saiyan then shouted, "We've got to go and find shelter somewhere. This place is gonna be rubble soon." "And where are we supposed to go?" Mai questioned as she thought that this plan was stupid. Madison then said, "I know a place. Come on." All the kids and Chile ran after her as they left the stadium while Godzilla came closer. He roars his challenge to Ghidorah and the three-headed dragon responds with a snarl. The left head growled before the entire body of Monster Zero moved forward. Godzilla picked up his pace as both Goku and Frieza did the same. As the four fighters met in the middle, both Goku and Frieza lashed out a fist while both titans clashed. The impact from their clash caused a shockwave to go through the entire city. The buildings that were closest to them cracked from the pressure as the battle was underway. Goku and Frieza went all out as they ascended into the air while rapidly punching at each other. As the Argo flew closer to the battle, Sam got a closer look at Godzilla and asked, "Is it just me or has Godzilla been working out?" "You kidding me?" Rick asked as he looked over Godzilla's charts. He sounded excited as he said, "Serizawa's got that lizard juiced." "Darn right." Foster agreed. The system started beeping and Rick looked back down to see what it was. His face fell as he said, "Oh boy. Godzilla's radiation levels are going through the roof. We got about 12 minutes before he goes thermonuclear." "What do you mean?" Colonel Foster asked as she didn't understand. A jolt rang through the ship and knocked them off their feet. Rick then said, "I am saying in about 12 minutes it is gonna be a bad day to be a Red Sox fan." Another rumble went through the ship and Sam said through the open channels to Marcus Proop, "Okay, guys, you need to find the Orca, get Madison and the others and get the heck out of there." Whatever Serizawa did to Godzilla worked a little too well. "'Cause he is about to explode like an atom bomb," Sam told them while they watched Godzilla and Ghidorah duke it out. Barnes then said, "Roger that. Prepare for landing." They moved the Osprey and ship out of the way as Godzilla threw Ghidorah away. They all screamed as Goku came crashing towards them. But he used instant transmission to teleport out of the way. The Osprey and spaceship continued to descend to the ground. Goku and Godzilla were both going all out as they fought against their mortal enemies. Goku reappeared behind Frieza and balled his fists together before delivering a blow to the tyrant's head. Frieza fell to the ground before stopping himself and glaring up at his enemy. With a yell he shot towards the Saiyan and Goku met him halfway with a clash. Godzilla and Ghidorah's battle on the other hand was tipping into the former's favor as the Divine and the alternate fighters joined in. The destroyers moved in front of Godzilla and placed a hand before themselves and fired destruction beams at Ghidorah. The dragon was able to twist his body out of the way of the attacks, but Broly came in with a punch to the dragon's middle head. Ghidorah screeched in pain when suddenly, Rumsky and Moscow rammed into the dragon's midsection with their shoulders. The dragon was sent flying back and crashed into many buildings. Ghidorah growled as he got up again and shot 3 gravity beams at the two. Both destroyers evaded to the left and right as the lightning shot past and destroyed another building. Broly, Boo and Vegeta all dropped down with an elbow to each of the 3 heads right on the forehead. Ghidorah fell onto his belly with a yelp as he crashed onto the ground. The middle head looked up to see both Beerus and Kompa hovering a good few feet from him in the air. The head snarled as the twins prepared, twin shot. They both fired a blue and red orb respectively at the dragon. Ghidorah was able to roll out of the way enough and the orbs destroyed the spot and everything around it. Ghidorah was quick to get back up on his feet as he fired electricity every which with all 3 heads. The fighters and Divine scattered out of the way as the attack flared about. Ghidorah then jumped into the air and tried to swat at those that came too close with his twin tails. However, as they swung in a full circle, Godzilla was able to grab one of them and pulled Ghidorah out of the sky. The dragon looked back as the Titan of Universe 13 used his strength to pull him along as Godzilla spun. The fighters of the alternate universes cheered as Godzilla then let Ghidorah go and the dragon crashed into many more buildings. As the battle continued to rage, Mark and Bulma's Osprey descended into the park. They and the soldiers stood at the ready as they came closer to the door. As they came closer to the ground, some of the soldiers made silent prayers as one touched his shoulders, heart and head. The Osprey turned as it touched down and bolt of lightning jostled them. The Osprey touched down and the doors opened up. 2 soldiers ran out first, but suddenly they were struck by Ghidorah's lightning. Bulma screamed as the soldiers were instantly vaporized. When it was clear, Barnes shouted, "Go, go, go." They all ran out into the storm with weapons hot and flashlights searching. As they moved away from the osprey, Barnes ordered, "Spread out." Bulma stuck close to Mark, Barnes and Ford as they searched. Martinez took his group as he said, "Flank left." "Trunks?" Bulma shouted as she looked for her son and the other kids. Mark too yelled, "Madison." "Chile." Limo screamed as he helped search. "Eyes up!" a soldier shouted. They all looked up to see the two titans stomping around. Both Godzilla and Ghidorah screeched as the former slapped away the latter's head before another bit his shoulder. One of the destroyers came in and blasted at the head before moving out of the way when Ghidorah tried to swat them with his left wing. Godzilla saved the deity by smacking the dragon in the side with his tail. Ghidorah screeched in pain as he stumbled away. Godzilla growled as he moved in to fight. As they looked about, Mark, Bulma and Limo shouted, "Madison/kids. Chile." The sounds of battle were all around them as Ghidorah fell onto the ground. Their attention was averted as Martinez shouted, "I got something. Over here." The five ran over to him as he had his flashlight shining on something. He waved the flashlight as he shouted, "Come check this out." Another flash of lightning crashed down near them. When they reached him, he pointed his flashlight to the ground and said, "I found the orca, sir, it looks pretty banged up." No sign of any of the kids or the green lady. "But where are Chile and the kids?" Bulma asks, now really worried while Limo slightly glared at Martinez. Mark picked up the device. Mark shook his head and said, "I am not sure. They must have fled when the fighting started." Above their heads, Ghidorah's left head tried to lunge at Godzilla, but the Titan of Earth swatted it away before he came back and all three heads bit into him. Godzilla was able to dislodge the heads as he pushed the three-headed dragon back. As Ghidorah stepped back, all 36 of the Divine moved in front of Godzilla and blasted the alien Titan with orbs of ki. All three heads screeched in pain as the spheres blew up against his hide. The dragon fired his gravity beams again to disperse them. Then he quickly latched all three heads onto Godzilla's shoulders and neck and pushed him back. As the dragon forced his enemy back, Martinez shouted, "They're not here. We gotta get out of here. Let us go." Griffin shouted and they all headed back to the osprey. But before they could escape, Ghidorah's foot came down on the osprey. Everyone screamed as the exploding osprey knocked them off their feet. Ghidorah kept his grip on Godzilla's neck as he flapped into the air. Shin looked up and shouted to the others, "We need to help him." But they couldn't make it in time as the dragon slammed the lizard on the ground. He dragged Godzilla across the ground and then pinned the Earth Titan. Godzilla was able to rip the middle head from his throat as he powered up his atomic breath. When he removed the head, Godzilla fired his attack into Ghidorah's chest. The three-headed dragon screeched as he was forced back to the stadium by Godzilla's attack. Ghidorah was able to hold his ground even though he was being pushed back by the attack. He was close to squashing the rescue team as he was pushed back. They cringed in fear as he came closer. But luckily help was coming. A bright light shimmered in the clouds above the stadium. The Divine and the fighters looked towards the light while Goku and Frieza also stopped to look. From inside the Argo, Chen opened her eyes after praying for her arrival. The clouds pulsated before Mothra flew onto the battlefield with a screech. As Godzilla's attack subsided, she flew at Ghidorah, and when he turned to her, Vegeta came in with a hand raised and shouted, "Big Bang attack." The sphere of ki struck Ghidorah in the chest, causing the dragon to screech. But it left him open to an attack by Mothra. The queen of the monsters came close before firing a strand of web at the Hydra. The webbing caused Ghidorah to become stuck on a nearby building. Both the left and middle heads were stuck to the building while the right head only had his muzzle stuck. With a mighty yank, the head freed itself and looked to the other two heads. But before setting to work, the head looked to the Moth Titan as she soared through the sky. The left head grabbed some of the webbing in his jaws and started yanking to free the other two, but appearance of Godzilla in the building's glass caused him to look back. The head gave a warning screech that Godzilla answered with a roar. Tackling Ghidorah from behind, both titans crashed through the building. All three heads winced as they crashed to the ground. Godzilla sniffed to see if Ghidorah was done. The middle head raised and gave a cry for aid as he looked up to Mothra.
As she flew back down, the sky next to her turned red as Rodan appeared.
Rodan roared as he tackled a squealing Mothra out of the air. The two flew through the air as they fought against each other. Vegeta looked to the others and said, I am going to lend her a hand. The rest of you continue to help Godzilla. Before any of them could stop him, Vegeta took off to aid the Moth Titan. As Rodan tried to scratch at Mothra, Vegeta used his shoulder to ram into the avian's back. Rodan screeched as he fell forward but was able to catch himself before he hit the ground. Rodan flapped to where he was level with Mothra and Vegeta. The fire demon glared at the two before screeching a challenge. Vegeta smirked and said, guess it is gonna take a lot more to take down this dumb bird. Vegeta then hunched over as he unleashed the Super Saiyan Blue as full power. Both Rodan and Mothra were truly surprised as Vegeta's power blew some of the storm clouds back.
The Prince of Saiyans smirked. Didn't he falter as he said, now, Fire Demon, prepare to face us.
The Prince of Saiyans and the Queen of Monsters. Rodan screeched as he flew right at them. Vegeta and Mothra did the same as one screeched and the other yelled. Rodan and Mothra grabbed hold of each other while Vegeta delivered a kick to the bird's jaw. Rodan fell from the sky as Mark and the others watched. The sound of a vehicle drew their attention behind them. They looked back to see an army vehicle pulling up. And sitting at the driver's seat was Emma herself. When she pulled to a stop, she stuck her head out the window and shouted, "Get in!" They looked up to see Rodan roar as he grabbed hold of Mothra again and twisted before throwing her at Vegeta. The two were sent flying through the air as they sent a fighter jet falling from the sky. Barnes saw it and shouted more fiercely, "Incoming!" Everyone yells when the jet lands and explodes on impact. Even Emma was covering her eyes. When the light subsided, she looked to them and shouted, "Get in!" "Griffin, you alright?" Barnes asks his injured friend. When she didn't respond because of her injury, Ford and Martinez moved to help pick her up. As they picked the groaning Griffin, he said, "Guys, let us get her up." Another ball of fire landed close as Griffin continued to yell in pain as they loaded her into the vehicle. Bulma and Limo sat behind the driver's seat while the three soldiers attended to Griffin. Mark sat in the seat next to Emma as she then moved to get them out of there. The engine revs as Emma drove them out of the stadium. Goku and Frieza's battle was just as intense as the others around them. Both fighters held a fist from their opponent back while straining to get a hit. Frieza then said, "How will you feel when you find your son crushed under all this rubble? And knowing that it could be either one will have me intrigued." This seemed to really tick Goku off as he twisted the fist in Frieza's grip to where he grasped Frieza's wrist. Frieza looked on in shock as Goku pulled him forward and buried his knee into the tyrant's gut. Frieza yelled in pain before Goku kicked him right in the face. The golden tyrant flew through the air and crashed into a skyscraper. Goku brought his hands together and powered up his signature attack, Kamehameha. He fired his beam right at the skyscraper and the entire top ignited into a fiery inferno. Goku waited as he knew that wasn't enough to stop Frieza. He was right as a golden sphere obliterated most of the skyscraper's top. Super Golden Frieza glared at Goku before a smirk crept on his face and he sarcastically said, "Oh, did I touch a nerve?" Bringing his hands together and said, "Let me help calm the tension." He fired his Electro Nova at Goku, but the Saiyan then powered by using his Kaioken X10. A huge red aura shrouded the Super Saiyan Blue and Goku's power grew higher. Then moving his left arm in front of him, Goku waited until Frieza's attack was but a few feet from him. Then when it was right at him, Goku smacked it. He strained as he tried to force the attack away, but it didn't seem like it was gonna budge. Goku then reared his foot back and then kicked it. That did the trick as the attack was sent up into the air before it erupted into an even bigger sphere of electricity. But as he covered his eyes, he was left to an attack with Frieza ramming his head into Goku's gut. Spit flew from Goku's mouth as he was sent flying backwards. Goku was able to stop himself and wrapped his arms around his midsection as he winced from the pain. He looked up and gasped as he dodged an electrical death beam from Frieza. He flew straight for Frieza and fired a beam of his own. Emma's vehicle raced through the streets of the devastated Boston as they looked for Chile and the kids. They swerved out of the way as a fighter jet crashed into the building in front of them. They all screamed as the brakes screeched. Mark looked to his ex-wife and questioned, "Where's Madison?" "I don't know. I thought she was there," Emma said as she drove, confused as to why Madison wasn't there. Mark then pointed out, "Well, she's not there." "Thank you for pointing that out, Captain Obvious," Bulma shouted from behind. Emma swerved the car as another fireball rained down while Mark glared at Bulma. Barnes shouted from the back, "Take it easy up there." He looked to Martinez and Ford and said, "Get that side." Okay. Martinez said as he and Ford helped patch Griffin up. Above them, Mothra and Rodan fought as they flew with Vegeta right behind them. A helicopter flew too close to the two titans and was knocked from the sky by one of their wings. Mark looked up to see it coming and shouted, "Look out." The tires screeched as the helicopter fell into a building in a blaze. Mark looked to Emma and accused, "Well, I hope you're as good at finding her as you are losing her." "And?" both Bulma and Limo questioned from behind. He nodded and said, "And you better hope those other kids and Chile are with her too." "Okay, first of all, what other kids?" Emma asked as she didn't know what was going on. Then she said, "Second, I didn't lose her, she ran away." "Well, gee, I wonder why," Mark sarcastically said. Bulma then muttered to Limo and the soldiers, "I am beginning to see another point as to why I can't exactly blame that kid." Barnes said to the other two as they continued to help Griffin. Limo nodded in agreement as they continued to listen to Mark and Emma bicker. Then he said, "If I had these two for parents, I'd have run away from home too." Mark and Emma had both heard that and the latter forcefully applied the brakes. Everyone lurched forward as they came to a stop. She looked back and questioned, "What did you just say?" "If I had you two for parents, I'd run away from home too," Barnes repeated. Bulma looked to her and asked, "Do you think they could have gone to where you once called home?" Mark and Emma said as they looked to each other and they knew where to go. Emma put the pedal to the metal and drove off. As the battles continued to rage behind them, Madison, Goten, Trunks, Mai, Pilaf, Shu and Chile all continued to run. Chile then shouted to their leader, "How much further?" "Not that much," Madison shouted over her shoulder. Pilaf looked to Mai and Shu as he said, "I seriously hope that it has some kind of bunker. Because this city is practically a demolition derby right now." "Same here," Shu said as they kept running. Mai then added, "I am not gonna argue." They screamed as something exploded behind them. They soon stopped as a whimpering Maddie came to a stop. They found themselves before a group of buildings. She looked to them and said, "In here? This is your hiding place?" Goten questioned as even he knew that this wasn't safe. Another explosion went off behind them, causing them to cover their heads. Trunks then looked to his friend and said, "Then again, who are we to judge on the best of choices?" The six ran for the door with Madison in the lead. She looked back and screamed as Mothra and Rodan came crashing down with Mothra on top of the bird. As they tumbled along the ground and took flight again, Vegeta came in and shouted, "Gallic gun." He fired a purple beam at the pterosaur titan and caused Rodan to screech in pain. Trunks jumped up and shouted, "Yeah. Go Dad." Madison screamed as a flying car came right at them, but both Goten and Trunks jumped up to kick the vehicle away. When they landed, Chile said, "Let us get inside." They all ran inside and Madison slammed the door shut with Chile's help. They all fell to their knees in case something came through the window. Madison, Mai, Shu and Pilaf were all starting to feel afraid as the building rumbled and roars, screeches and other noises went on outside. In a state of panic, Madison places her hands up to her ears and screamed in an attempt to drown out the noise. Chile placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "It is gonna be okay. Someone is gonna find us. But we can't exactly stay here, alright." Madison nodded and said, there might be something that can protect us in case the building falls. The six from Universe 7 looked to each other as she got up and ran through the house before getting up to follow her. Vegeta and Mothra continued to either scratch or strike Rodan by coming in close. The queen of the monsters wrapped her legs around the bird's head while Vegeta came in with a punch to the Pteranodon's gut. Rodan screeched in pain as the blow sent him falling from the sky. Mothra released him and opened her wings to fly as he fell. Rodan looked as if he were about to hit the ground, but his wings flared open and he glided to the ground before lifting off again. Erg. So annoying. Vegeta muttered as he fired blast after blast at Rodan. The Pterosaur Titan somehow sensed the attacks coming and moved his body to where he could avoid the spheres. Vegeta growled in irritation before resorting to a more on-hands tactic. He intensified his aura before flying at Rodan. The Titan called anti-dodge in time as Vegeta used his shoulder to force Rodan from the air. They both fell from the air and just before they fell to the ground Vegeta backflipped off of Rodan. But he didn't get far as Rodan used his back foot to kick Vegeta away. Vegeta grunted as he landed in the rubble of a destroyed building. The Saiyan groaned in slight pain when he felt a presence behind him. He squinted as he opened his eyes to find Mothra standing over him and looking down to his face. With a scowl he questioned, "What are you looking at, bud?" Mothra responded not in anger but chittered in annoyance as she gently used one of her legs to help him stand. Vegeta grunted as he stood up with the aid. He closed his eyes as he lightly cracked his neck to loosen the joints. Then with a yell he allowed his aura to flare even though he knew he couldn't keep it up much longer. They looked over to Rodan as the bird screeched while getting back up on his own feet. Frieza cried out in pain as Goku knocked him backwards through the sky. The Super Golden Tyrant stopped himself before he hit against anything. Frieza panted as he was starting to feel tired from the long battle. He gritted his teeth before shouting, "I am the mighty Frieza. I have exceeded my race's evolutionary line. I have found the means of conquering the universe." He glared at Goku as he stated, "And I will no longer lose to this monkey." With a primal scream he once again shot towards Goku. The Saiyan went on the defensive as Frieza came at him with a flurry of punches and kicks. He disappeared with instant transmission and reappeared a few feet before firing a rapid volley at Frieza. The tyrant threw his arms before him as he was bombarded. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Godzilla shoved Ghidorah back and caused his right head to be dragged through a building. The dragon's flesh tore against the building's materials as Godzilla kept his head down. When Godzilla brought the middle head close to him, the right head snarled before the sound of crackling drew its attention. The head looked down to see electricity crackling on some man-made thing. Getting an idea, the right head's jaws opened wide and chomped down on the electrified metal. Godzilla, the fighters and the Divine all looked to Ghidorah getting a power boost. The city's power grid began to fall as lights cut out. Shin then shouted, "Brace yourself." Goku and Frieza heard it too as they stopped battling. Feeling Ghidorah's intentions, Frieza quickly hurried to his ally's side. Goku quickly raced after him. Ghidorah then flared his wings and let loose a huge surge of energy. The lightning pushed Godzilla back while striking each of the fighters, the Divine and Monarch. The smaller fighters dropped out of the sky like flies while Godzilla gripped a building to stop himself. Frieza flew close to one of the lightning bolts and it surged towards him. Though it was a little painful as it entered his body, he could feel his fatigue fade as he was soon re-energized. He gave evil cackle as his energy was fully restored. All of the protectors looked to the duo as they were now restored to full power. The lightning even struck the Argo and caused everyone inside to stumble. Godzilla panted as it'd been a really hard hit. Alarms blared on the Argo as Chen watched the battle. Rick looked to the monitor and said, "Godzilla's radiation is reaching critical Massachusetts." He looks to the others and warns, 6 minutes until he blows. "We need to find a way to warn them," Colonel Foster said. Suddenly, a voice said in their heads, "I can help with it." This confused most of them as Chen then asked, "Who are you?" "I am King Kai, Watcher of the Northern Galaxy in Universe 7. The voice told them. Then he said, and don't worry, I can deliver the message to everyone. You can? Sam asked, both amazed and a little confused. King Kai then said, yep, and it is not the first time since I did this, and I doubt it'll be the last. You won't have to worry about the aircraft, King Kai. Colonel Foster told him. Activating her comm, she ordered, I order all remaining craft to retreat. All the remaining craft and the Argo turned to flee from the blast zone. The fighters and the Divine looked up to see them leaving. This confused them as Piccolo questioned, why are they leaving? Hey guys. King Kai said to them. Beerus shakily got up on his feet and said, North Kai. What do you want? I am giving you a warning. It turns out that Godzilla is about to release the radioactive energy stored up inside of him. And when he does, you don't want to be near him when that happens. King Kai said. Lord Belmont looked up and asked, how much time do we have? Less than 6 minutes. You need to figure out some way to quickly beat Ghidorah and Frieza and then get the heck out of there. King Kai told them. Krillin then said, yeah, but after Ghidorah drawing energy like that, it is almost like he is back to 100%. That because he is. Boo said as he looked at the dragon. All their focus turned to him and he said, Ghidorah much stronger now than at beginning of fight. And he passed it to White Freak. Meaning that Frieza is truly much stronger than Goku at this point. Shin deduced. The sound of heavy breathing drew their attention. They looked to see Godzilla struggling to stand tall as a chittering Ghidorah looked between him and the fighters. Godzilla and the Divine prepared themselves as Rodan flung Mothra away. Vegeta came in to deliver a punch to the bird's head, but as he flew up to Rodan's head, the Demon of Fire rolled and smacked Vegeta out of the sky. The pterosaur then followed after Mothra as she had smacked into a building. Rodan maneuvered to where his feet was in front and smacked into her, resulting in an explosion of the building. Mothra squealed as she was pinned to the building by the bigger titan. Vegeta looked up and saw that once again she was in danger and growled as he took off to help her. Rodan reared his head back and tried to bite at Mothra, but she was able to swat him off of her. Rodan screeched as he was sent off the building. He flapped to stay in the air and turned to come around again. Mothra weakly climbed up the building as she had a plan. A flash of blue to her left made her look as she climbed. Mothra looked to see Vegeta heading straight for them, but she screeched to him. Vegeta couldn't explain it, but it sounded like she wanted him to wait. He landed on a nearby building and questioned, what does that idiotic bug think she is doing? Mothra looked to Rodan as he flapped a few good yards from her. The pterosaur titan screeched as Mothra continued to climb up the building and flew towards her. Rodan roared as he once again tackled into her. Vegeta tensed up seeing her in trouble and took off for them. Rodan reared his head back and tried to bite her head off, but she moved it to the left. Rodan reared his head again and tried, but she moved it out of the way again. He reared his full body back while keeping her pinned as a flash of lightning struck behind them. Rodan was about to strike when Vegeta came in with a yell and struck the Titan upside the head. And while the Titan recoiled from the blow, he still fell forward. But even though his jaws were wide and he came at her head, a loud ripping sound. Vegeta turned and looked to see that Mothra had stuck her stinger into bigger Titan's chest. Though it was really starting to bleed, he could tell that it wasn't fatal. Mothra pulled her stinger out of a whimpering Rodan, and Vegeta in turn came and tapped the bird with a kick to the jaw. Rodan gave a pained screech as he fell to the ground below while flailing. Mothra fell to the roof with a chitter and squeals in pain from her long battle with Rodan. Vegeta, though not one to usually feel sorry, levitated until he was eye level with the Moth Titan. With a smirk he said, "You did good, bud." Mothra chitters to him, though he could hardly understand it. What he did understand was that they were both starting to run low on energy. He looked over to Godzilla and noticed that not just him, but everyone was starting to run low on energy. He was surprised to see even Broly looking so tired. In another section of the city, the tires of their vehicle squealed as they sped down the street. They quickly pulled to a stop and got out of the car. Mark, Emma and Bulma all looked in shock as they found that the block had been reduced to rubble. They and the three soldiers rushed towards the remains of the buildings and began their search for Chile and the kids. As they looked about, Mark thought that he was reliving San Francisco again as he called out, "Maddie! Madison! Trunks!" Bulma cried out. She turned her head and shouted, "Goten! My!" Barnes called out. Ford followed up by shouting, "Shoo! Peel off!" Martinez yelled. Emma then shouted, "Maddie! Chile!" Limo shouted as they moved about and searched. They continued to shout their names as they searched through the rubble. Goku crashed into the ground and bounced against it before coming to a stop against a car. His orange G had been mostly destroyed in the fight and there were holes at his knees, not to mention that his body looked worse for wear. He winced as he looked up to see Frieza looking down on him with a smirk. Goku took a deep breath as he shakily stood back up. Frieza landed a good distance away from the Saiyan and slowly started to walk forward. His smirk never faltered as he said, "How does it feel, Goku? To be completely helpless, just like during our battle on planet Namek before your transformation." He chuckled before saying, "Though it doesn't seem to help you now, does it?" Goku continued to breath heavy as he just stood there, hardly able to move. Frieza continued to walk towards his enemy when suddenly Goku fired a sphere of ki at him. Frieza swatted the attack away and it collided with a nearby building. The street turned bright orange as the fire raged. He then jabbed, "Oh, you'll have to do so much better than that." Then he noticed how tired Goku was looking. "Come now, Goku. You can let our battle end this way. It isn't the sane way." But Goku still didn't move as Frieza came closer. Goku then remembered all those who were counting on him. He pushed off of the car, slightly surprising Frieza. His smirk fell as he stopped and said, "So you've managed to gain enough energy to fight, eh?" "Kind of," Goku said as he felt Vegeta's energy over them. Then he said, "I just had to keep you from taking 3 steps to the right." "What?" Frieza asked as he was now confused. He looked up right as Vegeta's Big Bang attack plowed right into him. Vegeta came down and grabbed Goku before disappearing right when the attack detonated. Most of the street was gone as Goku and Vegeta reappeared on top of a skyscraper. Vegeta let Goku fall to his knees and the Saiyan of Earth looked to the prince. Goku slightly chuckled before saying, "Thanks, Vegeta. You can thank me when this is over, Kakarot," Vegeta said as he looked to the fighters and Divinus battle. Vegeta then cursed, "Darn it. If only we had more Senzu beans. Those would have come in handy right about now." Goku admitted. Then he asked, "Do you think we should try fusion?" Vegeta finished. Goku looked at him in surprise as Vegeta said, "At this point, I am willing to do anything to end this fight." "Wow, Vegeta. I never thought I'd hear you say that," Goku said as he stood back up. They looked to the Supreme Kai and he said, "We've got plenty of Potara. We could use those. And yet we only have about 3 minutes," Vegeta said. This confused Goku as he asked, "What do you mean?" "King Kai gave me a warning not too long ago," the prince said as he watched. He glanced to Goku and said, "Godzilla's gained too much energy from whatever the heck you did to him. He is going to release it, and it is best that we re not in the city when he does." "Then what can we do?" Goku asked. A disembodied voice then said, "Buu think he can help." They looked back to see Buu floating up to them. Like everyone else, the battle had really worn him down. The pink fighter clutched his arm before taking a deep breath. He strained as he worked his magic when he puffed out and suddenly most of his wounds were gone. Then taking a deep breath, he looked to them and said, "Buu not have much strength anymore, but perhaps he can lend Goku and Angry Guy a hand." "Seriously, Angry Guy?" Vegeta questioned with a deadpan expression, "Haven't we already been through this?" Buu then raised his arms and allowed his magic to flow over the 2 Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta both gasped as they could feel their wounds healing and their strength restoring. Buu gave out a cry as he fell to his knees. Goku ran over and said, "Okay, you redone, Buu." But Buu want to help. Boo whined.
A small smile formed on Goku's face as he said, I know, but you can barely stand.
And how do you think Hercule will feel if you got hurt much worse? Boo looked to Goku before nodding. Okay, Boo, stay out of fight. Good. Goku said. He then sensed for Mark and Bulma's energy before finding them. Then he told Boo, how about you go and help the rescue team look for the kids? I am sure they could use your help. Boo then stood up and took off to where he could sense the rescue team. As soon as he was gone, Goku and Vegeta turned towards the fight with Ghidorah. The rescue team continued to shift through the rubble as they searched. Barnes climbed over some stones as he shouted, Madison. Trunks/Madison. Bulma and Emma both shout as they searched another section. Mark was in another part when he noticed something. As he took a closer look, he saw that it was a group of hands poking out between a piece of rubble and the tub. He moved towards it as he shouted, Guys. Bulma, Emma and the three soldiers turned to where he was and rushed towards them. They joined Mark as Barnes called out, Martinez. When they all grabbed a piece of the rubble and he shouted, We got it. On three. All three soldiers shouted, 1, 2, 3. They all started to lift the giant piece of rubble but were finding it difficult. Suddenly the rubble lifted on its own and they looked to see Boo lifting the piece high over his head. He grunted as he then threw it away from them. They cringed as they heard it crash behind them. They all looked into the tub and found Madison, Trunks, Goten, Chile, Mai, Shu and Pilaf all huddled in. Emma gasped as they weren't moving. The soldiers lifted Pilaf, Mai and Shu from the tub while Limo watched as Boo took Chile in his arms. Mark and Bulma grabbed hold of Goten and Trunks as Emma lifted Madison out. They moved them away from the tub and placed all seven on the ground. Emma sobbed, Oh, my baby. Come on, Trunks. Bulma said as she set her son down on the ground. Boo then said, Stand back. Boo, help. Then moving to Pilaf and Chile first, he placed his mitted hands on their shoulders. Focusing on what energy he could spare, Boo let his healing magic flow over them. A moment later, their wounds vanished and the two opened their eyes. Limo smiled as they sat up and he hugged Chile. Boo moved to Mai and Shu next and repeated the process. They groaned as they sat up. Boo then walked over to Goten, Trunks and Madison. Putting a little effort into it, he allowed his head tail to grow as he knelt down to all three kids. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulders while his head tail touched Madison's forehead. Boo's eyes scrunched as he put in the extra effort to heal all three. Both boys woke up and sat up. Trunks looked up to see his mother looking down to him with tears of joy as he said in confusion, Mom. Trunks? Bulma shouted as she wrapped him in a hug. Trunks looked to Goten who could only shrug. Bulma let him go and then questioned, Why did you all come here? You knew that you weren't supposed to. I am sorry, Mom. Trunks said as he looked her in the eye, We just wanted to prove that we could do the things that everyone else can. We just wanted to prove that we could do this. Oh, Trunks. Bulma said as she hugged him again. They all looked to Madison who hadn't woken up yet. Mark placed a hand against his daughter's cheek as Emma asks, Is she breathing? Mark, is she breathing? Did your magic work? Bulma asked Boo. The pink fighter then said it should. They all looked worried as she still didn't wake up. Emma grasped her daughter's hand and pressed it against her face as she hoped that Madison would wake up. And just when it seemed that the worst had happened, Madison inhales deeply. They all watched with smiles as she sits up and coughs from it. Mark looks down at her with a smile, Maddie. Both Mark and Emma hugged Madison as they were relieved to know that she was alright. Even Maddie was happy when she the two together, Mom. Dad. Shocked. Mark said to comfort her. Madison looked to both of her parents as Emma said, We re here. Niece hiding spot. Chile lightly chided her. Madison looked to her with a smile. A distant roar drew their attention away. The rescue team looked to see that Godzilla, the fighters and the Divine were still battling Ghidorah and Frieza. Ghidorah screeched as he made his way towards Godzilla. Beerus looked to them and shouted, "All right, everyone. Move to intercept." The fighters all shot forward even though they were beyond exhausted. Ghidorah then flapped his wings and lifted off into the air. The fighters of the alternate universes were quick to meet him, but then the Hydra's middle head smirked before Ghidorah twisted his body. Everyone cried out as they were smacked away by the dragon's wings. They crashed in different spots throughout the city. Ghidorah kept flying towards Godzilla and crashed into him. Godzilla was able to keep standing while the force of Ghidorah pushed him back. The dragon started to wrap his tails around his foe and he began to take off. Godzilla groaned as his air supply was cut off by the middle head's constriction. It wasn't too much longer when his entire body went limp. Goku shot into the sky after them and ignored Vegeta when he called out after him. Frieza emerged from the rubble and saw the three heading up into the sky. Igniting his purple aura with electricity crackling around his body, Frieza shot up into the air after them. Ghidorah flew high into the sky and above the storm clouds. When he felt like had flown high enough, he released a groaning Godzilla. The Titan of Earth fell to the ground like a meteor as the fires of entry surrounded the Titan. Goku quickly flew to the Titan and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moving to a spot where he could get a good grip, Goku put his shoulders against the falling Godzilla's back before trying to slow the fall. He quickly noticed that it wasn't working and tried Kaioken times 20. His golden aura was shrouded with a huge red one as the two continued to fall. Goku gritted his teeth as he tried to push against the Titan to slow their fall. But the two were still coming down too fast. King Kai's voice then shouted into his head, "Goku, you've got to get out of there or you'll be crushed." "I can see, King Kai." Goku shouted as he continued to try and save Godzilla. He grunted before saying, "This guy has already nearly died once, and this world can't afford to lose him right now." "Yeah, but King Kai," tried to say, but Goku didn't listen as he then shouted, "Kaioken times 30. The red aura around Goku grew bigger and intensified as they continued falling. Goku looked down and saw that he and Godzilla were coming dangerously close to the ground. He was about to put out another 10% for the Kaioken when a blue blur knocked him from underneath Godzilla. Goku reached out and cried, "Godzilla." He looked down to see Vegeta carrying him away from the Titan and shouted, "Vegeta, what good to us are you gonna be if you're reflattened by that lizard, Kakarot?" Vegeta shouted back. Goku looked back to Godzilla as he continued to fall like a meteor. Everyone down on the ground, whether they be fighter, divine or civilian, looked up and watched as Godzilla landed in the middle of the city with an explosive bang. They shielded themselves as the impact threw up a lot of dust. Vegeta then stopped when suddenly, a purple sphere of ki knocked the two Saiyans in different directions. Frieza cackled as he came in front of Goku and swatted him down to the ground. Vegeta turned with a growl and flew at the tyrant to punch him, but Frieza was able to wrap on his of tails around the Saiyan's wrist before delivering a punch to Vegeta's face. Vegeta slashed at Bulma and Trunks cried out as he was sent down to another section of the city. Frieza looked over to Goku as the Saiyan was close to landing on a building. With a smirk, Frieza vanished before reappearing on the building and waited for Goku. When the Saiyan was just inches away, the tyrant sprang into the air and delivered a kick to his gut. Goku grunted in pain as his Super Saiyan blue form disappeared and he was sent flying and crashed into the pile of rubble next to Godzilla. Ghidorah descended back onto the ground and stopped a few yards from the two injured. His wings completely demolished two buildings as he touched down. Frieza came right up next to him and said, "What say we finish things with these two? After all, we have an empire to build. Starting with the rest of this universe." All three of Ghidorah's heads screeched in agreement to this. The three-headed dragon started to move towards the fallen defenders with every intention of ending Godzilla. Frieza too moved forward as his eyes fell upon Goku as the Saiyan crawled towards the Earth's Titan. Godzilla weakly groaned as he looked between the Saiyan next to him and up to Ghidorah. Both he and Goku felt a presence as Godzilla turned to see Mothra weakly climbing onto Godzilla's side. The queen of the monsters looked worse for wear as she looked between the two. Even Vegeta lifted his head to the Moth Titan as she chittered. She looked between Goku and Godzilla before looking up to Frieza and Ghidorah. Frieza, somehow able to feel what Mothra was feeling, scoffed and said with a scowl, the act of nobility. It really makes me want to vomit. She screeched at the two, making Ghidorah stop in his tracks. Frieza looked to him and asked, "You're not seriously going to consider her a threat, are you? She can barely stand as it is." Ghidorah still didn't move as he kept all eyes on Mothra and braced himself. Frieza sighed and moved back. Mothra moved her wings protectively over Godzilla and Goku as they started to glow. Goku, Godzilla and Vegeta's eyes grew wide at what she did next. Leaping off her fellow Titan with a scream, Mothra threw herself straight at the alien Titan. Ghidorah and Frieza readied a gravity and an electrical death beam, respectively, as she came closer. When she was but a few feet, she unleashed a roar and they unleashed their attacks on her. Mothra gave one final screech as the power of the two attacks vaporized her body. Everyone watched in horror as her body vanished before them. Goku cried out, "Mothra!" Even Godzilla was sad for her death as he gave a weak yet mourning roar before his head fell back down. Goku looked up as Mothra's energy fell from the sky and covered both him and Godzilla. Godzilla's body started to glow red for a moment before it faded. Goku started to feel a little stronger as well, but he still couldn't move his body. Ghidorah and Frieza once again moved towards the two now that there was nothing in their way. Goku struggled to get back up and defend the two of them, but he felt like he was completely drained. Frieza appeared right beside him with a smirk and pointed a finger right at Goku's face. Then the tyrant tilted his head and asked, "Doesn't this feel like a moment of déjà vu, Goku? I once held your death in front of you, and yet it cost me when I tried to give it to Vegeta. And I promise that I won't make a mistake like that again." Goku then looked up to see that each of Ghidorah's heads moved over them before nearing Godzilla. The Titan of Earth gave another weak roar as they came closer. End of track. From afar, Beerus saw the predicament they were in and looked to the others. He questioned, "Who is still able to fight?" Cue the world in danger track from DD's Broly. "Hardly any of us," Gohan said as he struggled to keep standing. Looking around, he saw that Gohan was right and that everyone was either on their knees or unconscious. Beerus huffed before turning and was about to go back out there when he felt someone grab his arm. He looked back to see Kampa trying to hold him back. Ripping his arm from his brother's grasp, he said, "Don't try to stop me. This is one of the few times that I'll probably get involved." "Same here," Kampa agreed. Then he smirked as he said, "And I wasn't going to stop you." Holding out his hand, he said, "I was going to fight by your side." Beerus said with his eyes closed. When he opened them, he said, "Well, don't go expecting any favors from me, brother." "Likewise, brother," Kampa said as Beerus grasped his hand. They looked back to see that Ghidorah was getting dangerously close to Godzilla, and that meant Frieza was close to Goku as well. The two brothers ignited their auras and shot towards their ancient foes. Vegeta forced himself onto his feet and shot towards his allies as well. Ghidorah was currently wrapping all three heads around Godzilla, and once they were full around him, all three sets of jaws bit into him. Godzilla roared in pain as Ghidorah started to siphon what radiation he could from Godzilla's body. Goku looked to Godzilla before he gagged as Frieza wrapped his tail around his throat. The Golden Tyrant smirked as he started to lift Goku into the air while keeping his finger on the weakened Saiyan. But before the two could do serious damage, a red and blue orb from the brother's twin shot attack struck Ghidorah in the back. Frieza looked up to the Titan right as Vegeta's fist came in and socked him in the face. The Golden Tyrant yelled as he was forced backwards and the Destroyer of Destroyers dropped Godzilla. He looked at Beerus and Kampa before roaring in anger at them. Beerus glared at the dragon before shouting, "Oh yeah. Well, bring it on, you three-headed worm. Yeah, unless you're a giant chicken," Kampa added before turning around and smacked his butt in order to taunt the dragon. The two took off as the left and right heads tried to snap at them. Ghidorah took off from the ground and followed after them as they flew through the city. Frieza sat up and looked up to see Vegeta standing before him. With a frown he questions, seriously? Do you hope to defeat me? No, just to keep you occupied. Vegeta smirked. He fired 3 orbs around the tyrant to create a smoke screen. As the dust flew into the tyrant's face he shouted, "Come and get me, white freak." He looked away and commented, "I can't believe I just used Boo's name for him." Then without another word he took off into the sky. Frieza, having heard Vegeta's insult, growled before taking off after him. Vegeta defended himself as Frieza poured on a flurry of attacks. While the twins and Vegeta kept both of them busy, the rest of the fighters and the Divine quickly flew over to Goku and Godzilla. Gohan and Krillin kneeled down to Goku as he looked to them. They all turned their gaze to Godzilla as he gave a weak moan. Goku looked to Whis and the other angels and asked, "Can you heal him?" "I am sure we could try," Korin said. But then Margarita said, "Maybe to get him on his feet, but not enough to get him battle ready. It's not exactly like healing all of you." "That's true, I am afraid," Whis added. Then with a sigh he said, "It would be nothing short of a miracle." End of track. That struck an idea into Goku's head. He looked the Supreme Kai and asked, "Is it possible for the power of the Dragon Balls to reach as far as here?" "It might, but we don't actually know," Shin said. Gohan then said, "Plus, we didn't have time to collect them before coming here. Us back home have got you covered there," Kinkai said in all their minds. They all looked up and a surprised Goku asked, "Kinkai?" "I had a feeling that they would be needed for something like this, so I asked old Kai, Dend and Mr. Popo to start gathering them. He told them." Goku smiled and said, "That's great. Yeah, but there's still one little problem," Kinkai said. This caused their faces to fall and 18 then asked, "What kind of problem?" "Unfortunately, Shenron's power alone isn't strong enough to cross an entire universe," Kinkai said, sounding as though it were impossible. Then they heard him chuckle and he said, "Luckily we all thought ahead and contacted New Namek. They've already brought their Dragon Balls together and are waiting for instructions. Tell them to wish for the re-energizing of the Titan Godzilla of the Forbidden Earth." Shin told him. Piccolo stepped up and said, "Not just him." They all looked to him as he said, "If they use the full power of the Namekian Dragon Balls along with the Earth Dragon Balls, then it could not only restore Godzilla's power but Goku's as well." "I agree," Broly said. They all looked to the sky and Shin asked, "Did you get all of that, Kinkai?" "I sure did," Kinkai said. Then he assured them by saying, "Give us a moment." They all looked to each other as his presence vanished. On the Argo, Rick was looking out the window when a beeping came from his console. He leaned down and typed a few keys into it. He arched a brow and said, "Well, this is weird." "What is?" Colonel Foster asks as she moves towards him. Rick then said, "Godzilla's radiation levels have dropped a little bit." He looked to them and said, "I mean, there is still a chance that he is gonna go off, but it looks as if some of the radiation has left his body. Perhaps we can send a rescue team," Chen suggested. Sam nodded and said, "If we mobilize on Osprey now, we could be there before Godzilla detonates. I'll alert the hangar," Colonel Foster said as she tapped into her comms. The 3 scientists then started to follow her as she quickly walked down the halls while speaking into her comm, "Prepare an Osprey for retrieval." On his little planet in the other world, Kinkai then turned his voice to Earth and New Namek. "Mr. Popo, Guru, are you guys ready?" "On the lookout on Earth, Dend, Mr. Popo and Old Kai stood around the Earth Dragon Balls as they heard his voice. Dend then said, "We hear you, Kinkai." "As do we," Guru said as he had the Namekian Dragon Balls in front of him and a few others. Kinkai then said, "Good. They said to use the power of both Eternal Dragoness with this wish, so listen closely." Both Dend and Guru listened closely as Kinkai said, "After summoning the dragons, you are to use all of the Eternal Dragoness power to re-energize both Goku and the Titan known as Godzilla." He then asked, "You both got that?" "Yes, Kinkai." Dend and Guru both said to confirm. Both Namekians looked down to the glowing orbs in front of them. While Guru used the Namekian language, both he and Dend called out, Eternal Dragon Shenron/Porunga, by your name I summon you. Cue Omen of Battle track from DD's Broly. The sky went dark on both Namek and Earth as the growls of the dragons filled the air. All 14 Dragon Balls gave an immense glow before a flash of light erupted around them. Both dragons were soon looking down on Dend and Guru. They both then said, I will grant you any 2/3 wishes. Speak now. Dend and Guru looked to the eternal dragons in front of them respectively as one said in Namekian and the other in normal time, I wish for you to use the power of all the wishes to re-energize Son Goku and Titan known as Godzilla on the Earth in Universe 13. Such a feat would be quite difficult. Both Porunga and Shenron said, worrying both Namekians. But then they looked surprised as they said, but I can feel the energies of our fellow dragon Shenron/Porunga and together such a feat can be done. The red eyes of the eternal dragons glowed even brighter as they fulfilled the wish. Gathering up all their power, they tilted their heads and sent it off with a roar. A pillar of light shot from their maws and out into the universe. Back on Earth in Universe 13, the warriors looked up and moved back when they saw the pillar of light coming down on them. The pillars joined together before becoming a giant, golden Chinese dragon. The dragon gave a roar before touching both Godzilla and Goku. Their eyes opened wide as they felt a rush of energy flow through them both. Goku and Godzilla began to stand up again as their wounds faded. When they stood at their full heights, both Saiyan and Titan looked down at their hands as they looked themselves over. Back on Earth and New Namek, Shenron and Porunga's eyes stopped glowing. They then looked to their summoners and said, your wish has been granted. Farewell. The two eternal dragons then turned into light and the mystical orbs levitated off the ground. In another flash, all 14 Dragon Balls spread out across their respective worlds. End of track. Dend looked up and asked, did it work, King Kai? Lucky for us it did. King Kai said with a sigh of relief. He then said, I'll let you guys know when the fight is truly over. Until then, King Kai out. Dent could no longer hear King Kai's voice. He looked between old Kai and Mr. Popo before looking up to the heavens and said, best of luck, Goku and Godzilla. Man, I am feeling great. Goku said with a wide grin. They looked up to Godzilla as he growled down at them. Caligula then said, I don't speak Titan, but I am pretty sure that he was telling us that this was no time to celebrate. Cue with they fuse. Track from DD's Broly. Godzilla shook his head from side to confirm it. Goku's face fell as he knew they were right. He looked to the others and said, okay, but how are we gonna beat them both? I mean, even without us, Godzilla is more than capable of taking on Ghidorah, but with Frieza by his side and Frieza's new power, that puts us at a disadvantage. If only we could replicate what Frieza did. Vados said. Then she added, if we had someone with the power of a Titan, then that might put us on the same playing field. What she said seemed to reach Godzilla's ears. He looked down and reached his hand to the fighters. They looked up to see the Titan holding his hand out to Goku. Though a little confused, Goku hopped up onto the Titan's hand. Gohan called out, Dad, what are you doing? He might have some kind of idea. Goku looked back and stumbled as Godzilla lifted his hand again. When he had brought his hand to where Goku could look him in the eye, the two stared at each other. Goku then asked, okay, big guy. I know we can hardly understand each other, but I am willing to trust you. The fighters and Divine on the ground suddenly looked to the Titan's tail as it started to glow. The light traveled up Godzilla's dorsal plates until it reached his head. Even Goku noticed the glow as Godzilla took a deep breath. Instead of it being its usual blue color, this fire seemed much more lighter blue. Goku ached a brow and asked, what are you do? He screamed when Godzilla unleashed a small torrent of white fire onto him. Those on the ground gasped as some shouted, Goku/Dad. End of track. The burning Goku fell back against Godzilla's palm as he continued to scream in pain. The last thing he saw was Godzilla looking down at him before his world faded to black. From their battles, both facets regarded over to look what changed into taking place. Frieza then heard Goku cry out and noticed that the Saiyan became on heart. With a laugh he stated, "Ha! Ha! So now they may be turning on each different, are they?" Kakarot/Goku. Vegeta and Beerus shouted. Goku continued to scream and burn as he fell viaduct a black void. Whilst he stopped falling, he looked at his body because the light blue fire still danced around him and noticed that it failed to sense like it changed into hurting him. A screech brought about him to look up. The Saiyan's eyes grew huge as he gazed at the astral shape of the late Mothra. He floated up to her and requested, "Mothra, what is happening? Why did Godzilla do that?" Cue the beginning of Gogeta track from DD's Broly, she chittered as she flapped inside the void. The Moth Titan extended one of her legs to him and gestured to something approximately him. Goku then looked down at the fire around his palm and concept, "Is that this how Frieza did it?" Viaduct permitting Ghidorah to provide him some of his lightning, he changed into able to ascend. Mothra screeched and nodded. However, this burdened Goku as he asked, "However, how am I speculated to try this?" The Moth Titan did not deliver any signal of what to do. The Titan turned and flapped away within the void. Goku attempted to follow her and shouted, "Wait! Come back!" He watched as she dwindled into the darkness. Goku then checked out his burning frame and closed his eyes at the same time as taking a deep breath as he cozy. Then allowing the heart to swirl around him, he gave a yell. He allowed the Godzilla's fire to go into his body. His eyes snapped open as he gave one extra yell. Back at the battlefield, a mild came from Godzilla's palm. All eyes became extensive as Goku stood up. He gave a grunt as he triggered the flames around him to increase around his character. Goku regarded as if he were in his awesome Saiyan God form, although his hair was blue and his irises had been orange. His aura, even though blue like that of the exquisite Saiyan blue, felt tons unique as it burned. Even Goku was surprised as he regarded himself over. Go and Krillin, Whis and Shin all flew as much as the Titan's hand, and his son asks, "Dad, are you okay?" "Yeah," Goku stated as he appeared lower back. Then he added, "But I assume we just were given our sport changer." "It might seem so," Shin said. Whis then delivered, "It does seem that you have the power of a Titan within you. Stop of track, but that also method that this warfare is formally out of our palms." Krillin deduced. Goku nodded and said, "You guys get yourselves to a secure distance." He seemed back to Godzilla and said, "The two people can take care of things from here." Godzilla growled while a smirk fashioned on the Titan's face. The four descended back to the floor and quickly knowledgeable the others. Krillin then said, "Allow us head over to the rescue team and wait it obtainable." "Proper." All of them nodded and grabbed onto a ideal Kai. All 12 of them then said, "Kai, Kai." The fighters and the general public of the Divine disappeared from main a part of the city. Goku regarded to Godzilla and gestured with his head, "Allow us pass, finish this." Godzilla snorted and dropped his hand, making the Saiyan levitate before they moved towards their foes. They each picked up the pace whilst Ghidorah gave a screech of victory. Vegeta, Beerus and Champa floated side through aspect as they had been exhausted from going all out. Frieza and Ghidorah looked threatening to them as they slightly had a scratch on them. The two tyrants had been approximately to assault another time while Godzilla's roar and a key blast to the ground in the front of the two stopped them in their tracks. They seemed in the back of them as Godzilla and Goku stood or floated but a few yards from them. Frieza appeared to Goku and his eyes grew extensive as he shouted, "What? You have the electricity of a Titan?" "Now not simply any Titan, Frieza," Goku stated before pointing to Godzilla with his thumb, "from the King of Monsters." He turned his attention to the three and stated, "You guys take 5, us two have matters protected from right here." "Whatever you are saying, Kakarot," Vegeta responded before the three ignited their auras. They have been about to take off when all three of Ghidorah's heads moved menacingly in front of them. With a scowl, Frieza stated, "You are not going anywhere." All three of his heads lurched ahead with their jaws wide. However, before they could even chomp down on them, Goku seemed from the side viaduct instant transmission and kicked the Kevin head. Kevin and Groot become knocked into the other heads and threw them off course. Frieza regarded in shock earlier than it become anger. However, earlier than he could retaliate, Godzilla's hand swatted him apart. Vegeta and the twins took the opportunity to retreat. Frieza yelled earlier than smacking into a building. The two defenders switched as Ghidorah attempted to apply all three heads to bite at Goku, and Frieza used his energy to obliterate a part of the constructing. Godzilla slammed a fist into one of Ghidorah's faces and Goku deflected one in all Frieza's beam away. Godzilla kicked the dragon away while Goku and Frieza clashed fists. The shockwave from the effect prompted the rest of the constructing to fall. "Just who do you watch your?" Frieza questioned the Saiyan. Goku allowed his new air of mystery flare as he shouted, "I am Titan Flame Son Goku." The three reached the community wherein the rescue group and the fighters were. While Vegeta touched down, Bulma shouted, "Vegeta!" She ran ahead and wrapped her palms around him. Although a touch amazed, Vegeta then looked right down to his firstborn and stated, "Satisfied to peer you safe, Trunks." Heh. Trunks laughed as he ran up and hugged his dad. Vegeta positioned a hand in opposition to the boy's head. Beerus and Compa regarded to their fellow deities as Shin stated, "Best work, Lord Beerus." He appeared to the Sixth Universe's destroyer, "You too, Compa." The two feline destroyers chuckled before an explosion rocked them on their toes. They all became to watch to very last warfare honestly begin to unfold. Both aspects slid returned after an epic conflict and glared at the other facet. All four warring parties have been breathing heavily. Goku then observed that everybody turned into at an excellent distance, and with the preferred Kai all there then they had be secure. Goku appeared to Godzilla and said, "Permit us kick this into excessive equipment." Godzilla growled in agreement and all four of them organized themselves. Frieza regarded to the Saiyan with a scowl earlier than he and Goku assumed their stances. Godzilla and Ghidorah each growled at each different as they were prepared to complete this. Goku smirked and he said, "Pass." Q Broly vs Gogeta tuned from DD's Broly W/a few twists, Frieza permit his electricity flowed over him and he charged ahead with a yell. "Fantastic Golden Frieza!" Ghidorah screeched as he rushed ahead and flapped into the air with his wings. "King Ghidorah!" Godzilla gave a robust roar before walking to fulfill his foes head-on with a snarl. "Godzilla!" Goku ignited his fiery aura and flew alongside Aspect the Titan with a smirk on his face. "Titan Flame Son Goku!" The defenders clashed with the monsters as Ghidorah tackled right into Godzilla. Each Titans fell to the ground before Godzilla changed into capable of kick the three-headed dragon off of him. The invading Titan screeched in ache as Godzilla whacked him within the torso to get him to returned up. Goku and Frieza clashed collectively with a speedy collection of blows that they had been able to either avert or counter. Their clash commenced to rise into the air before Goku used immediate transmission to move behind the tyrant and made his palms into one massive fist earlier than bringing it towards the tyrant's head. Frieza fell to the floor and nearly came crashing down on Godzilla's head, however Goku appeared right beside him to kick him far away from the Titan. "Cross, move Frieza. Pass, go Ghidorah. Pass Frieza. Come on Ghidorah." The two defenders unexpectedly became and started to transport inside the opposite direction. Although confused, both monsters went after Godzilla and Goku. As they flew after the two, both Ghidorah and Frieza shot gravity beams at the two. Goku and Godzilla quick turned round and Goku pointed to his very own hand. Godzilla nodded and the two defenders had been able to slap all four electrical beams away. The beams struck anything buildings have been closest and sent them up in a yellow explosion. "Son Goku Godzilla Son Goku Godzilla now, it's my flip to kick it up a notch. And I am gonna go all of the way." Goku shouted as he gathered his electricity. As they two got here closer, Goku gave a yell and an explosion of electricity took place as his fiery blue hair became made a little darker. Viaduct including notable Saiyan blue to the mixture, Goku's energy had spiked exponentially. Both Ghidorah and Frieza stopped in their tracks as they felt how strong Goku had turned out to be. Even Godzilla changed into truly impressed by means of it. The two then rushed ahead once again, and it induced the two invaders to snap out of it. As they ran forward, Godzilla grew to become a full circle and knocked Ghidorah down with a swing of his tail. The Golden Titan turned into brief to get lower back up and shot a trio of gravity beams at his rival. Titan Flame Son Goku regarded before the three beams and slapped them into the sky. Super Golden Frieza tried to available in with a sneak attack from above, however Godzilla became quick to punch the distant tyrant away. Frieza was capable of stop himself and rushed in the direction of Godzilla, but Goku regarded in his manner again. The Golden Tyrant tousled in anger and the two over again entered a frenzy of rapid blows. Go, pass Frieza. Cross Ghidorah. Go Frieza. Come on Ghidorah. Frieza landed a blow square on Goku's jaw and it sent the flaming first-rate Saiyan Blue flying backwards. However, he was capable of forestall his fall earlier than coming again with a kick to Frieza's gut. Ha! 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 Ghidorah got here at Godzilla with another screech, however the Titan of the Forbidden Earth became ready for him. Fast stepping out of the manner of all three heads, Godzilla became capable of wrap his hands across the dragon's torso, grew to become the alien on his back and frame slammed Ghidorah onto the floor. Ghidorah changed into brief to behave by means of kicking Godzilla away. The giant reptile clutched his stomach before trying to the dragon with a growl. Son Goku Godzilla Son Goku Godzilla Goku abruptly got here crashing into the constructing subsequent to him and Godzilla looked to him. The Saiyan punched his way out of the building and the two appeared to every other before nodding. Godzilla took a deep breath even as Goku delivered his hands to his facet. Godzilla then released his atomic breath as Goku then fired his Kamehameha. The two assaults collide with both Frieza and Ghidorah and driven them again. Frieza yelled in pain whilst Ghidorah screeched and the two crashed into a large constructing. Goku and Godzilla continued to pour on the two assaults and it in flip pressed the two monsters deeper into the building. Each Frieza and Ghidorah cried out earlier than developing a Titan barrier. The two obstacles combined and guarded them each from the onslaught of the atomic breath and Kamehameha attacks. Then with a huge push, they elevated the barrier and the strength dancing round it jumped at the two. Goku and Godzilla stopped their assaults and shielded themselves with their hands. Broly Chaya. 2x, the two monsters once again charged in the direction of the defenders. Goku rushed forward to satisfy Frieza and the two vanished and reappeared in special spots as they clashed. Once they conflict it creates a giant hollow in something they re closest to. Once they reappeared just above a constructing, Ghidorah attempted to lunge at Goku but Godzilla arrived just in time to address Ghidorah from the facet. The two titans crashed through skyscrapers. Once they came out the other facet, Godzilla grabbed one of Ghidorah's heads and shoved it down at the same time as kicking the center and whacking the third upside the head along with his tail. Frieza punched Goku backwards and became two-pair Ghidorah pinned under Godzilla. With some other skull he vanished earlier than reappearing between the two. Godzilla regarded down just as Frieza used his Electro-Nova attack. The blast became able to push Godzilla some distance down the street. Whilst he came to a prevent he looked right down to his burnt torso. He growled as he seemed to the little alien. Goku regarded next to him and that they watched as Ghidorah got returned up on his toes. Seeing his ally on his fort once more, Frieza then turned in the direction of their foes and accrued a huge portion of his electricity to his left hand. Ghidorah noticed what he turned into doing and did the same with the Kevin head. Noticing that they were as much as something, Goku then allowed his Titaness fire to envelope his hand. Considering he knew that he could not do it like that, Godzilla lifted his left hand and breathed radioactive heart onto it. Clenching it right into a fist he was capable of preserve the energized hand. The two facets rushed together and reared their fists returned. After they have been but a few toes away they lashed their fists/head at each other. The epic clash precipitated a large dome of heart and lightning to make bigger around the four. Those watching the conflict had too near their eyes from how intensely bright it changed into. Inside the elemental dome, Goku and Godzilla looked approximately because the former said accompanied through an echo, "What the heck?" But they did not have time to reside on it long whilst Frieza and Ghidorah came at them with a yell or screech. Goku moved out of the way simply in time when Frieza tried to land a punch. He retaliated through doing a somersault followed by means of a kick. Frieza turned into capable of block the assault but grunted whilst Ghidorah's return struck him from at the back of. The smaller golden alien created a barrier to push the larger Titan off of him. Ghidorah then clamped his left and right head's jaws on Godzilla's shoulders, however the Titan of Earth spoke back with the aid of rearing his head returned and bashed it towards Ghidorah's middle head. Then unleashing a small yet effective atomic breath, he was able to blast his foe far away from him. He gritted his teeth while he felt Ghidorah's teeth rip themselves from his shoulders, however he driven on through. All at once, Ghidorah's twin tails smacked him and he crashed into the wall of a constructing. Godzilla grunted as Ghidorah buried a knee into his intestine earlier than punching him in the face with certainly one of his heads. As Godzilla fell onto the constructing, Goku unexpectedly regarded before Ghidorah and unleashed a rapid volley attack on the Titan. The three-headed dragon stumbled backwards earlier than Frieza came in with a punch to Goku's face from the side. The Saiyan skipped like a stone to water at the floor. Earlier than Frieza ought to observe after, Godzilla's tail smacked him to the floor. The tyrant yelled in hate because it smashed towards him. At the same time as he had Frieza distracted, Goku became his sights on Ghidorah. The Saiyan raced closer to the three-headed dragon and landed a punch right on the middle head's cheek. The destroyer of destroyers screeched as he slid backwards earlier than curling up after which extending to unharness lightning flare. Goku maneuvered around the lightning assaults and flew right up next to the dragon and punched him in the chest. Ghidorah started out to skid backwards and stopped some yards away. Goku then came in with an uppercut to the center head and Ghidorah fell onto his back. However, earlier than Goku ought to land some other blow, he became swatted up into the air through Ghidorah's tails. Godzilla became dispatched stumbling again while Frieza created a big Titan barrier around himself. The smaller alien soon got herein with a fist to Godzilla's jaw and dispatched the Titan another time stumbling backwards. Frieza then fired an electrified death beam at Godzilla. The Titan of Earth cried out in pain because the electricity ripped viaduct his body. However, then he retaliated by means of bringing each fingers collectively and squishing Frieza between them like a worm. The smaller golden tyrant was dazed and it left him to a punch from Godzilla. Frieza yelled as he twisted and became even as flying backwards. Goku changed into nevertheless busy with Ghidorah as the dragon fired small spheres of electricity from every of his maws. He maneuvered around them as he flew higher into the air and slapped a pair again to the dragon. Ghidorah blanketed himself along with his wings and the two spheres detonated towards his disguise. Then establishing his wings extensive he driven off the floor and flew toward the Saiyan. Goku fired a beam of ki at the alien Titan but Ghidorah changed into able to fly around it. Igniting his aura over again, Goku rushed closer to the dragon. Ghidorah shot gravity beams at Goku, but the Saiyan spun round certainly fast and was able to plow proper through some of the beams. Whilst he got here near Ghidorah, Goku surprised him by way of flying proper beyond him. Ghidorah grew to become himself round and shot after the Saiyan. The dragon closed his wings to make his fall pass much faster. As they got here towards the floor, Goku pulled up and flew alongside the road. All three of Ghidorah's eyes went extensive as he reopened his wings to gradual his fall. However, it changed into two past due as he slammed chest first into the ground. Getting again up with a snarl, Ghidorah rushed after Goku. Broly yeah. 2x, Frieza become presently flying around Godzilla and blasting him with small spheres of electricity at the same time as the Titan tried to swat at him along with his tail. Godzilla typically located them to be traumatic, but he was extra annoyed that he could not hit Frieza out of the air. That changed into when he heard a acquainted voice shout incoming. Godzilla seemed down the street to see each the Saiyan and the three-headed dragon coming towards them. Goku fired an orb of ki at a spot where he knew Frieza would be earlier than looking returned to Ghidorah. Frieza grunted as he changed into struck by means of Goku's assault. But it left him susceptible as Godzilla's tail struck him from behind. Frieza became dispatched in the direction of Goku, who in turn moved beyond him before attaining lower back and grabbing considered one of Frieza's tails. Then pulling Frieza into a spin, Goku released him towards Ghidorah. Frieza collided with Ghidorah and it stopped him for a second before an atomic breath blasted them each back. Goku floated over to Godzilla and the two watched as both of their enemies had been on their feet all over again. Goku, Godzilla, Ghidorah and Frieza all rushed at each other all over again with a fist/head reared returned. They came together and the shockwave triggered the dome around them to disperse. Frieza kicked Goku inside the gut earlier than grabbing his wrist and flinging him into Godzilla. Godzilla held out each arms and caught Goku. The two went sliding down the road. When they stopped, Godzilla opened his hands to look if Goku turned into all right. Goku regarded as much as Godzilla with a smirk and the Titan smirked proper back. All and sundry watched in awe because the living elemental dome above maximum of the city dispersed. Kampa then said, "This combat is insane. Even our struggle with Ghidorah wasn't this extreme. That's because their conflict isn't on the extent of gods." Shin said as all of them persevered to watch and watch for the final results. Beerus become in full settlement as he added, "That is a battle of titans." "Pass, Dad." Both Gohan and Goten say as they were hoping that he and Godzilla could win. At the same time Mark, Emma and Maddie all said, "Do it, Godzilla." Goku and Godzilla rushed at their foes with grins on their faces. The Saiyan suddenly got an idea and located a hand in opposition to Godzilla's scales. The Titan looked down as Goku placed his index and middle finger to his brow. Both Godzilla and Goku disappeared via direct immediately transmission. Frieza and Ghidorah were each pressured until a huge shadow changed into over their heads. They seemed up in time to look Godzilla and Goku falling from the sky. Even though Frieza moved out of the manner, Ghidorah wasn't so lucky as Godzilla spun round and struck the dragon along with his tail. Ghidorah turned into capable of make himself slide with a prevent before looking to kick at Godzilla, however Goku made the two of them disappear with immediately transmission. The two reappeared at the back of Ghidorah and all three heads turned earlier than firing an all-out gravity beam at them. Goku and Godzilla each lashed a fist out and punched the attack excessive into the sky. Frieza appeared in the front of Ghidorah and that they both organized a combined assault. Frieza created a large electrical sphere of ki and Ghidorah fed as a lot power as he should into the attack. Frieza launched the attack proper as he shouted, "Cosmic Destroyer." The huge beam fast came proper at the two defenders, however Godzilla became quick to act through setting a hand against Goku. Goku knew what to do with the aid of making them both disappear once more. The Cosmic Destroyer flew proper beyond the spot and struck a miles off mountain. Everybody watching the fight shielded their eyes as the mountain changed into completely obliterated on the spot. Goku and Godzilla reappeared in the back of them all over again and fired their signature assaults. The radiation beam and the Kamehameha flew close collectively earlier than combining into a brand new attack. Frieza screamed as each he and Ghidorah were caught up within the blast. The mixed assault obliterated what became as soon as left of the surrounding area and barely left any rubble. Goku and Godzilla took the moment to seize their breath. Quit. Of music from wherein they stood, the watchers waited to look what was gonna appear subsequent. They all felt a sudden rumble coming from the battlefield. They all had been concerned as Krillin asks, "What is going on?" Frieza's energized hand shot out from below a pile of rubble. He gasped while dragging the relaxation of him out. The blast surely did a number of on him as one in all his tails became lacking and his horns have been damaged off. The floor at the back of him rumbled and Ghidorah broke loose with a screech. All three heads panted as they shackily stood up. Both Titan and alien conquerors seemed to their most hated foes with the deepest of glares. Without searching back, Frieza questioned to the dragon, "I assume I have had sufficient of any and all Earths, would not you settle?" This careworn Ghidorah as all three heads looked right down to him. Frieza smirked and he glanced back to say, "So why don't we put off it?" Cue full force Kamehameha track from DD's Broly. Feeling Frieza's mind, Ghidorah inwardly admitted that this planet changed into becoming a lost purpose. All three heads screeched in settlement and flared their wings open and shot into the air. Goku and Godzilla have become careworn as the two flew high into the sky. Whilst the two had gone excessive enough into the air, Frieza lifted his finger and shouted down to them, exact riddance, planet and all. He then created his dying ball attack and made it amplify. Ghidorah followed up by way of firing his gravity beams into it. The assault became given an electrical discipline to it as it persevered to develop larger. Everybody down at the ground could see the massive orb inside the sky and started to develop involved. Mark looked to Vegeta and asks, Goku has got this blanketed, proper? He will. Vegeta said with a smirk. Oh guy, if that hits the earth, then the whole planet could be annihilated. Goku shouted along with his hands clutching the sides of his head. Godzilla's eyes went extensive to this news. Goku then allowed his hands fall and calmed himself with a deep breath. He looked up to the growing electrified orb and said, we really need to work together for this element. Then putting his arms collectively he collected what ki he had. Godzilla right away knew what he became meaning and then took a deep breath.
He powered up his radiation beam to the max as Goku's attack flashed in his arms. Me up inside the air, Frieza saw what the two had been planning and a scowl formed on his face.
He growled as he stated, what a futile attempt. Time to give up this. With a mighty yell, the tyrant of the 7th universe flung his assault down at them. Absolutely everyone watching at the floor grew even greater worried as they watched as their enemy's attack fall in the direction of them like a meteor. They then grew to become their attention to the two that were combating for them. Goku and Godzilla continued to strengthen up their respective attacks. The latter's spines glowed much brighter as the former shouted, Hummy the loss of life ball attack driven away the storm clouds hovering over the town as it got here closer. Each defenders then unleashed their assaults as Goku shouted, Ha! The Kamehameha and the atomic breath flew into the air and impacted against their foe's attack in the same spot. Goku and Godzilla strained to maintain their beams going as the electrical death ball stored coming down. Considering they had been having some difficulty, Beerus and Kampa regarded to each different earlier than seeking to the opposite divine. All of them nodded and the destroyers and angels grabbed directly to a ultimate Kai. They then shouted, Kai, Kai. However, before they completely vanished, Vegeta, Boo and Broly all grabbed on too. They vanished from the rescue group and reappeared round Goku and Godzilla. Now not taking their eyes off their project, Goku requested, what are you guys doing right here? Lending you a hand, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted again. Beerus then introduced, don't you expect this whenever? The 12 angels placed the ends in their staves together and fired, angelic wave. A white orb shaped within the middle earlier than firing out as a beam. It soon impacted the electric death ball right next to Godzilla and Goku's assaults. The 12 destroyers and preferred Kai then fired their introduction and destruction waves respectively. Their additions appeared to as a minimum gradual down the large sphere of energy. Vegeta unleashed his Gallic gun, Boo fired his very own Kamehameha wave and Broly held an orb of ki at the back of him in a single hand before firing it as properly. All in their assaults saved the electrical dying ball from transferring and even pushed it again a touch. Baffled, Frieza seemed to Ghidorah and stated, we will now not be thwarted by means of these imbeciles. They re not anything as compared to us. He then fired more than one orbs of ki into their blended assault. The three heads of Ghidorah looked to every other earlier than firing extra gravity beams as nicely. Amongst their institution, Goku regarded to the others and shouted, we want one greater push. Allow us try this. All of them understood and pulled together what reserves of strength they could spare and dispatched it through their assaults. It seemed to do the trick as all the assaults erupted in an epic explosion. Goku, Godzilla, Vegeta, Broly, Boo, Ghidorah, Frieza and the Divine have been all knocked again from the explosion. End of track. On the incoming Osprey, Rick, Chan, Sam and Foster all saw the brilliant mild and shielded their eyes. While it died down, they seemed to see Ghidorah and Frieza falling from the sky. Foster then told the co-pilot, touch Barnes group and inform them that we are mins out. Roger. He stated before relaying her orders. Cue redemption tune from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. From their spot, Mark and the others cringed as the two aliens crashed back into the metropolis. Rain commenced to gather across the metropolis another time. A second later, they noticed Ghidorah upward thrust to his feet once more. Barnes then got the decision and Martinez knowledgeable, Osprey-esque coming in minutes. We got to work speedy, Mark stated as he clutched his daughter. This harassed most of them and Emma asks, to do what? He seems to her before going to the automobile and taking the orca out, setting it down on the car as tailgate. He and Emma then commenced to fiddle with it as she asked, you certain approximately this? It is the most effective way to save them, Mark stated as they began to reconstruct it at the same time as Madison watched from in the back of. Bulma came up at the back of them and asked, mind if I assist out? They moved to in which she could get her palms on it and she did as told through both one. Mark then informed them the plan, we fix it, get at the Osprey and draw the ones too far from Godzilla, Goku and the others. Frieza as extra than in all likelihood to follow after Ghidorah. It will buy them enough time to get lower back on their toes. He reconnected a cord and it zapped out before the device commenced whirring to existence. The fighters and soldiers seemed out to peer Ghidorah shaking all three heads before they turned their gazes on where Godzilla as soon as stood. Krillin appeared to the three smarties and stated, you men would possibly want to rush. Hold your cool, Krillin, we nearly performed. Bulma snapped whilst no longer searching away. Emma then said to Mark, you've seen what that thing can do. And it will be even worse with Frieza through his aspect. I know. It is going to be a tight one, but we ought to take that hazard, Mark stated as he remained firm. Though in a disastrous scenario, Madison smiled to peer her parents working together. Another maneuvering of the wires from Bulma and the orca become one step toward being constant. Mark glanced over to look the dragon making his way closer to their pals. Searching among each woman he requested, are you two correct to move? Sure, Emma stated and Bulma nodded. She moved apart and looked to Madison and stated, I suppose you should do the honors. All right, Madison stated as they stood collectively as a circle of relatives again. Then she counted, 1, 2, 3. They all said as she pressed the button. The orca came to life styles once again, inflicting smirks to go around as Mark said that's it. It truly is it. The sound of planes propellers made them all appearance up to peer that the Osprey turned into right here. Bulma appeared to the others and said, all proper, all of us. Get on board. Come on, Griff. We got you, Barnes said as he, Ford and Martinez all lifted their wounded buddy off the floor. All of them moved in the direction of the touchdown region. The Osprey soon touched down and the again door opened. Gohan looked to Bulma and Barnes earlier than pronouncing, there is not sufficient room for us all. Maximum of us must fly out of here. Okay. Bulma agreed and took her son's hand. They and the alternative children alongside Chile and Limo all filed into the Osprey with the infantrymen. Mark, Emma and Madison have been the closing to get on as Emma looked returned to Ghidorah. She took Madison's hand and pulled her daughter near. Then putting a kiss on the woman's brow she then said, get on along with your father, I am proper at the back of you. Madison took one look to her mother before transferring towards the Osprey. Emma regarded to Mark and stated, take her. Take her. I nevertheless need to spark off it. What? Mark stated as he turned into Careworn. She then reassured him, I am proper behind you. Go. Mark and Emma each ran for the Osprey as Emma picked the orca off of the vehicle. From where they laid, Goku and Godzilla weakly appeared up to look Ghidorah making his way toward them. The former appeared to the latter as the Titan of the Earth attempted to push himself to his feet. Goku did the equal and felt like his muscular tissues was jelly. It turned into then he noticed that the fire Godzilla had given him had nearly diminished. Emma quick scrolled through the alpha frequencies earlier than finding it and pushing the button. The machine dispatched the sound through the speakers and it carried in the direction of the battlefield. Ghidorah screeched as the sound reached all of his ears. They turned closer to the sound and hissed in anger. Frieza sat up and grew to become his head right as Ghidorah started out to transport closer to the sound. It truly is. Whilst Frieza ought to hear the sounds of the orca, the golden tyrant growled and he said,
the gadget and its creators surely starting to get on my nerves. Standing to his full top, he became in the direction of the source and stated, "Time to cease this.
Once and for all. Permit us move, let us go." Barnes shouted as the soldiers carried Griffin into the Osprey. People who could not fly went in after them. Goen and the others that could took off and kept at a distance while waiting. Madison and Mark had been approximately to enter whilst the former appeared lower back and shouted, "Mother." Emma looked right down to the orca and looked over to the three-headed dragon as he got here closer. "Drive." Chen ran over and grabbed preserve of the female as she said, "Come on, Maddie. Go, move, go." Barnes shouted because the four kept walking to the Osprey when Ghidorah roared. They entered the Osprey and the soldiers laid Griffin on the floor. Rick kneeled all the way down to the solider and requested, "To procure any ache anywhere besides your leg." Ghidorah screeched as he got here closer to the takeoff site while jogging on his wings and feet. Goku gritted his tooth as he struggled to arise. He appeared over to Godzilla and noticed that the Titan changed into inside the same situation he became. Emma took one extra glance on the orca earlier than seeking to the Osprey with her circle of relatives in it and ran to it. Colonel Foster regarded back and shouted, "We gotta elevate off now." "Wait," Mark said as he desired to wait for Emma to get on board. They all regarded out for Emma as she got here jogging towards the Osprey. Ghidorah got here nearer as the Osprey's engines powered up and the propellers started out to spin. While she was however a few feet from the Osprey, Emma stopped as she realized the hazard she could put her own family in. Mark shouted to her, "Emma, permit us cross. Come on. We gotta go now." Bulma shouted and motioned for her to come on. But Emma did not pass and Madison rushed ahead, concerned approximately her mother, but Mark stopped her and she said, "Mom." She appeared to them before turning her head towards the approaching Ghidorah as all three heads screeched. Emma seemed returned closer to her daughter and husband as Madison mouthed, "Mother. I love you." Emma inaudibly mouthed lower back. Tears welled in Madison's eyes and he shook her head, "No." Emma clutched the orca close to her and ran back to the car. Trunks, Goten and Mark all held Madison returned from walking after her as she cried out, "No. Emma." Mark shouted after her. Bulma, Chile and Limo then all shouted, "Come lower back. Mother." Madison screamed as the Osprey took off. Madison fought towards them as she screamed. Tears flowed down her face as she knew that she wouldn't see her mom again. Emma persisted to run because the Osprey took off. Ghidorah looked to the chickening out Osprey and combatants as they started out to fly away. The fleeing scientists quickly were given in the car and turned it on. Placing the orca down in the seat next to her, she drove off. The center head became closer to the sound and alerted the opposite heads. The entire Titan turned towards Emma's route and gave chase. Emma whimpered in worry as she persisted to force viaduct the streets of the town. All three heads of Ghidorah screeched as it changed into quickly at the vehicle's tail and endured to chase after it. Emma appeared into the rearview mirror and gasped while she saw how near all three heads have been. She fast turned down another street and Ghidorah had some trouble following her because of the slim spacing. But the dragon compelled his manner viaduct and his bulk demolished the buildings round him. They snarled as they got toward the vehicle and a crimson mild regarded above them. With a furious scowl, Frieza pointed his finger and sent small blasts of ki beforehand of the car. Emma screamed as she swerved out of the manner of each impact and stored going. From on board the Osprey, each person watched as Ghidorah pressured his manner through the homes after Emma and the orca. Tears flowed down Mark and Madison's faces as the daddy saved his grip on his child. Madison, really scared and unhappy, cried out as she did not need this to take place, "No." Her preventing calmed down as she knew that she could not fight it, "No." All of the five youngsters looked to their new pal with saddened faces as wished that they might help. Emma continued to speed through the streets with a view to break out. But deep down, she knew that she couldn't escape. She looked back as Ghidorah took to the air and the middle head fired a gravity beam at the same time as a constructing fell. The Hydra screeched as he flew better. The proper head fired a gravity beam to wreck the constructing that became in its way. Emma closed her eyes as she waited for the inevitable. All three heads fired a gravity beam simultaneously, and the ensuing explosion triggered the automobile to flip through the air. Emma screamed as the car rolled viaduct the air earlier than crashing to the floor and got here sliding to a force stall. "Mother!" Madison cried out. They watched as Ghidorah flapped over the homes closer to Emma. Mark regarded and commenced to remorse each combat that he and Emma had and needed that matters could have been one of a kind. Quit of tune, a signal beeped on Rick's bill and he seemed down. His eyes widened as Godzilla's radiation tears were over again rising through the roof. Emma weakly crawled from the wreckage of the automobile and looked to the orca. The gadget was nevertheless lively and sparkling as it nonetheless had lifestyles. She looked back as Ghidorah screeched from above. Frieza crashed to the floor earlier than her in the superhero pose. Worry started out to crawl its manner viaduct her body as he raised his head and gazed into his purple eyes. Ghidorah landed some yards from the two as he diminished all his heads towards her. Frieza stood up directly and appeared down at the girl earlier than pronouncing with a scowl, "I am hoping you re-geared up for oblivion." Moving his eyes to the orca, he stared closely at it and it blew up, inflicting Emma to scream. He then pointed his finger at her with every goal of finishing her. However, then a sadistic smile shaped on his face as he said, "However, you should be happy to understand which your recontribution to a new universe will no longer be in vain." "Oh, it may not, will it?" Goku's voice stated from in the back of. Frieza and Ghidorah appeared back to peer the Saiyan standing on the opposite aspect of the road. He disappeared viaduct immediately transmission and reappeared between the two monsters and Emma. Then with a palm thrust he sent Frieza sliding lower back. Whilst he stopped he regarded closer to his most hated enemy and observed the Saiyan's new energy. With a snort he said, "Do you sincerely think that you may fight us with your Titaness gift so substantially faded?" "No longer truly. I was simply buying some time," Goku said with a smirk. Goku glanced returned at Emma and said, "Hi, isn't he always there a few form of announcing approximately new kings or something?" By some means understanding what he turned in to speak about, Emma seemed up to Ghidorah. The alien titan comes nearer and growls at the two. Emma smirked and stated, "Lengthy live the king." Cue King of the Monsters track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. It turned into then that Ghidorah and Frieza felt a presence at the back of them and heard a familiar growl. Even though now not wanting to, the center head sniffed the air as he and the alternative two heads became involved. Approaching from at the back of, Godzilla walked closer to his enemy while his radiation became accomplishing its height. The radiation came off of him like a barrier and anything within that barrier began to melt or capture heart as he went alongside. Even Goku became barely surprised to peer Godzilla like this. Even though on the whole equal, purple cracks glowed along the Titan's body. And wherever he stepped, matters exploded into giant fires. Godzilla's power pulsated as he persevered to stroll viaduct the melting town. As he stood in the front of Ghidorah he gave his electricity complete roar. Knowing that it turned into time to head, Goku grew to become to Emma and kneeled down to pick out her up. His eyes grew wide and his coronary heart heavy because the radiation turned into starting to take effect on her as flames fashioned around her. A tear fell from Goku's eye and he said, "I am so sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry for," Emma stated weakly as she started to burn away. She appeared the Saiyan in the eye and strongly stated, "Take care of them, Son Goku. And tell my own family that I love them." Emma Russell closed her eyes as her body burned far away from the radiation. Saddened, Goku ignited his aura and flew away from the scene, knowing full well that Godzilla had this blanketed. Godzilla watched as Goku flew as the Saiyan regarded returned with a smirk. The Titan then grew to become his interest again to Ghidorah as both the dragon and Frieza came at him. The dragon screeched as Ghidorah prepared to combat. When he became a long way sufficient, Goku stopped in the air subsequent to the other fighters and turned to observe as his Titan's gift diminished. Godzilla took another step nearer and his strength began to pulsate as he may want to feel the accumulation. Power crackled because the Titan's body glowed lots brighter. Then liberating it with a roar, a pink wave of strength flowed out with the screech of Mothra. The fighters and those on the Osprey regarded in awe as they noticed Mothra within the assault. Each Frieza and Ghidorah had been pushed returned as Godzilla's radioactive fireplace pushed them again. Frieza fell to the ground as the dragon screeched in pain as his wings burned. The dragon fell onto his returned and all three heads roared at Godzilla as he came nearer and scooted lower back even as they shot gravity beams. Frieza attempted to raise himself up but could not discover the strength to rise. Ghidorah's assaults did nothing as Godzilla's energy once again pulsed inside him. The Titan hunched once more earlier than liberating any other atomic wave and some other screech followed. Frieza cried out because the wave washed over him and no. Then with a cry of ache, the tyrant's frame burned to ash as the wave continued to glide. The right head and Kevin all screeched in ache as they evaporated from the atomic heart. Although slightly burned, the middle head became to Godzilla with a roar. The Titan of Earth roared lower back as he stepped onto Ghidorah's chest. Godzilla pressed down and Ghidorah cried out in anguish as strength poured from his body. Each person shielded their eyes as Godzilla released all of the extra radiation in a single massive bang. Those at the Osprey seemed away and hung onto something as the blast rocked them. From their spot inside the air, Goku cried out, "Godzilla!" While the mild commenced to vanish and the rain stopped, they all looked to the website. The town of Boston have been absolutely ruined from the warfare. Goku and Vegeta each flew about the town as they looked for Earth's Titan. They touched down in a clearing close to an antique statue and Goku stated, "What passed off? Loosen up, Kakarot. I nevertheless experience his strength, so he is around here someplace." Vegeta stated as he seemed in every other direction. The floor underneath them started out to shake. They grew to become round as the antique statue fell over and Ghidorah's center head burst from the rubble. Vegeta gritted his enamel and stated, "How normally can we have to kill this component?" It really is when Goku noticed something and pointed, "No. Look." The pinnacle groaned in ache as it had been separated from its frame and the bottom of the throat became in Godzilla's mouth. The Titan of Earth shook the head round and bashed it on the floor. Godzilla dragged the head around as the stays of Ghidorah endured to groan. The pinnacle screeched as Godzilla lifted it into the air. The ones on the Osprey and around it watched in a combination of horror, pleasure and neutral expressions as Godzilla continued to swallow what he ought to of the head. Godzilla's energy pulsated because the inside of his mouth glowed blue. Ghidorah cried out in pain as Godzilla's radiation breath began to burn him away. Even the alien Titan's eyes and maw glowed blue because the electricity pulsated. As the glow traveled up his dorsal plates, Godzilla pointed his head up to the sky and fired the beam into the air, destroying the clothing of Ghidorah. When the head changed into absolutely long past, Godzilla snapped his jaws close and his frame shook. A small bit of lightning sparked around his muzzle earlier than it faded. "Guy, exact component he has on our aspect," Rick commented. Jen then warned, "For now." Appearance. Madison stated as she checked out what was approaching. They all noticed distinctive titans coming near Godzilla. The king of the monsters grew to become to look the behemoth titan drawing close. His gaze fell upon a chittering spider-like titan and then to a larger MUTO. The parasitic titan growled a greeting. A few others approached as well. The final to sign up for the Ring of Titans round Godzilla become Rodan as he dropped from the sky. His wound from Mothra changed into starting to heal. The avian screeched to Godzilla, however the Alpha glared at him with a growl. This brought on Rodan to silence himself. Before anything else can be finished, a giant vortex regarded over their heads. The Titans' opponents, Monarch and the Divine all looked up to see three figures descending from the gate. The destroyers, Supreme Kai and the angels all regarded to each different as they murmured, "The Grand Priest and the Omni Kings." All 36 of them rushed to their leaders' aspects and bowed to them. Beerus regarded up and requested, "My lords, I suggest no disrespect however, what are you three doing right here? We had come to see the ascension of a king." One of the Omni Kings said. The alternative nodded and said, "Sure, we felt the defeat of the destroyer of destroyers and wanted to give our gratitude to the one who defeated him." Then look no similarly, your majesties. Behold, Godzilla, king of the monsters, was stated before gesturing to the Titan. The Omni-Kings and the Grand Minister all regarded down and met the gaze of Godzilla. The Grand Minister seemed to the two kings and that they nodded. He regarded to the 12 as protectors and stated, then let us all show our gratitude to him. Each Omni-Kings and the Grand Priest reduced themselves till they have been among Rodin and the Alpha Muto. All 36 of the Divine followed their lead and touched down between Titans. The trios from Universes 6 and 7 stood next to their majesties and the Grand Priest. Anybody from the Trade Universes and the Divine were all amazed by what they did next. The Omni-Kings and the Grand Minister from the other 12 universes bowed earlier than Godzilla. Rodin and the alternative Titans accompanied their example and bowed earlier than their rightful Alpha. Godzilla grew to become to every of them because the Titans diminished themselves and the Divine dropped down on one knee. All and sundry that changed into floating in the air, at the osprey or on the ground watched with pleasure, sorrow and smiles on the return of the only authentic king of the monsters. Godzilla took a deep breath earlier than drawing his head again and unleashed an extended and powerful roar into the air as a sign that he had back to his rightful area as king of the monsters. End of tune. The Divine and the opposite Titans persevered to bow at Godzilla's fort while Goku, Vegeta and the relaxation of the Z fighters all dropped down into a barren part of the destroyed Boston. When they touched down and appeared again as much as the sky, they saw the Osprey landing. They stayed back as the car touched down. The battered and worn-out warring parties all moved toward the return because the door opened. Bulma, the youngsters, Monarch, Limo, Chile and most of the squaddies all piled out and met up with the opponents. Broly ran to Chile and Limo at the same time as Vegeta ran up to Bulma and Trunks. Goten ran up to his father and jumped into Goku's arms. The two Saiyans laughed as father held son. Gohan joined them and Goku pulled them into the hug as properly. Their pleasure turned into reduce off when they heard a familiar voice shout, Goku. Gohan. Goten. Kai/mother. All three cried out. They looked around the Osprey and certain sufficient, the four-sided lady came going for walks around the car. All three Saiyans gasped in fear as she checked out them with dying glares. They screamed as she leaped at them with a growl. They then have become pressured after they felt her palms wrap around them. All of them seemed to see that she became hugging them. She regarded into Goku's eyes as tears welled up and she stated, "Oh, Goku. I used to be so worried whilst you vanished and then the antique geezer advised me which you have been combating Frieza and a few massive monster." But then a smile shaped on her face and she said, "But thank goodness that you're all okay." Goku, Gohan and Goten all laughed as they hugged her again. Vegeta cleared his voice bringing them again. Goku seemed back to Vegeta because the prince requested, "Speaking of Frieza, wherein is he?" "Yeah." Krillin introduced, "Now that you mention it, I am not choosing up his crazy sturdy energy anymore. Isn't he that a great thing?" Bulma asked, really burdened and relieved. 18 then brought, "Nevertheless, we can go away something to risk. I do not suppose we should worry." Goku stated with a mild grin. They looked to him and he said, if he became anywhere near Godzilla when the huge guy went off, he chuckled and he said, "Nicely, I suppose we can all count on." His smile fell as he remembered someone else stuck in the radiation. Kai noticed this and requested, "What's wrong, Goku?" "There is something I need to do," Goku said as he acceded Goten to her. They looked between themselves and Gohan before looking as Goku walked up to the Monarch group. Mark and Madison grew to become to the Saiyan as he walked right as much as them. Goku appeared between the two as he said, "Mark, Madison, I am afraid I've some terrible news. We recognize she has long passed, Goku." Mark said as he wrapped an arm round Madison. He then stated, "We're simply thankful what you and Godzilla have been capable of forestall those monsters." "Hey, yeah," Goku said with a small smirk. He then advised them, however before she surpassed, "Emma wanted me to assist you to recognize that she'll continually love you each." A tear fell from Madison's eye as she idea about her mom. An idea came to Goku and he stated, "However maybe there might be a way for us to bring them lower back." Huh? Monarch requested as they had been confused. Goku then explained, we've these items on our Earth called the Dragon Balls. This made them appearance to every different as they notion the call sounded bizarre or painful. Goku chuckled and stated, don't you worry, it is now not like that, at least I do not think so. It is going to take a year for their power to recharge, however once we've accumulated all of them once more, we are able to summon Shenron and ask him to revive all those that died because of Frieza and Ghidorah. Unluckily, Goku, Piccolo said, making them all look to him. Then he stated, though the blended strength of the Earth and the Namekian Dragon Balls had been capable of make their way into Universe 13 to top off yours and Godzilla's electricity, I am afraid that demise works specific right here. I cannot feel the opposite aspect. His face seemed regretful as he said, I am afraid that no person might be coming lower back anytime quickly. This brought about all people to look down in disappointment. Chen then seemed to their new pals and she said, we do respect your offer, but at the least the ones who've fallen were avenged. It is a disgrace what came about to anybody in Mafra. Ford then introduced. Vegeta then stated, you don't have to fear about it that tons. Before the conflict, she left a few guarantee for the future. What do you imply? Madison asked as none of them understood what the Saiyan prince said. He seemed to Chen and said, your twin can give an explanation for it the next time you spot her. Chen's eyes widened to this news. All of them regarded up once they heard voices shout, Goku. Both Omni-Kings, the Grand Minister and the Divine landed amongst the combatants and Monarch. Goku held a hand out and that they grasped it and laughed as the Saiyan made them cross up and down as he shook their hands. Then one of the rulers said, we thank you for saving the multiverse from the destroyer of destroyers. Yeah. It'd have been bad if he had come lower back and conquered us. The alternative brought. They then became to the people of Universe 13's Earth and said, we might additionally want to express regret to you all. This in reality surprised the warriors as their eyes went extensive. Sam then stated, what do you guys must be sorry for? Are you kidding? One of the Xenos requested. The other moved in the front of him and stated, it changed into our choice to go away the monster by myself for your global. If we had come to complete the activity then, each of them stated at the identical time, then it wouldn't had been a large problem now. You've got our private apologies and gratitude. The Grand Minister said and the three bowed. They were observed by means of every trio of the 12 universes as they barely bowed to the Monarch crew. When they rose to their full top, Goku moved over to Beerus and asked, so, Lord Beerus the destroyer of Universe 7 regarded to the Saiyan as Goku stated with a sly smile, now that this the multiverse commercial enterprise has been settled. Think we could visit one of those other universes and spot what strong combatants they have got? Truly not. The Pussycat Destroyer said with a shake of his head and crossed his palms. This prompted Goku's shoulders to stoop and he asks with a whine, oh, come on. Why now not? Properly, even though we might also re-establish contact in the future was started. Beerus then crossed his arms and glared on the Saiyan while a vein appeared on his head, but you going over there will just motive problem for us all. Goku stated with a pout. Vegeta then sighed and stated, cannot you for once just be happy with you having your very own universe, Kakarot? I guess. He said with a shrug. They seemed over after they heard Godzilla roaring to the alternative titans because it gave the look of he turned into commanding them. Goku appeared to the others and requested, so, are you capable of round up all of Frieza's guys? All however one I am afraid. Shin stated. Then he instructed Goku, it appears that one in every of Frieza's advisors had disappeared either for the duration of or after the assault in the world. We do not know wherein in our universe they will be. Cue Frieza's ambition music from DD's Broly. Barry Blue watched and waited because the rest of the information were filed away before flipping a few switches on the deliver. Then turning the deliver far from the Forbidden Earth, she initiated the H-power of the ship. The ship then flew speedy through the celebrities as it exceeded through one galaxy after another. She became positive that her moves had been stuck by means of the humans, however it didn't count to her. The simplest aspect that she needed became to attain her proper grasp in a single piece. A beeping sound came from the console and Berry Blue Speedy switched off her H pressure. Her ship stopped transferring definitely speedy and came to a forestall earlier than a massive planet. In contrast to Earth, this planet seemed to be red in maximum locations. She typed within the commands and the deliver quickly went down to the planet. When it reached one of the towns on the planet, it headed towards a large building. Large doors opened up and Berry Blue's ship went interior. As soon as it touched down, Berry Blue quickly exited the ship and moved toward a very huge set of double doorways. She stopped before them and waited while looking up. The doors opened up and Berry Blue evenly walked interior. Whilst she had walked into the chamber, Berry Blue stopped earlier than a massive throne. The one sitting on the throne became in most cases shrouded in darkness. The handiest issue seen became the being's fort, for they had been massive and three-toed. Berry Blue kneeled down on one knee and said along with her smirk, "Greetings, master. IV lower back. Welcome again, Berry Blue." The being stated in a deep and distorted voice. Then they requested, "What information do you have to report?" "Some precise." She stated, nonetheless kneeling before the creature. "However, I am afraid that there is a few terrible. Whilst I was hoping that there would not be, it was to be inevitable." Her grasp said with a sigh. Then he ordered, "Please report." "I am satisfied to report that Ghidorah changed into capable of share his energy with Lord Frieza, has become the Earth Titan called Godzilla." Berry Blue mentioned. Then she knowledgeable, however the Earth Titan alongside a Saiyan from the 7th universe have vanquished them both. The being located their massive arms collectively as the idea about what she had informed them.
Then the being said, "Whilst it is unlucky to lose applicants like Frieza and Ghidorah, and my favorite warrior and scout could be missed amongst the ranks, they've served their motive."
Then he added, "Plus, there is multiple manner to complete our plans. Both applicants will display themselves, or we can make our very own. And possibly the Earth of this universe has given us a capacity use. Any news from the Mad Being or the others from one of the other 5 lost universes?" Berry Blue asked, not looking up.
The being shook his head and said, "Not anything from the Mad One or the ones from their very own respective universes.
I cannot even sense a number of their presence. They should be useless or incapacitated, and the Mad One's quest appears to bearing no fruit. With any luck we can listen from someone soon. Then in the period in between, is it time for the following section, my lord?" Berry Blue asks as she looks up to the being's head. The being moved his hand and a screen appeared earlier than him. Although the mild didn't uncover his face, the being commenced to glance through Berry Blue's files as he stated, "You'll be the first to recognize, my loyal buddy. You may be the primary. Cease of music, back on Universe 13's Earth, Goku and the others have been nonetheless amassed across the desolated town of Boston." Goku regarded amongst his pals and stated, "So what now?"
"Few friendship with Broly track from GD's Broly, I don't know about you," Bulma stated with a sigh. "However, I am ready to move home and take a vacation in any case of this."
"I suppose most of us should use a small ruin," Shin stated as he looked approximately the group with a moderate smile. Beerus yawned and said, "I certain should cross for a nap." "Of route?" Goku, Vegeta and Bulma all stated at the same time with an arrow. Whis then looked to Monarch and stated, "But do not suppose that we might not come again." "It truly is accurate, Whis," the Grand Minister said. He regarded to the scientists and infantrymen and stated, "We can provide any useful resource to supporting you rebuild your global." "Wow. Surely?" Rick asks. One of the Grand Xenos nodded and said, "Of course. It is the least we should do." The opposite brought. Whis then stated, "But I would severely have that weapon checked out. Something just like the oxygen destroyer should not be used gently." "I agree on it an awful lot," Bulma said. She seemed to Colonel Foster and requested, "You'll at least speak to your superiors approximately it." "I will strive," Foster promised. Goku then stated, I wager that it is time for us to take our depart. The stomping of large feet induced them all returned to look Godzilla making his manner towards them. The rightful king of the Titans seemed among the smaller creatures and growled. Goku levitated off the ground toward the Titan. Kai then shouted after him, be cautious, Goku. Don't worry, Kai. Goku stated as he regarded again. He turned his head to the Titan. Once he became ice stage with Godzilla, Goku said, nice paintings obtainable, huge guy. You honestly confirmed them who's boss. The Titan snorted a pant in air as an agreement. Whilst rubbing the back of his head, Goku said, and thanks for lending me that power. I usually do not like taking energy from others, however this time I used to be satisfied to make an exception. Godzilla growled, though Goku could not genuinely apprehend it without his Titaness gift. With a solemn look Goku then said, but now we have got to be going. And that I promise to return lower back. Godzilla arched a brow to this as Goku became away and commenced to descend to the ground. Abruptly, Godzilla's hand moved in front of the Saiyan blockading his direction. Goku seemed back and noticed the stare that Godzilla changed into giving him. End of song. What is incorrect with Godzilla? Krillin requested. Shin then said, by the appearance on Godzilla's face, it seems like he is wanting something from Goku. But what ought to he viable need from him? Mark wondered, now not knowledge what the Titan ought to need. Goku regarded into Godzilla's eyes to get a sense of what the Titan desired.
Then it dawned on him and he stated with a smirk, I assume I realize what that is approximately. I am Kakarot song from GD's Broly. Godzilla softly growled as he confirmed it.
Mark cupped his arms round his mouth and asks, what is it? He is trying to complete what we started out earlier. Goku shouted over his shoulder. All the ones on the floor seemed to each other as Mark regarded to Sam and asks, what they commenced? Sam said as he had no concept what was happening. Then Foster, Mark, Rick and Chen then unexpectedly found out what become going on and stated, oh no. Oh no what? Madison, Bulma and Kai all requested in confusion. Sam then caught up and defined, allow us just say that the primary meeting among Goku and Godzilla led to quite the disagreement. Of root. Beerus and Shin said on the same time. Goku then turned to Godzilla and stated, because this region is empty, why not resume our struggle here? Godzilla huffed in settlement to this. The two Omni Kings levitated as much as Goku and one among them requested, are we able to watch Goku? Sure, are we able to? The alternative brought.
Goku looked around the demolished city and stated, I don't know Zenis, there is no in which definitely to observe from.
Plus it would not be a top-notch concept to have you ever at the battlefield. That won't be a massive hassle. The Grand Minister stated as he joined them. Elevating each hands, he created a massive ring above the destroyed town of Boston. Turning to the divine he said, please help all of our friends to the ring so they will watch. All 12 angels double-tapped the lowest S of their staves in opposition to the floor and created a platform under each person. They had been approximately to rise in the air whilst someone shouted, wait. They appeared to look Professor S. Honda, Akira and a third guy running up to them with instruments in their fingers. Chen regarded among them and said, Professor Honda, Physician Akira? What are you two doing right here? And who is that guy with you? This is Serge Tankian. Professor Honda brought. Then medical doctor Akira said, the three of us used to be in a band. And your point is? Vegeta wondered with an arched forehead. All and sundry from Monarch, the Z warring parties, the Divine and Godzilla had been all looking at them with thinking seams. Serge then said with a smile, we want to provide musical accompaniment. We have been gonna do it in advance, but he appeared among his buddies and stated, someone became concerned approximately their hair. The sound of a cricket started chirping round them. Krillin then gave the awkward cough as he placed a fist to his mouth. I do not see whatever wrong with it. Goku said with a shrug. Then he introduced, just ensure to live out of the way. All three men nodded as they understood this. They stepped onto the platform and they all took off toward the giant ring inside the sky. Goku and Godzilla watched as they reached the earrings and stepped off the platform. Goku looked approximately as the other titans had moved round them and shaped a ring of their very own across the. Goku jumped up onto the stage of a corner of a building. While he touched down on the piece of rubble, the Saiyan became to stand his opponent. With a smirk he stated, "I trust this is in which we had been." Then with a yell he converted right into a splendid Saiyan. His golden air of mystery flickered around him as he assumed his stance. Goku seemed into the king of the monster's eyes and said with a smirk, "I am geared up if you're." Stop of track, Godzilla gave a effective roar as he readied himself.
From above at the ring, the three guys seemed to the opponents. Divine and Monarch and Surge stated, "All proper, you guys, we are gonna want your assist with this."
Huh? Anyone said as they looked among every other. Professor Akira nodded and stated, "We need you men to stomp your feet, clap your fingers with the beat. You can sing along if you need. That seems like fun." One of the Xenos said to the other. The alternative appeared to his counterpart and nodded, "It honestly does." "Then that's what we will do," the Grand Minister said with a smile. All the ones on the rings were given themselves prepared whilst Goku and Godzilla stared intensely at every different. Cue. Godzilla, feat. Surge Tankian track from Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Surge, Akira and Honda all then vocalized collectively by way of shouting cameo trio. All of us on the ring round them began to move to the beat through stopping a foot and clapping their palms collectively. Godzilla and Goku additionally appeared returned to look that the Titans were also stepping into the rhythm of the track. The three started out to play their instruments as the two in the ring of Titans charged forward. Cameo trio, Gojira. Godzilla and Goku reared a fist lower back earlier than lashing them ahead. The ensuing impact created a shockwave that blew something around them back. Cameo trio, Mosura. Despite Goku being a top-notch Saiyan in the intervening time, each blow he made become matched through Godzilla who become retaining up with him. Surge, Akira and Honda all moved their heads in a circle with grins. Cameo trio, Soar. 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 All and sundry, Divine, Titan, Fighter and Monarch all stomped their toes with the band for this component. All and sundry, pass. Move. Go. Mafra. Gojira. Mosura. Move. Cross. Go. Gojira. Akira performed a chief word even as Honda beat on a small set of drums and Surge held the mic in his fingers. Surge, with a useful grimace and a horrible sound, Godzilla roared as he twisted his body and swung his tail at Goku. The Saiyan backflipped inside the air to wherein the tail sailed harmlessly past him. The Titan then picked up a broken power line and threw it at Goku. Surge, he pulls the spitting high anxiety wires down. Goku blasted the strength line and it obliterated the item. Goku then fired a Kamehameha wave at the Titan. Godzilla quick-acted Viaduct, choosing up a ruined teach and hurling it in the direction of the beam. Goku's attack triggered the whole train to grow to be a large inferno. Surge, helpless people on subway trains scream, computer virus-eyed as he looks in on temp and the use of his tail. Godzilla swatted a bus on the Saiyan. Goku dove Viaduct the shattered window and ran through the aisle earlier than the use of his shoulder to bust down the door and jumped back into the air. Surge, he selections up a bus and he throws it back off. Goku flew over a few homes and Godzilla accompanied him. He was capable of way down the homes as he chased after the flying tremendous Saiyan. Surge, as he wades through the homes toward the center of Metropolezilla, fired a radiation beam at Goku. Goku countered it with every other Kamehameha and the two beams collided. Each Titan and Saiyan poured more strength into their attacks and ended up inflicting the conflict to implode. When the smoke cloud dissipated, Goku smirked as he then amassed his electricity and ascended to the Great Saiyan God form. A fiery air of mystery shrouded the Saiyan while his hair seemed normal but had a crimson coloring about it. He opened his eyes and purple irises surrounded his students. Godzilla smirked as well earlier than charging at the divine-powered Saiyan. With a roar he lashed his claws out at Goku. The Saiyan flew past them and landed a punch to Godzilla's center. The king of the monsters grimaced in pain earlier than seeking to chomp down on Goku, but he moved out of the way of the titaness jaws. However, Goku did not see a scaly hand wrap around him until it was too overdue. Goku grunted in pain as Godzilla held him within his jaw close. Surge, oh no, they're saying yes were given to Govrioni, go, pass, Godzilla ooh. Godzilla then twisted before throwing Goku high into the air. Because the Saiyan tumbled viaduct the air, Godzilla yet again fired a radiation beam at Goku. Although while he couldn't prevent, Goku did disappear the usage of immediate transmission to keep away from impact with the beam. Surge, oh no, there goes Tokyo, people move, cross, Godzilla aha. While Goku reappeared, it turned into right in front of Godzilla. The Titan appeared down to him right as Goku unleashed an explosive wave of divine power. It brought about Godzilla to fall backwards and the Titan slid backwards through the ruined town. Godzilla regarded to his rival/best friend before grabbing onto the remains of homes. The usage of them to assist himself lower back onto his fort, Godzilla barely glared. Everybody, Gojira. Mosora. Soar. 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 The two started out to price down the street in the direction of every other. Godzilla lashed out a fist which Goku changed into capable of seize. All and sundry, move. Go. Go. Gojira. Mothra. Gojira. Mosora. Pass. Pass. Go. Gojira. Goku somersaulted onto Godzilla's arm and ran down the appendage towards the Titan's head. Godzilla attempted to lash a claw out at him. Goku changed into able to fall onto his knees and slide underneath Godzilla's hand. Surge, oh no, they are saying were given to Mobile and sundry, move, Godzilla haha. Goku then jumped toward the Titan's face, but Godzilla quickly lowered it out of the manner. The two locked glances at each other as the Saiyan passed over the Titan. Surge, oh no, there goes Tokyo everyone, pass, Godzilla. The two warring parties slowly grew to become in the direction of each different as Goku landed on a constructing. The opposite Titans screeched or roared to the exhilaration for the war. Every person, history indicates time and again how nature factors out the folly of Mangojilla. Godzilla quickly fired his radiation breath on the building. Goku leaped off of it and the beam cuts viaduct the building with explosions following. Goku all over again soared over Godzilla's head and unleashed a fast volley attack. Godzilla used his fingers to guard himself. The blasts impacted towards him and the ground round him. Everybody, history indicates time and again how nature points out the folly of Godzilla. While the barrage of electricity attacks dwindled, Godzilla seemed up just as Goku came down with a fist. The Saiyan lashed the punch out, however Godzilla stepped back and Goku impacted the ground. Goku regarded up to the king of the monsters' smirking face with a moderate smirk of his personal. Everybody, records suggests time and again how nature points out the folly of Mangojilla. The agencies above and round them stored transferring the beat furnished by using the band's instruments. Akira, Surge and Honda seemed to each other with smiles as all of them sang every person. History shows again and again how nature factors out the folly of Goku stood to his full top and yet again gathered his strength. With a yell his crimson aura turned blue as he yet again ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. Every person, history indicates over and over how nature factors out folly of good extraordinary Saiyan Blue leaped into the air and subsidized up as fast as he may want to. Whilst he changed into a ways sufficient, he accrued what power he ought to spare into his left fist. Godzilla then blew fire onto his own hand and held it there. Then with a yell and a roar the two pleasant opponents charged at every different. After they came close they lashed out their fists. Every person, records indicates time and again how nature points out the folly of Godzilla and Goku had smirks as their fists came nearer collectively. Godzilla. The impact of their punch induced a big explosion of fireplace. Defenders vs Monsters Bears Beginnings. Defenders vs Monsters Finale. Defenders vs Monsters Beginnings. Cue Blizzard from DD's Broly but sung by Megami and Dei Miura. All was quiet between the 13 different realities, especially between the Earths of Universes 7 and 13. That was until the skies started to crack between both realities. Goku, Godzilla and their friends all looked up to see the cracks growing larger. Megami and Daimiura, this world is only black and white. No light beyond what I see. Marcus Lloyd as Belmont. Jamie Markey as Margarita. The inhabitants of Universe 7's Earth cross over and stand before Monarch and the Titans. Its sudden darkening of the skies above them makes them all look up to see Frieza and Ghidorah hovering over them with dark smiles. Megami and Daimiura, the air feels strained and cold as ice. Feels tight and suffocating. Oliver Tull as Rumshi. Garrett Schenk as Gowasu. Those on the ground glare at the two monsters when 12 pillars of light erupts around them. All the defenders look around to see that the divine trio is comprised of angels, destroyers and the Supreme Kai. At the front of the group, Beerus and Kompa both look up to Frieza and the destroyer of destroyers. Megami and Daimiura, I wish to believe. There is no such thing as destiny. Howard Wang as Mojito. Greg Dulke as Sidra. Ghidorah was the first to reach the ground while Frieza landed on a building next to him. Behind them came Frieza's ship. Inside, Berry Blue held her smirk while a large shadow with red eyes appeared behind her. Megami and Daimiura, they always tell me that life is sweet. Yet I feel the icy chills going through my body. Dallas Reed as Liquire. Todd Haberkorn as Yako. All the fighters that were protecting the multiverse lit up their auras and charged forward with the Titans, Monarch and the military behind them. Multiple ships from Frieza and Ghidorah's side launched forward to meet them head-on. Megami and Daimiura, I am feeling trapped within the ice and there is no way to break free. My heart has been encased, protected so nobody can see. Troy Baker as General Israel. Bill Farmer as General Bogart. Michael Fassbender as General LV-532. The two sides came together in an epic clash. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, Monarch and the Divine all took on Ghidorah while the fighters fought against Frieza. Rodan and Mothra grabbed the left and right heads of Ghidorah while Godzilla used his shoulder to knock the dragon down. When Ghidorah had fallen onto his back, the Divine and the military launched their attacks at the three-headed dragon. Megami and Daimiura, the pressure starts to build up from those hopeful thoughts in my head. I finally ask myself what lies for me ahead. J.K. Simmons as General Exiling. Greg Aries as Frost. Clancy Brown as General T. Goku and Frieza go all out in their clash as they rapidly try to land a blow against the other. When they finally separate, Vegeta appears in front of Goku and unleashes a huge orb of ki at the tyrant. Frieza swatted the attack away before firing an attack of his own. Megami and Daimiura, what is my true calling in this universe? Climbing past these walls is my fate and curse. Oh. I am aiming only for myself. Woo-ho! Melly Grant as Quitella. Calvin Scott Roberts as Campari. Charles Campbell as Pell. An electric attack from Ghidorah caused all of his attackers to quickly back away. The three-headed dragon quickly rose back onto his feet. The right head looked over to Frieza and shot a bolt of lightning at his foes. The fighters quickly jumped out the way while the beam burned a groove into the ground. Megami and Daimiura, every answer before you is just routine. You gotta strive for something that is truly unique. Miriam Baig as Heels. Austin Tyndall as Sour. Chris Burnett as Anato. Frieza reconvened with Ghidorah and the two fired their respective beams. Everyone shielded themselves from the incoming assault, but Goku and Godzilla moved in front of them and fired their attacks back. Both sides' attacks met with a huge clash. Megami and Daimiura, oh. Everything depends on you. It is your choice to see this through. Joe Morton as Houston Brooks. Monica Ryle as Bulma. The clash of attacks erupted in a giant explosion and created a giant cloud of smoke that engulfed the surrounding area. Goku, Godzilla, Ghidorah and Frieza all glared at their foes. Megami and Daimiura, now is the time to make the future your own way. Vic Mignogna as Broly. Bruce Carey as Limo. Erica Linebeck as Chile. Elsewhere, the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest stood outside of the palace and were looking out into the cosmos. On the other side, a dark figure was gazing back. Megami and Dei Miura, it seems tomorrow may be miles away. Can't say. It all seems blurry. Christopher Sabat as Piccolo. John Bergmeyer as Tien. Christopher Sabat as Yamcha. They all looked up to see the cracks growing overhead. A fiery haze could be seen in the distortion. Megami and Dei Miura, no longer do the pieces fit the frame. How strange. I am filled with fury. Barry Blue as Veronica Taylor. Sonny Franks as Kikono. The Grand Minister looked to the two Omni Kings and they both nodded. On the other side, the dark figure looked down to someone and nodded as well. Megami and Dei Miura, I cannot believe that there is all this insanity. Sarah Wiedenheft as Grand Xenos. Josh Grell as Grand Minister. Back on Universe 13's Earth, everyone who had fought against Frieza and the Destroyer of Destroyers were currently enjoying some time in the sun. Most of the smaller beings were sitting, running or whatever else they could think of on a beach while Goku and Godzilla were resting on the sand or in the water. Megami and Dei Miura, as the sun clears all my doubts. I feel this burning sensation filling up my heart throughout. Sunny Strait as Krillin. Meredith McCoy as Android 18. Mike McFarland as Master Roshi. Suddenly, both Saiyan and Titan snapped their eyes open and turned their heads towards each other. The Saiyan was quick to jump onto his feet and launch himself into the air with Godzilla starting to chase after him. Kai, Bulma, Mark and Chen all sighed in aggravation as the two started to duke it out again. Megami and Dei Miura, I am feeling trapped within the ice and there is no way to break free. My heart is being penetrated, sweating from all this steam. Josh Martin as Boo. Chris Rager as Hercule. Later that night, the stars shone down on a lone island somewhere on the Forbidden Earth. A gigantic figure sat alone on top of a mountain. And somewhere in the world a giant Exak sat dormant, waiting for the day to rise. Megami and Dei Miura, the light is breaking through blocks and pulling out of the seams. It guides my way to facing all the galaxy. Clifford Chopin as Kaba. Elizabeth Maxwell as Caulifla. Dawn M. Bennett as Kale. Somewhere deep in the ocean, something else completely was starting to stir. And in a place opposite to the first Exak, a second, darker Exak lay dormant. Megami and Dei Miura, what is my true calling in this universe? Climbing past these walls is my fate and curse. Oh. I am aiming only for myself. Woohoo! Jason Douglas as Beerus. Ian Sinclair as Whis. Kyle Herbert as Gohan. Up in the sky, Shenron soared across the skies between the 7th and 13th Earths. Appearing on a planet far away, Porunga appeared in the sky before some of the Namekians. Megami and Dei Miura, it doesn't matter what burdens or pain you hold. This your own story and how it is told. Justin Cook as Dend. Christopher Sabat as Guru / Shenron / Porunga. Goku and Godzilla stood side by side as they gazed out into the sea with intense stares. Megami and Dei Miura, now is the time to make the future your own way. Jason Lee Brecht as Kampa. Rodan as himself. Caitlin Glass as Vados. A cloud overhead drifted above them and it started to snow. Both Godzilla and Goku looked up to see the first few flakes fall. Megami and Dei Miura, this world is limited. Shrouded up in sin. Leaving dreams to die. Twisted up in vines. Trapped within a blur. Wanting to be heard. David Strathairn as William Stens. Aisha Hines as Diane Foster. Raising his hands while Godzilla took in a deep breath, they began charging up their attacks. They glanced to each other before letting loose. Megami and Dei Miura, so blow all the haze away just like a blizzard. O'Shea Jackson Jr. as Barnes. Anthony Ramos as Anthony Martinez. The two beams went through the clouds and pushed them away in a ring formation. Megami and Dei Miura, hadi yadi 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 ya. Break the ice. Break the ice. Break the ice now. Break the ice. Break the ice. Break the ice now. Zi Zhang as Chen and Ling. Bradley Whitford as Rick Stanton. Aaron Taylor Johnson as Ford Brody. A cameraman stood in a grassy spot and started to focus his camera. The first to get in the shot was Madison, Trunks, Goten, Mai, Pilaf and Shu. They all smiled as they looked to the camera. Megami and Daimiura, hadi yadi 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 ya. Break the ice. Break the ice. Break the ice now. Break the ice. Break the ice. Break the ice now. Millie Bobby Brown as Madison Russell. Alexis Tipton as Trunks. Kara Edwards as Goten. Chuck Huber as Pilaf. Colleen Klinkenberg as Mai. Chris Casson as Shu. The next to move into the shot was the scientists and soldiers of Monarch. Soon following was most of the Z fighters and the Saiyans of Universe 6. They all stood behind the kids and stood with their arms over another's shoulder. Megami and Daimiura, what is my true calling in this universe? Climbing past these walls is my fate and curse. Oh, 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 oh. I am aiming only for myself. Oh, 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 oh. Ken Watanabe as Ashiro Serizawa. Sally Hawkins as Vivian Graham. Thomas Middleditch as Sam Coleman. Mothra, Rodan and the other Earth Titans flapped or walked to where they were in the background, though still in the picture. The next to join in was the Divine as they flew through the air. The Angels, the Destroyers and the Supreme Kai. They formed a circle between the Titans. The two Xenos and the Grand Minister came in the middle of the ring. Megami and Daimiura, every answer before you is just routine. You gotta strive for something that is truly unique. Oh, 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 oh. Everything depends on you. Christopher Sabat as Vegeta. Mothra as herself. Vera Farmiga as Emma Russell. Ghidorah and Frieza both descended on both sides of the Ring of the Divine, while Porunga and Shenron appeared behind everyone on the ground. Megami and Daimiura, now is the time to make the future your own way. Christopher Ayres as Frieza. Ghidorah as himself. Charles Dance as Alan Jonah. Godzilla and Goku were the last to join as they both appeared between the two eternal dragons and behind the giant crowd. Megami and Daimiura, your tale will live on as your journey has just begun. Sean Schemmel as Goku/King Kai. Godzilla as himself. Kyle Chandler as Mark Russell. Everyone kept their eyes on the camera as it snapped an image. Everyone in the photo had a wide grin on their faces, even Frieza and all three heads of Ghidorah. Even Godzilla, king of the monsters, had a smirk on his face. The end that is for today. Thanks for watching.